Hello. Hi. Hello, Brian. Hello, Ixon. Yeah, boy. How you doing?
Yep.
We're yipping. Also, I realize I can do this.
Yep.
Oh my god. I still can't believe I did that. You know, I wanted to record the whole music, the whole song about that. And then just do more. And then I don't know if I want to do it. Oh man. I was recording it and I was like, shit, do I really want to put this? I don't know. And I still put it in anyway.
Hey, hello. Cannot understand. Where are the subtitles?
Oh yeah. There we go. I actually forgot about it. Thank you. Oh, the stream closed captioner is not working? Oh, that's pretty good. I'm feeling a little bit sleepy for one other reason. Maybe it's because it's like... it's raining outside. And I feel comfy. You know, it's funny, I don't use a CC. Oh, it's just like the voice. I'm glad you like the voice. You can hear it once per stream. Love rain? Same. I mean, I love walking under the rain as well. Like light rain, not showering rain. Or when it's light rain outside, sometimes I might just like walk outside. You know, it feels good. I like it. I love it actually. Just something about that fills me with serenity. Yeah, that's the word, serenity. Let the sound of rain on the roof or against the window pane. Yeah. And low rumbling thunder. Yeah. All of those. Yeah, you're right. I love them. Yeah, all of those combined together is so good. Especially the low rumbling thunder. No, not the thunder strike noise, you know the that one. No, I don't like it, but the gru one is pretty good. Okay, let's see. I had not Counter-Strike. Not Counter-Strike. I almost opened up the wrong game. Not Counter-Strike, Stanley Parable. Okay, I'm actually still taking care of my wound a little bit. But it's almost done. I just need to like, put the thing on top of the wound and then let it sit for like half an hour. The medicine. The ointment, pretty much. It's like a special ointment that I got from the clinic. The clinic knows me pretty well, so it's just like, okay, 糖尿病, diabetes, so I'm just gonna give you this medicine. Yeah, it works really well with taking care of the wound. Like the wound that I'm having right now is, to put it lightly, utterly dangerous. Right? I never really told you guys about this because I forgot. But yeah, the wound on my leg currently is very dangerous. So I've been taking care of it very nicely. They say it's like some sort of a diabetic wound. So if it's not taken care of, if I didn't take care of it very nicely, then chances are my leg will get amputated. So it's kind of scary, but I've been taking care of it, so I'm not really that worried. And besides, it's actually showing signs of recovering, so I'm glad. So yeah, no worries. Cool, you can get a peg leg like a pirate. It's gonna be hard for me to play badminton though. I want my leg to be able to step on the brakes. Like, next you need an eye patch. Ooh. You could get a digitigrade prosthetic. Yo, that's actually really cool. I could be a pirate or I can be cool. But pirate is also pretty cool. Pirate KOBO hunting for gold. I can hunt for gold. Oh yeah, also I didn't realize Baldur's Gate 3 has a golden shiny dye. I don't know if you guys saw that or not, but it's here. Give me a second. Look! Look, it's shiny! I want it. I want the dye. Not I want to die, but I want the dye, the shiny golden dye. I know the word is the same, but it is a dye. It's not the dye, but this kind of dye. I'm just gonna call this dice from now on, just to differentiate between dye and dice. English, goddammit. Just call this thing 袍子, huh? Yeah, but it's shiny. I like it. That shiny dye I want it. It's mine. It's mine. I want it. Someday, I still haven't forgotten about Baldur's Gate 3. Don't worry. Just my PC, like I mentioned, my PC cannot handle the game, which is kind of sad. Also now I can do this. I adjust a little bit on my I adjust a little bit of the heckin' thing. What do you call it? Leap motion. So now I can actually cover up my face. Without losing track of my face. So it's kind of cool. I kind of like it. Anyway, let's open up Stanley Parable. Also, this is the best music. Like, you can actually hear narrator on the background just like singing to the music. Very cool, very cool. Right, let me close this one. It didn't say what ending I went through, but I can sort of remember a little bit on which ending I had, which ending I haven't have yet, question mark. Oh. Cruise. Davy Rudin. I thought I did it before. It's 12:37. I'm gonna put as 12:38. Yeah, I'm gonna put as 12:38. Once it hits 38, I'm just gonna like put it in. I thought I did this before already. It's still at 37. I'm looking at the time. I don't want to put 37 because it might become 38 at any moment. 38, confirm. Hang on. Before we get started, can I just say something? Sure. Oh, okay. Thank you for actually setting the clock both times you put out the game. What? You told me to! A lot of people don't take that step seriously. They just leave the clock set to 12 and call it a day. Really? But you're actually taking the time to set the clock, and I appreciate that. Wow. Thank you, game. I didn't think that's gonna get recognized. That's how I know you care about this experience. You're paying attention. I should be. I don't even have any way of knowing if the times you're setting are correct. It is correct. Tell you what, I'll make you a deal. Okay. Since you've been so cooperative, next time you put out the game and see the screen, just set the clock to your favorite time. Go ahead, pick whichever time you want. Even if it's not the correct time, you've earned it. Alright, I'll let you get back to the game now. Thank you, game. I actually appreciate that. So the next boot up is gonna be my favorite time. Yeah, that's really nice. Oh yeah, I'm playing the Stanley Parable too. I forgot I'm playing Stanley Parable too. It is after it is after one ending that it leads to this Stanley Parable too. It's so funny. I love it. Yeah, I think the most... Oh.
This is the story of a man named Stanley. Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee
I can skip this
number
one, right?
427. Employee number 427.
Sorry, I'm gonna skip this. We've seen that already. It's okay. Quit the game and then start again. We'll come back. Yeah, I got an achievement for that. So, yeah, I think the skip on ending is the most... That brought me to the edge of tears, really, because it hits hard. But the rest of the ending is super fun, super funny. I love it. I love this game.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
So what have I not done? I think all the bucket ending, all the bucket leads to a different ending essentially. So last time I went to Stardom, but there was no one there, and it was a sad ending. But now I can do it with bucket and actually listen to the narrator.
The confusion and the chaos all seemed to melt away as Stanley embraced the bucket.
This wasn't here before. Can I find an input now? I was at the second input and then it's just gone. There's no more input.
Stanley clung the bucket to his cheek. Could his co-workers really all be gone?
What was that? Property of Stanley. I have the bucket. It's mine. I have my bucket. I could go to the broom closet, right? Ooh. Yeah, let's go to the broom closet.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
All right. It's different. It's different. Mission status. Inside the secret exhibit. Oh! Is this some kind of game? There must be a point to this. Looks like 427. Hahaha. 5 there, B. Just take it from me. Gonna collect them all. Places to search. Mission status. A large room, lots of boxes. Stairs. Something to do with stairs. Somewhere both red and blue. Both red and blue? There will be cleaning of this wall required. I want to go home. I want them so much. Stop kidding yourselves. There will be a reward for finding them all. Lies. Do I trust them? This turns to a fucking investigation table now. So I found tree. Nearby a fireplace, I found it. A private but smelly place for an important person. I found that. Secret exhibit. Well, employee 416, we can do it. Thank you, good luck. Trust the completionist instinct. Bottom text? Okay, I'm listening. Nice bucket. Thank you. I like the bucket too. Hi, smells like cheese. Carrots. Appeared across the office. We have to synergize our resources to ensure their retrieval. Many questions. There was no memo from management. How can you tell you've spotted one? What makes them flow in the air? Who took these pictures of them? Red room? Whose perimeter employee 416 we can do it? Red room? They say both red and blue, right? I don't know. But this is very interesting. I like it. I love the change. The change in mood. It was all yellow, like vintage. Broom closet.
Stanley, we must move on from this broom closet, simply because I have no remaining stickers. If I did, you can guarantee we'd be in here for hours. But alas, no stickers.
What? I want stickers. I want stickers. What's with this broom closet? There has to be something of significance of this broom closet. There's no way. Every time I try to get in, there's something. And then there was at one point the door is just barred off. Okay. Something about stairs, right?
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
This is the I go crazy ending, right? But I have bucket this time. Will I still go crazy? I want to go crazy. Let's go. I want to go crazy. I want to go crazy.
Okay, I'm going back to the name of these little Stanley figurines, and now I'm torn between Stanlerines and Figlies. What do you think, Stanley? What name better encapsulates the intrinsic sense of happiness that you get from seeing a small number in the corner of your screen go up by 1? Let me sit on it. I'm sure it will come to me.
Meow meow. Dragon meow. I'll take it. If I remember correctly, there's an achievement in the original game that you get for waiting 4 years before launching the game again, or something ridiculous like that. Really? I mean, I think there was an achievement that requires me to come back after a long time. Ah, ne? Super go outside. Don't play Stanley Parable for 10 years. It's the touch grass one. It was 5 years in the original and 10 years in this one. Yeah. God damn.
But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss, admitting he had left his post during work hours. He might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished? His boss would think he was crazy. And then something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy.
Because I am.
He looked down at the bucket in his arms. Am I crazy? He asked the bucket. The bucket returned his gaze, but said nothing at all.
Not the cold
That's
shoulder.
strange, Stanley thought. Usually the bucket is a source of guidance and wisdom for me in difficult times such as these. He held the bucket close, yet felt none of its familiar reassurance and comfort. And that's when Stanley realized, this isn't my bucket. It's just a normal, everyday bucket. Someone else's bucket, perhaps. How did I end up with someone else's bucket? This is all terribly wrong.
No.
Surely no good would come from this. Who knows what sorts of bizarre hallucinations Stanley might experience without the psychologically grounding presence of his bucket. And indeed, now he noticed that the rooms were repeating, which was, of course, very odd. And now he felt himself floating off the ground. Oh, gracious.
Oh, gracious. Oh my god, I'm actually
gone truly mad. Where is it? I must find it. Far off in the distance now, he heard it, calling to him. Stanley! Stanley, it's me!
Oh my god. I need the bucket. Oh god! Oh god!
By one bucket after the next. None of them were his. None of them were his special bucket.
I need my special bucket.
Stanley, find me.
I'm finding you, bucket.
He had to find the bucket. He had to return to his old friend. It was the only way to truly restore his sanity. And then suddenly, he froze dead in his tracks. He knew where the voice of the bucket had been coming from. The real bucket was inside of him all along. It was incredibly painful.
No.
Stanley doubled over in agony and blacked out.
The pulse stretch. Not the bucket.
This is the story of a woman named
Uh-oh.
Mariella.
So I still went
Mariella
crazy.
woke up on a day like any other. She arose, got dressed, picked up her bucket of comfort and security, and walked to her place of work.
Why are you holding
But
a
on this
bucket as well?
particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town, talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. Right away, she knew what the problem was. This
Is
man
that had no bucket? Oh my god, I
Of
fucking called it.
course He'd gone mad, ranting and raving about a narrator describing all of his actions and how everything is predetermined and free will is an illusion and it's all just a video game. It could all have been prevented if only he'd taken his bucket with him. Perhaps he didn't even realize he'd forgotten his bucket at home in the first place. How cruel the world can be, Mariella thought.
Just
And
because
she
of no
hugged her own
bucket.
bucket even tighter.
Yeah.
But of course, she had no time for this. There were a myriad of confusing problems she would soon have to confront at work, for which her bucket would provide absolute guidance and total clarity on everything. Heck yes, she thought to herself, my life kicks ass. And she
My
backflipped
life kicks
all the way to work.
She backflip all the way to work. Actually, factually, best ending in the game. She backflip all the way to work. Actually, fucking amazing. Let's go. God, that's a yeah. The power saving a bucket, and of course that's a goal. Yeah, let me eat my medicine real quick. I forgot. Okay. Leg medicine, let's go. Hehe. I did it. I eat the med. Okay, so that was the I went crazy ending with the bucket.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley
Medication.
decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. Warmth spread through Stanley's arms. With the
Yeah.
bucket in his arms again, he was home.
I was home. Let's go to the broom closet.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
A large room, lots of boxes. Yeah, stairs, something to do with stairs, so I got the stairs one. Somewhere both red and blue. I love the change in this. Room closet. Did you just open on its own?
Stanley, we must move on from this broom closet, simply because I have no remaining stickers. If I did, you can guarantee we'd be in here for hours. But alas, no stickers.
So are you saying that because I need to stay here for hours? I don't think you've seen the red and blue spot yet. Shit. There's no way I have to stay here for like for hours. And it says the same thing, so I guess the bucket. I cannot bring the bucket here. Let's listen to the narrator.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Oh, I can open it again. We can listen to the music again with bucket. Going up. Bucket. 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 I can just be like... Bucket. I can kind of pet the bucket. Bucket. My hands. Pet the bucket backhand. Hey, that works, right? tracking is a little bit changed sometimes. Oh, I need to. Oh, I'm too close. Oops. So it's here. I'm getting bored now. Alright, we good. That was nice music.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire if not for the soothing presence of the bucket. Even now, in his darkest of hours, did the bucket's warmth and guiding light pierce the dark clouds of confusion and chaos.
Okay, I can
It would be
think.
with him
I can think.
always. The bucket would. And he knew it. The two of them were inseparable. At this point, Stanley was so absorbed in the tender spiritual connection he shared with the bucket that he didn't notice the keypad behind the boss's desk. Nor in his bliss of simply being near the bucket did he have any notion that the PIN number for the keypad was 2845.
Oh my god, I think it's 2845. Something about it tells me that it's 2845.
But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck.
Yeah.
Was it that the bucket knew all along?
Yeah.
Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
Yeah. The bucket good. She's sucking the water out of her fingies. You know how you do the suckling thumb? I don't have a thumb, but then you do the thumb that what.
The elevator raced
I don't know.
downward, plummeting towards an unknown fate. It would be all Stanley could do to keep himself together, if not for the bucket. Soothing him, comforting him, reassuring that in this darkest moment of uncertainty, he would be all right.
I would be alright.
The bucket is here for you, Stanley. Everything will be fine.
Everything will be fine because I have a bucket. What's with this yellow spot?
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility.
Ooh. I could get destroyed with the bucket. We could make even more of a metal waste because of bucket. Let's follow the narrator first.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves.
That hurts my soul. Why would you put the TV like that? Why?
The monitors jumped to life, and Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock. Everyone in the office was being videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs. The bucket had never seen anything like this, and it very nearly burst into tears.
No,
as
bucket, it's
Stanley
okay.
cradled it gently, reassuring it that everything would be fine.
Yeah, everything will be fine, bucket. It's okay. There's no need to cry. You have the KOBO. Maybe I should have said that KOBO likes bucket instead of narrator. I mean, narrator is nice too.
Was the bucket under the mind control facility's influence as well? Had the bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do? What kinds of things does a bucket want to do or not want to do in the first place? These questions raced furiously in Stanley's feeble mind. No! He screamed into the bucket. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control, never! He squeezed the bucket tighter. His one friend in the entire world. At this point, he could trust no one except for the bucket.
The bucket. I trust you. You're the best, bucket.
But here was the proof. The heart of the operation, Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place.
Oh.
And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he and the bucket would dismantle the controls for good. Two best friends, Stanley and the bucket, up against the world. They high-fived in a really cool way, and the bucket made a sassy comment about taking down the system.
Oh my god. I like the button. I want more. Is there more buttons around here? Oh. Whoa. But console disabled? Oh. Why is it so dark here? Why is there so many buttons? Oh. There's so many buttons. Oh, bro. Oh, button. Average KOBO be no. Please remind me to not let KOBO run any of X in cybernetics. Oh, I cannot promise that I will not push them. I like the purple button. Oh, there's so many buttons. What's the point though? Big red button? I cannot press it. Whoa. Can I go down? Wait, I can't go down. Yeah, actually, what is this place? Why does this place exist when everything's just offline? Oh, hey. Oh. Can I go down? Whoa. What's down there? There's a door. Oh. That's exactly why. Hi, Shredder. Hello. Last thing Cyber Axon needs is a KOBO running off his IPs. No, I won't steal it. I won't. Probably. I think. I mean, gosh, if it's shiny though, I couldn't help it.
When at last they came to the source of the room's power, Stanley and the bucket knew it was their obligation to put an end to this horrible place and to everything it stood for.
Oh, I can press on. So last time I pushed off because I'm obligated to push off. I'm gonna off with bucket this time. Next time I'm probably gonna try on. Fuck, that's so loud.
Stanley and the bucket waited in blackness. Was it over? Yes, they had done it.
We have
Stanley
done it.
and the bucket had defeated their greatest and darkest enemy,
Yeah.
freed themselves from the tyrannical grip of the evil mind control machine. Freedom was now mere moments away. Excitedly, the two of them began to discuss the kind of life they wanted to live once they stepped through this massive door. The bucket wanted to learn to roller skate.
Yo,
Stanley
let's
wanted
go.
to sneeze in every country on Earth. Both of them wanted to begin watching a movie, any movie, but then stop it halfway through and begin watching it in reverse from the end.
No, what?
True, it was a simple life they envisioned,
That's
but
not
it was
simple.
one they lived together, with
That's
one
not
another to lean
simple.
on, to trust, to support.
Oh no.
What? Wait. What was happening? Why had the door stopped?
No.
Was Stanley and the bucket not about to be freed?
No, let me out.
An unbearable silence filled the room, lingering in uncertainty, until finally the truth hit Stanley square in the face. This building did not want the bucket to leave.
No.
Even
No.
the facility itself recognized the incredible calming presence of the bucket, needed the soothing warmth of the bucket, would go to any lengths
Throw
to
it.
part with the bucket.
Bucket, be free.
No. Stanley can't leave this place.
No.
Not while he has such a precious bucket in his arms. Not while this
Bucket.
building has anything to say about it. Stanley realized he would never again leave this very room. But at least he has the bucket.
Oh,
To be trapped
bucket.
eternally in darkness isn't really so bad, Stanley thought to himself.
I could
As long as
sneeze
I
in
have
every
my
country.
bucket with me, right? I'll be okay, won't I? Stanley gulped. Very soon now, he was about to find out.
No. Why is bucket N is all bad bucket N? I thought there would be the good bucket N, but this game hates the bucket. You could watch a tenant like that. Off with bucket. No, we're gonna go off with the bucket together. They could stuck in your head though, that's how. Yeah. I mean, I had a few buckets stuck on my head. You know, someone could definitely put a bucket on my head right now if they want to.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
So we could try to do the bucket N
Stanley
with
picked
following.
up the bucket and smiled. He'd never be alone again, not truly alone, not with the bucket around.
Not with the bucket around.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. Stanley, we must move on from this broom closet, simply because coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Bucket! 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 Hi, Spirit Frost. Also, bucket means drink. I will drink. Hey, ow. Oh, I don't. Bucket. I want the bucket. Oh, bucket. 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 Bucket.
Stepping
Bucket.
into his manager's office,
Bucket.
Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life.
Bucket.
Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire, if not for the soothing presence of the bucket. But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
Bucket. Bucket.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility.
We're gonna get destroyed. Let's go to get there, bucket.
Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley and the bucket would both meet a violent death.
It's all good. Dog Mafia, hi.
The door behind them was not shut. Stanley and the bucket still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track.
No, escape.
At this point, Stanley and the bucket were knowingly walking forward into a very painful death for each of them.
I don't know about that. I cannot hear my narrator. Wee. Bucket. Bucket.
As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley and the bucket inched closer to their demise, Stanley reflected on how meaningless the bucket's warmth and comfort had turned out to be.
No, it's
To
not
be sure,
meaningless.
it puts the mind and the soul at ease to embrace the bucket. But what use is a sense of ease when you're about to be crushed to death? This is what Stanley thought to himself, and he sort of kicked himself for wasting so much time carrying a bucket everywhere.
No, don't say
Farewell,
that.
Stanley.
Bye-bye.
Farewell, Stanley, cried the narrator, as
her
Stanley and the
again.
bucket were led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws.
Standing in the
In a
bucket.
single visceral instant, the bucket's life came to an end, as it was crushed violently
How about
to
me? How about me? Not just the bucket, me! There's me as well, come on. It's not just the bucket. I'm here too, narrator.
It was a shame, the death of such a magnificent bucket.
Oh my
It's true
god.
that all buckets are radiant in their own way, but this one stood above the rest. It was a glorious bucket to behold.
Shut the fuck up. The bucket. Oh my god, it's the actual bucket. Welcome you. The bucket welcomes you to the grand exhibit. You are standing at the precipice of knowledge. Much like a bucket itself, the human mind is frequently empty within. Yeah. A cavernous void. But through use of the exhibit in front of you, the mind becomes fluid and rich and substantiated. Knowledge of the bucket and its history is the only true knowledge we really have. Will you take what you learn here out with you into the world? Will you accept with an open mind what may be challenging about the information in this exhibit? Will you change the lives of yourself and your loved one as a result of this exhibit? Or will you turn a blind eye and continue to live as you were, in ignorance and darkness? I don't know. Bucket? Where's my bucket? Wait, I'm not holding my bucket anymore. The female narrator took it.
Can you see how arrogant it was for Stanley to take a bucket like this and to claim it for his own? Can you see the hubris that blinded him? Can you see that the bucket is far more noble than Stanley will ever be in his short life?
A photograph of 25 buckets, the greatest number of buckets ever captured on the camera. The photographer experienced catatonic shock for several weeks as a result of this euphoria from exposure to this many buckets at once. Oh my god, I might be dead. This is 25 buckets. This is truly 25 buckets. God, I can't look at it for too long. I might go into coma. It's a joke. It's a joke. Yeah, because the bucket got crushed. Really? But then the bucket went down with me? A bucket with 2 handles. Oh shit, you're right. It's the bucket with 2 handles. This bucket is depicted as having 2 handles. Such a design has never been created in real life, having been deemed too dangerous and recklessly experimental. Every year, dozens are put to death just for attempting it. Oh my god. The sacred 2-handler. Inferno bucket. A replica of the Inferno bucket, which in the medieval era was so powerfully alluring that it drove dozens of nations to war with one another for control of it. Billions died, and yet in spite of it all, the simple fact remains, no one can control a bucket. Nah, a KOBO can definitely control the bucket. The stress bucket analogy. Worrying, negative forecasting, negative thinking, lack of reassurance. Vulnerability, size and strength of the bucket. Coping strategies equals holes. Oh, vulnerability equals size and strength of the bucket. Stress equals the level of water in the bucket. My bucket is gonna be so overflowing, it's insane. Rest and relaxation. Doing something you enjoy. Rest and relaxation, huh? Doing something you enjoy. Rest and relaxation. Just like this. The stress bucket. Presented without commentary. You saying you got a tiny bucket? No, I think my bucket's pretty big. The size of the bucket is... Oh, it didn't say the size of the bucket. Because the stress equals water. What of? Oh, size and strength of the bucket. Vulnerability. Shit, I don't know. I feel like I'm quite vulnerable now. If I'm very vulnerable, that means I have a big bucket? Or a small bucket? Hi Fang. I don't know. Oh. Oh my god, that's actually... actually caveman music. Very vulnerable means small and or a weak bucket. Shit, my bucket may be small then. What did I walk into? Bucket. We must worship bucket. Let's forget dragons for a bit. We must worship bucket. Cave drawing. While we know the bucket predate the existence of mankind, we do not know by how long. This cave drawing depicts early man's discovery of the practical uses of the bucket, by which time the bucket had already likely been around for several millennia. Notice in these drawings how the bucket is allowing itself to be used, having judged humanity to be worthy of its treasures. Uka Puka bucket good? Yeah, see? Uka Puka bucket. But, bucket? Yeah, bucket. See that? That's a bucket. We must worship bucket. Bucket transcends above all.
No man can own a bucket, and certainly not a bucket as dazzling to behold as this one. It is man who should kneel before the bucket.
Good, not woman then. The hanging bucket. This piece symbolizes the necessary relationship between bucket and humanity. However clear our grasp of the bucket may be, there is yet more that is always out of reach. This distance, inevitably, is for our own good. Oh shit! I almost got you baited. Well, I'm gonna get you baited. Oh, I didn't get you baited.
But there is something we can do. Something we can do together, you and I, that will right this terrible wrong. Let Stanley die. Let him be crushed by the machine. Don't reset the game. Don't give him another opportunity to run off with another beautiful bucket. We can save the world's buckets from their treatment as tools and implements if only we let Stanley die together. The bucket shall take its place as ruler, as leader, as commander of a new world, a new vision for...
You should have spoken faster, narrator. But what's so good about the bucket? It's the bucket. It's really good. Because it's the bucket. Yeah. Yeah, nah, you ain't worth it. I would ducked. Nah, you cannot duck that. So that was another ending. So essentially it's still the same, but with the bucket.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. The good old bucket. Just Stanley and the bucket. Off on another thrilling adventure together.
Oh! You threw a slipper. You lied to me. You threw a slipper. I couldn't believe it.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
I thought it was a ball. How could you? My feelings are hurt. You threw a slipper at me. Oh.
Stanley, we must move on from this broom closet, simply because I have... Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office. Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed, but Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him?
With setup,
Yes,
I cannot believe it. I got schmixed.
Logical explanation.
I got schmixed. Did you ever find the Dorian cheese? No. Did I miss the confusion ending? Yes. I found the confusion ending and tried to do the do the graph to its entirety. I screenshotted this one. I thought I can do it like to its fullest. This one, but apparently not. So the confusion ending left me at here, right? So I thought I can continue doing this, but I don't know how to do this. So it just sort of restarts and it just went back to normal. I don't know. But yeah, this is the confusion ending, I believe. That's a lot of honking going on. It was mistaken, and this screen was the end of the confusion ending, I think. It's okay. I'll take the confusion ending like that. It's fine.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility.
Oh wait, I shouldn't have took the bucket. I even pressed on the normal ending. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna begin the game again. Sorry, I'm not gonna take the bucket, and I'm just gonna go to the end and on the mind control facility.
All of his co-workers were gone.
Because bucket is always like
Stanley decided
the
to
second
go to the
try.
meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Red and blue, large room, lots of boxes. Still don't know where they are. Alright, broom closet.
Stanley stepped into the broom closet, but there was nothing here, so he turned around and got back on track.
No.
There was nothing here. No choice to make, no path to follow, just an empty broom closet. No
Everyone loves
reason
the
to still
broom
be
closet.
here.
Why? I don't know what to do. Don't tell me though.
It was baffling that Stanley was still just sitting in the broom closet. He wasn't even doing anything. At least if there was something to interact with, he'd be justified in some way. As it is, he's literally just standing there doing sweet FA.
FA? Broom closet.
Are you really still in the broom closet? Standing around doing nothing? Why?
I don't know.
Please offer me some explanation here. I'm genuinely confused.
I like the broom. I like the broom. I like the broom.
You do realize there's no choice or anything in here, right? If I'd said Stanley walked past the broom closet, at least you would have had a reason for exploring it to find out. But it didn't even occur to me because literally this closet is of absolutely no significance to the story whatsoever. I never would have thought to mention it.
Broom, 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 broom.
Maybe to you this is somehow its own branching path.
Yeah.
Maybe when you go talk about this with your friends, you'll say, "Oh, did you get the broom closet ending? The broom closet ending was my favourite." I hope your friends find this concerning.
Wait, that wasn't here before. Wait, this is different. Wait, this is
Stanley
different.
was fat and ugly and really, really stupid.
Hey.
He probably only got the job because of a family connection. That's how stupid he is.
Hey, that's
That or with
uncalled
drug
for.
money. Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers.
Oh shit! I don't say that. I'm gonna get banned on Twitch. I did a low blow,
Well, I've come to
narrator.
a very definite conclusion about what's going on right now. You're dead. You got to this broom closet, explored it a bit, and were just about to leave because there's nothing here when a physical malady of some sort shut down your central nervous system and you
shit.
collapsed on the keyboard. Well, in a situation like this, the responsible thing is to alert someone nearby
I'm dead.
so as to ensure that your body is taken care of before it begins to decompose.
KOBO stat, guys. Bye bye.
Hello? Anyone who happens to be nearby? The person at this computer is dead. They have fallen prey to any number of your countless human physiological vulnerabilities. It's indicative of the long-term sustainability of your species. Please remove their corpse from the area and instruct another human to take their place, making sure they understand basic first-person video game mechanics and filling them in on the history of narrative tropes in video gaming, so that the irony and insightful commentary of this game is not lost on them. All right, when you've done that, just step out into the hallway.
No. Why would I want to stab in the hallway? He died. Cheat. Yeah. Chat takes over with the streamer now? Nah. Nah, I'm still here. Nah, you're gonna take away this stuff.
Ah, second player. It's good to have you on board. I guarantee you can't do any worse than the person who came before you. You too? Unbelievable.
Oh my
I'm at the
God.
mercy of an entire species of invalids. Perhaps there's a monkey nearby you can hand the controls to. A fish? Fungus? Look, you can hammer out the details. I'm not particularly picky. I'll just be waiting for when you're ready to pick up the story again.
Because he requests you hack the game, another ending. Hack the game? Is that it? Is that it? No more interaction with this broom closet? I thought there's more. I'm gonna stay here for a little bit longer. Walk on the button and walk back. That's the thing, I cannot walk too far ahead. If I go through this door, the door will close on its own and I cannot open it. because the door closes whenever you get through, progress through the story. Let me try cheesing the door.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Let me in! No! Let me in! Oh, fuck. Well, I tried. That isn't a cheesable door, so I haven't found the one then.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, Stanley was in such a rush to get through the story as quickly as possible, he didn't even have a single minute to just let the narrator talk. That kind of anxiety isn't healthy. So
just
he
open the
relaxed
door
for a few moments with some calming new age music.
Yo, let's go. I did it.
Feeling soothed and rejuvenated, Stanley calmly walked forward into the opened passageway. Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
I'm just gonna go turn on the thing. Let's see what can I get, because it's a thing that I never did it.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out?
You missed the cheesable door? Wait, so you wouldn't say that. Plus the delay. The boss's room door? I mean, plus that. I mean,
Now
they'll be the.
jumped to life, their true nature revealed.
I
Each
did it,
bore the
Dogger
number
Mafia.
of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing. This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly? No, he refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never! It was unthinkable, wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world? But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy, or sad, or content. Walking, eating, working. All of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he would dismantle the controls once and for all.
Nah, I like button. Button good. Buttons are good.
And when at last he found the source of the room's power, he knew it was his duty, his obligation, to put an end to this horrible place and to everything it stood for.
I think the narrator is gonna be mega pissed if I do this.
Oh, Stanley, you didn't just activate the controls, did you? After they kept you enslaved all these years, you go and you try to take control of the machine for yourself. Is that what you wanted? Control? Oh, Stanley, I applaud your effort, I really do. But you need to understand, there's only so much that machine can do. You were supposed to let it go, turn the controls off, and leave. If you want to throw my story off track, you're going to have to do much better than that. I'm afraid you don't have nearly the power you think you do. For example, and I believe you'll find this pertinent, Stanley suddenly realized he had just initiated the network's emergency detonation system. In the event that this machine is activated without proper DNA identification, nuclear detonators are said to explode, eliminating the entire complex.
Oh shit.
How long until detonation then? Let's say, 2 minutes.
Oh shit.
Ah, now this is making things a little more fun, isn't it, Stanley? It's
Do I go
your
back?
time to shine. You are the star. It's your story now. Shape it to your heart's desires. Oh, this is much better than what I had in mind. What a shame we have so little time left to enjoy it. Mere moments until the bomb goes off. But what precious moments each one of them is. More time to talk about you, about me, where we're going. What all this means, I barely know where to
do I
start.
press the buttons now?
What's that? You'd like to know where your co-workers are? A moment of solace before you're obliterated? All right, I'm in a good mood. You're gonna die anyway. I'll tell you exactly what happened to them. I erased them. I turned off the machine. I set you free. Of course, that was merely in this instance of the story.
Incorrect?
Sometimes when I tell it, I simply let you sit there in your office forever, pushing buttons endlessly and then dying alone.
Tree?
Other times, I let the office sink into the ground, swallowing everyone inside, or I let it burn to a crisp. I have to say this, though, this version of events has been rather amusing. Watching you try to make sense of everything and take back the control wrested away from you, it's quite rich. I almost hate to see it go. But I'm sure whatever I come up with on the next go-around will be even better. My goodness, only 34 seconds left. But I'm enjoying this so much. You know what? To hell with it. I'm going to put some extra time on the clock. Why not?
Ayo.
These are precious additional seconds, Stanley. Time doesn't grow on trees. Oh dear me, what's the matter, Stanley? Is it that you have no idea where you're going or what you're supposed to be doing right now? Or did you just assume when you saw that timer that something in this room was capable of turning it off?
This one?
I mean, look at you. Running from button to button, screen to screen, clicking on every little thing in this room. These numbered buttons.
Fail-safe disable.
These colored ones. Or maybe this big red button. Or this door. Everything, anything.
That's
Something here will save me. Why would you think that, Stanley? That this video game can be beaten? Won? Solved? Do you have any idea what your purpose in this place is?
No.
Stanley, you're in for quite a disappointment. But here's a spoiler for you. That timer isn't a catalyst to keep the action moving along. It's just seconds ticking away to your death. You're only still playing instead of watching a cutscene because I want to watch you for every moment that you're powerless. To see you made humble.
Purple.
This is not a challenge. It's a tragedy. You wanted to control this world, that's fine. But I'm going to destroy it first, so you can't. Take a look at the clock, Stanley. That's 30 seconds you have left to struggle. 30 seconds until a big boom and then nothing. No ending here, just you being blown to pieces. Will you cling desperately to your frail life, or will you let it go peacefully? Another choice. Make it count. Or don't. It's all the same to me, all a part of the joke. And believe me, I will be laughing at every second of your inevitable life from the moment we fade in until the moment I say, happily ever after.
There has to be a way to do it. I think that has to be an ending. I mean, of course, the explosion is also one of the ending, right? Oh my gosh, I'm not gonna watch that for now. I'll keep YouTube videos and spoilers and everything, just like, yeah, I know, but oh, you can DM me on the Discord. I'll watch it afterwards. What if I bring the bucket? What if me and the bucket try to cheat the mind control system?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had... Where are we going today? The bucket asked. Stanley just smiled.
Stanley
Anywhere
just
they
smiled.
went together would be... Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
They try to cheat with the bucket. Still haven't found a room with red and blue. Mushroom, lots of boxes.
Stanley,
He just says
we
this.
must move on from this broom closet, simply because I have no remain. Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Are you saying it's this door? But I would go so much inside to... Huh?
Stepping in...
Oh! Oh! Oh shit, what I do? I did it? So that is the single door that I can cheese? Can I open this door now? No, I'm pretty sure it's not soft lock. Everything this game does is intentional, according to Hydra Killer. Can I go in the room closet now? An ending here, maybe? Oh, wait, I can come back here. Wait, all the doors just opened. Very intentional. Oh, this one is locked. It's kind of spooky. Oh, even this door is locked. Oh shit. Wait, see, it's an input. The end is never the end, it's never the end, it's never the end. Wait, that door wasn't open before? Actually kind of spooky. Everything just goes like the end is never the end, it's never the end. See, they acknowledge it. I don't think, huh? Oh shit. You're now leaving? Okay. Escape pod bay 4760. There's an absolute absence of narrator. I don't like it. These are red doors. Red and blue? Is there gonna be blue around here maybe? I mean, if I see blue, it has to be that room that has the collectible. Get the floor. I can read, I know. Please. It says escape pod. Read the pin message, please. Yeah, I never played this game too. I don't trust this. Probably something gonna happen, huh? Is the narrator gonna pop out and it's just like, nah. What? I'm saving the bucket? Save yourself, bucket. It's okay. Bye-bye, bucket. Bye-bye, bucket. Go live and be free. Oh, that's a cool ending. Okay, what about if I go there without the bucket?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room.
Oh.
Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Uh-oh. Wait, do I not get the bucket forever? Oh shit. Oh no. Okay. Is this the same? Wait, that's different? I'm getting mind fucked here. Why is it different? No, here's the same. Why is this one different?
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Let's go to the room closet.
Oh no, no, not again. I won't be part of this. I'm not going to encourage you. I'm not going to say anything at all. I'm just going to be patient and wait for you to finish whatever it is you enjoy doing so much in this room. Please take your time.
So I got to this point. And there's absolutely nothing happening. Yeah, yesterday I got to this point and then nothing happened, and then eventually I went out. I guess I have to repeatedly come back non-stop with each restart. Yeah, probably. Save the bucket now. Is there a flame hammer in here? I don't know. Hi, Dinari. The pets and boobs. Okay, let's
Coming
go.
to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Let's go do the thing. Can I cheese it again? I mean, I can. It's probably not that hard.
Okay, I think we all...
Oh, wait. The narrator knows? The narrator knows that I've been doing it? What? I cannot get in. That's cool. That's cool. That's cool. That's cool. That's cool. That's different. The computer is now normal. Okay, we're at 2 inputs again. I guess we cannot miss a single input with each restart. The narrator noticed it. He's just like, okay, we know the drill by now. Oh, why did the door disappear though? That's kind of scary. What if the narrator just stops me this time? The narrator might. What? That's it. I mean, I don't get a cutscene, but I don't get a cutscene like Bucket do. I guess that's an ending too. There's this huge office building, there's a single escape pod. I mean, I guess the narrator did explain things during the self-destruct ending, right? The narrator sort of can manipulate everything in this game. Or in this building. He erased everyone.
Stanley knew the office layout like the back of his hand. It was only a matter of time before he found the others, wherever they were.
Oh, the bucket is
Just
back.
a matter of time.
Replacement bucket. Okay, yeah, sure. Replacement bucket. Thanks. See, the game acknowledges it. It's so good. Okay, any input here that I can press? Why are you so noisy there? Why is it so... If I remember correctly, this was a legitimate soft lock in the original game, but they turned this into an ending in this one. Oh, that's so clever! Hi, Evie. There has to be something here, right? Why are you so noisy? Is there a way to climb this? Who farted? I don't see a way to climb. Maybe I'm just thinking too much. Yeah, I'm thinking too much. This one is also noisy. Okay, yeah. I'm not gonna bring the bucket because I need to go to the broom closet constantly.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
It wasn't like this before, though. I'm pretty sure anyway. God damn it. So yeah, I stopped at this point and then I stopped looking at the broom closet. I'm gonna come back and look at the broom closet again. Mason. What do I do now? Oh, I'm gonna attempt
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
I'm gonna attempt the bomb door again. I'm gonna attempt the mind control bomb again.
Here's the door, just go.
Thanks, narrator. Here's the door, just go. He's so fed up.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
Can you also skip past this one? Skip past this one, narrator?
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold?
Guess not.
Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out? Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the
427.
number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing. This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That
Wait,
his
is there gonna
emotions
be-
had been manipulated to accept it blindly?
Red and blue, red and blue. Is there gonna be any red and blue somewhere here? Maybe I can check, but even I don't know where the employee is. Nah, it's useless.
No. He refused to believe it. He couldn't
Oh,
accept it.
red and blue
His
and green?
own life in someone else's control.
But I don't even know where that
Never.
is.
It was unthinkable, wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world?
Can I give a hint for an ending? Huh? I thought you never played the game.
But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions.
Hi,
Happy,
cheesecake.
or sad, or content. Walking, eating, working. All of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold
It's
reality
okay,
of his
I'll figure out
past
the game on
began
my
to sink
own.
in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert it.
Okay, go,
Oh,
go, 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 go.
You didn't just activate the controls, did you? After they kept you enslaved all these years, you go and you try to take control of the machine for yourself. Is that what you wanted? Control? Oh, Stanley, I applaud your effort, I really do. But you need to understand, there's only so much that machine can do. You were supposed to let it go, turn the controls off, and leave. If you want to throw my story off track, you're going to have to do much better than that. I'm afraid you don't have nearly the power you think you do. For example, and I believe you'll find this pertinent, Stanley suddenly realized he had just initiated the network's emergency detonation system. In the
That's
event that this
adorable.
machine is activated without proper DNA identification, nuclear detonators
shit.
are said to explode, eliminating the entire complex. How long until detonation then? Let's say, 2 minutes. Ah, now this is making things a little more fun, isn't it, Stanley? It's your time to shine. You are the star. It's your story now.
Level 4?
Shape it to your heart's desires. Oh, this is much better than what I had in mind. What a shame we have so
Executing
little
button
time
in-
left to enjoy it. Mere moments until the bomb goes off. But
too
what
purple.
precious moments each one of them is. More time to talk about you,
I mean, we're for
about me, where we're going,
two?
what all this means. I barely know where to start. What's that? You'd like to know where your co-workers are? A moment of solace before you're obliterated? All right, I'm in a good mood. You're gonna die anyway. I'll tell you exactly what happened to them. I erased them. I turned off the machine. I set you free. Of course, that was merely in this instance of the story. Sometimes when I tell it, I simply let you sit there in your office forever, pushing buttons endlessly
Dark
and then
blue
dying
one?
alone. Other times, I let the office sink into the ground, swallowing
says dark blue
everyone
one.
inside, or I let it burn to a crisp.
I'm not even listening to
I
the
have to
narrator
say
anymore.
this, though, this version of events has been rather amusing. Watching you try to make sense of everything and take back the control wrested away from you, it's quite rich. I almost hate to see
3
it
attempts
go.
remaining.
But I'm sure whatever I come up with on the next go-around will be even better. My goodness,
Is this
only
purple or dark
34
blue?
seconds left. But I'm enjoying this so much. You know what? To hell with it. I'm going to put some extra time on the clock.
Red tree? Wait. Oh, I'm really... I was zooming this whole time. Didn't realize. Okay, and let's play like this.
Why not? These are precious additional seconds, Stanley. Time doesn't
Red
grow on
tree.
trees. Oh dear me,
Oh.
what's the matter, Stanley? Is it that you have no idea where you're going
Did I
or what
find
you're
it?
supposed to be doing right
No.
now? Or did you just assume when you saw that timer that something in this room
Another
was
dark
capable
blue
of turning
one.
it off? I mean, look at you.
Was that
running from
was that
button to
red
button,
tree?
screen to
This is not
screen,
dark blue
clicking
one.
on every little thing in this room. These numbered buttons, no, these colored ones, or maybe this big red button, or this door. Everything, anything, something here will save me. Why would you think that, Stanley? That this video game can be beaten? Won? Solved? Do you have any
Maybe if I press
idea
that and
what
then
your
press
purpose
tree.
in this place is? But you really believe there's an answer? How many times will you replay this bit, looking desperately for a solution? 10? 100? 1,000? I look forward to finding out and to watching the bomb go off each time you fail. Just you and me and the retching explosion of fire and metal over and over and over for all of eternity. And Stanley died again. And Stanley died again.
It's different.
And Stanley died again. Take a look at the clock, Stanley. That's 30 seconds you have left to struggle. 30 seconds until a big boom and then nothing.
That door is a debate,
No ending
right?
here. Just you being blown to pieces. Will you cling desperately to your frail life? Or will you let it go peacefully?
Yeah, it's a debate.
Another choice. Make it count. Or don't. It's all the same to me. All a part of the joke. And believe me, I will be laughing at every second of your inevitable life from the moment we fade in until the moment I say, happily ever up.
There has to be a way. It feels like it's not impossible. Network is correct. I think it might be impossible. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. It might be Yeah, the camera shake is a bit too much towards the end. It's okay. I feel like it's... Yeah, I feel like it's possible. It's definitely
Someone was
possible.
following Stanley. He was sure of it. If he checked over his shoulder now, he would surely catch them. It was only a matter of time.
You... Don't... Don't say that, narrator. You're gonna scare the fuck out of me.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
I'm gonna go to the broom closet again. Are you... No. Maybe one more time? I mean, persistence is the key. I know by playing this game for a long
Coming to
time.
a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Thanks.
Here's the door, just go.
Here's the door, just go. God, I love the narrator. Narrator is amazing.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
It's just kind of unfortunate that I have to go through this multiple times.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself.
Just now
Did he
I
have
was
the strength
pressing a few
to
buttons that
find
didn't
out?
trigger the incorrect button. So I was kind of surprised, which is also why I feel like it's not impossible.
Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing. This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly? No, he refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never! It was unthinkable. Wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world?
It's kind of sad how I cannot just
But
skip
here
past
was
this
the
part.
proof, the heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life.
Big
For
number
he
button.
would dismantle the controls once and for all. Oh, Stanley, you didn't just activate the controls, did you? After they kept you enslaved all these years, you go and you try to take control of the machine for yourself. Is that what you wanted? Control?
I know 5, so
Oh, Stanley,
1, 2, 3. Is
I
that
applaud
4?
your effort, I really
That looks like
do.
4
But
and
you
then
need to
5.
understand,
But I
there's
never
only
seen a
so much
4
that
before.
machine can do. You were supposed to let it go, turn the controls off, and leave. If you want to throw my story off track, you're going to have to do much better than that.
I kind of
I'm
like the
afraid you
evil
don't have
narrator.
nearly the power you think you do. For example, and I believe you'll find this pertinent, Stanley
Evil
suddenly
narrator is
realized
cool.
he had just initiated the network's emergency detonation system. In the event that this machine is activated without proper DNA identification, nuclear detonators are said to explode, eliminating the entire complex. How long until detonation then? Let's say, 2 minutes. Ah, now this is making things a little more fun, isn't it, Stanley? It's your time to shine. You are the star. It's your story now. Shape it to your heart's desires. Oh, this is much better than what I had in mind. What a shame we have so little time left to enjoy
Pinkish
it.
purple
Mere
fall.
moments until the bomb goes off. But what precious moments each one of them is. More time to talk about you, about me, where we're going, what all this means. I barely know where to start. What's that? You'd like to know where your
Enable
co-workers
backup
are?
power to activate.
A moment of solace before you're obliterated? All right, I'm in a good mood. You're gonna die anyway. I'll tell you exactly what happened to them. I erased them. I turned off the machine. I set you
Dark blue
free.
one.
Of course, that was merely in this instance of the story. Sometimes when I tell it, I simply let you sit there in your office forever,
Oh, wait,
pushing buttons endlessly and then dying alone. Other times, I let the office sink into the ground, swallowing everyone inside, or I let it burn to a crisp.
Just now when I pressed the
I have
button,
to
it
say
didn't
this,
trigger
though,
incorrect,
this
right?
version of events has been rather amusing.
There's multiple
Watching
pinkish
you try to make
purple.
sense of everything and take back the control
My guess
wrested
is
away from you.
if
It's
this one,
rich.
if doesn't
Almost hate
trigger,
to see it go.
if this one doesn't trigger
I'm
the
sure
two
whatever I come up
incorrect,
with on the next go around
it
will
doesn't.
be even better.
My guess
My
is
goodness, only 34
press a
seconds left.
color
But I'm
button,
enjoying this
press
so
2,
much.
press another
You
color
know what?
button,
To
press
hell
2,
with
press
it.
another color
I'm
button,
going to
press
put
2.
some extra time on the clock. Why not?
Fuck.
These are precious
Well,
additional
it is a
seconds,
guess.
Stanley. Time doesn't grow on trees. Oh dear me, what's the matter, Stanley? Is it that you have no idea where you're going or what you're supposed to be doing right now? Or did you just assume when you saw that timer that something in this room was capable of turning it off? I mean, look at you. Running from button to button, screen to screen, clicking on every little thing in this room. These numbered buttons, no, these colored ones. Or maybe this big red button, or this door. Everything, anything, something here will save me. Why would you think that, Stanley? That this video game can be beaten? Won? Solved? Do you have any idea what your purpose in this place is? But you really believe there's an answer? How many times will you replay this bit, looking desperately for a solution? 10? 100? 1,000?
Okay, that didn't
I
trigger
look forward
incorrect.
to finding out
So I
and to
press
watching the bomb go
this
off
one.
each time you fail.
Did I
Just
press this
you
one?
and me and the retching explosion of fire and metal over and over and over for all of eternity. And Stanley died again. And Stanley died again. And Stanley died again.
Oh shit, was it too
Take a
late?
look at the clock, Stanley. That's 30 seconds you have left to struggle. 30 seconds until a big boom and then nothing. No ending here.
Wait, did I
Just
press that
you
one?
being
I don't
blown to
remember.
pieces. Will you cling desperately to your frail life? Or will you let it
It's
go
possible,
peacefully?
right? My guess.
Another choice. Make it count. Or don't. It's all the same to me. All a part of the joke. And believe me, I will be laughing at every second of your inevitable life from the moment we fade in until the moment I say, happily ever after.
I think it's possible. Towards the last few buttons, I didn't trigger a wrong. I didn't trigger incorrect. So there has to be a sequence to. So yeah, my guess was color back to number, and then another color back to color, another color back to number. That's my guess.
All
And let me
his
go to the broom
co-workers
closet
were
again.
gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
It's always different here. It's different again. Is it because I blew up the facility?
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open
A
doors,
grouping of
he
4
entered the
computers
door
with
on
buttons
his
directly
left.
opposite the room from the big screen. That would be my only guess, but it is a guess. Yeah, so far we can only guess with that. Narrator villain arc. I like narrator's villain. Basically the office more. I think I spent 6
Coming
hours
to a staircase,
investigating the
Stanley
office
walked
last time.
upstairs to his boss's office. Here's the door. Just go.
I'll go with my own pace. For now I think I'm just gonna try to like
Stanley walked straight ahead through the
figure
large
out
door
something
that
with
read
the
mind control facility.
It's possible. I feel like it's definitely possible.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley
Give a
thought to
hint from the
himself.
wiki pass.
Did
Only
he
try
have
that
the
grouping of
strength
computers
to
first.
find out?
I can try that one.
Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed.
I feel like we're
Each
onto
bore
something.
the number of an employee in the building. Stanley's
If only I can.
co-workers.
If only I can skip this
Lives
part.
of
That'll be
so many
great.
individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing. This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly? No, he refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never! It was unthinkable, wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world? But here was the proof, the heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions.
Okay,
Happy,
opposite the big
or
screen.
sad, or content.
This one?
Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he would dismantle the controls once and for all.
They don't really have pinkish pinkish purple or dark blue. I think it's red, green, yellow, blue. We'll see. We'll see. That's my thoughts, purely because they all have colored buttons. A sequence in the obvious video gamey. Here, these are the right ones, Patton. I'll try it. I'll
And when
definitely
at
try
last
it.
he found the source of the... Oh, Stanley, you didn't just activate the controls, did you? After they kept you enslaved all these years, you go and you try to take control of the machine for yourself. Is that what you wanted? Control? Oh, Stanley, I applaud your effort, I really do. But you need to understand, there's only so much that machine can do. You were supposed to let it go, turn the controls off, and leave. If you want to throw my story off track, you're going to have to do much better than that.
Wait, these are numbers. I have keypads. 005.
I'm afraid you don't have nearly the power you think you do. For
0521,
example,
0142, and
find this
0001.
pertinent.
Do they do something?
Stanley suddenly realized he had just initiated the network's emergency detonation system. In the event that this machine is activated without proper DNA identification, nuclear
0521.
detonators are said to explode, eliminating the entire complex. How
I could
long
just
until
write them down.
detonation then? Let's say
I could just write them down.
2 minutes.
2 minutes.
Ah, now this is making things a little more fun, isn't it, Stanley? It's your time to shine. You are the star. It's your story now. Shape it to your heart's desires. Oh, this is much better than what I had in mind. What a shame we have so little time left to enjoy it. Mere moments until the bomb goes off. But what precious moments each one of them is. More time to talk about you, about me, where we're going, what all this means. I barely know where to start. What's that? You'd like to know where your co-workers are? A moment of solace before you're obliterated? All right, I'm in a good mood. You're gonna die.
Oh,
anyway.
it's a
I'll tell you
one-go-only
exactly what
thing?
happened to them.
I guess that's like an easy
I turned off the
way,
machine
one
to
go
set you
only
free.
thing.
Of course, that was merely in this instance of the story. Sometimes
But
when
that
I tell
is
it,
something.
I simply let you sit there in your office forever, pushing buttons endlessly and then dying alone. Other times, I let the office sink into the ground, swallowing everyone inside, or
Okay,
I
let me
it
try my
burn to a
guess.
crisp. I have to say this though, this version
Okay, what you're doing right now, Kobo, but you better eat for
Watching
me
you
for the
try
next
to
2
make sense
minutes.
of everything and take back the control wrested away from you, it's quite rich. I almost hate to see it go. But I'm sure whatever I come up with on the next go-around will be even better. My goodness, only 34
Okay, I'll
seconds
give.
left. But I'm enjoying this
Give me a
so
second.
much. You
Hi,
know what?
Roxas.
To
Hi,
hell
Crypt.
with it. I'm going to put some extra time on the clock. Why not?
It was this one,
These are
right?
precious additional seconds, Stanley. Time doesn't grow on trees. Oh dear me, what's the matter, Stanley? Is it that you have no idea where you're going or what you're supposed to be doing right now? Or did you just assume when you saw that timer that something in this room was capable of turning it off? I mean, look at you. Running from button to button, screen to screen, clicking on every little thing in this room. These numbered buttons, no, these colored ones. Or maybe this big red button, or this door. Everything, anything, something here will save me. Why would you think that, Stanley? That this video game can be beaten? Won? Solved? Do you have any idea what your purpose in this place is? But you really believe there's an answer? How many times will you replay this bit, looking desperately for a solution? 10? 100? 1,000? I look forward to finding out and to watching the bomb go off each time you fail. Just you and me and the retching explosion of fire and metal over and over and over for all of eternity. And Stanley died again. And Stanley died again.
Only computer buttons, I guess?
Stanley died again. Take a look at the clock, Stanley. That's
computer
30 seconds
button-
you have left to struggle. 30 seconds until a big boom and then nothing. No ending.
Computer
Just you being
buttons
blown to pieces. Will you cling
trigger the
desperately
ink
for your
correct?
life, or will you let it go peacefully? Another choice.
There are
Make it
some...
count.
So there are multiple
It's all the
different
same to me, all
things
a
that I
part of
can
the show.
do.
And believe me, I will be laughing at every second of your inevitable life from the moment we fade in until the moment I say happily ever after.
There's multiple different... I'm sorry, you guys can probably hear the rain noises because it's very loud. Sorry. Yeah, I feel like you guys can hear the rain noises. Yeah, it's raining very heavily.
Here. Okay, there we go. You guys should not be able to hear from this microphone. There's the backup power. Backup power. Colored buttons. There's multiple different kinds of color buttons in there. There's also the passcode that you just saw. It's kind of tough. But it's so intricate that I think it's actually possible. If it's impossible, then why give the 2 minutes or even 4 minutes for that whole thing? I feel like it's possible. I feel like it's not impossible. I feel like it's definitely possible to pass through that shit.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Let me try the bucket this time.
A good bucket. A strong bucket. A humble bucket.
A humble
committed
bucket.
A bucket of culture and distinction. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Humble bucket. Let me know if you find the words from Wiki. Alright. Let me try a few more times first. If I need
Stanley,
help,
we must move on from this broom
I'll tell you
closet,
about it,
simply
thank you.
because I have no... Coming to a staircase,
Got to go, alright.
Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office. Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire, if not for the soothing
What's the
presence
number
of
again?
the bucket. Even
051.
now, in his darkest of hours, did the bucket's warmth and guiding light pierce the dark
oh
clouds
shit,
of
I entirely
confusion
forgot
and
about the
chaos.
numbers.
It would be
04
with him
something something.
always. The bucket would. And he knew it. The two of them were inseparable. At this point, Stanley was so absorbed in the tender spiritual connection he shared with the bucket that
the
he
numbers
didn't
from the
notice the
room.
keypad behind the boss's
You
desk.
remember any of them?
Nor in his bliss
I
of
should
simply
write it
being
down.
near the bucket did he have any notion that the pin number for the keypad was
0001?
2845.
They must have some sort of significance.
But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
I wonder if it's gonna play out the same with the bucket in.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility. The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves. The monitors jumped to life, and Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock. Everyone in the office was being videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs. The bucket had never seen anything like this, and it very nearly burst into tears as Stanley cradled it gently, reassuring it that everything would be fine. Was the bucket under the mind control facility's influence as well? Had the bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do? What
I can try one
kinds
more
of
time, and
things
then
does a
I'm
bucket
gonna
want
go
to
find
do
new endings.
Or not want to do in the first place?
I think I know what to
These
do.
questions raised
I have a few
furiously in
ideas.
Stanley's feeble mind. No! He screamed into the bucket. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control. Never! He squeezed the bucket tighter. His one friend in the entire world. At this point, he could trust no
I
one
screamed to the
except
bucket.
for the bucket.
No!
But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy, or sad, or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided
go.
that this... But at the last second, the bucket jumped in and pressed the button to turn on the controls.
Oh no.
Stanley gasped in horror. Had this been the bucket's plan all along? To take over the machine and claim the power for itself? How could the bucket have betrayed him like this?
Bucket,
Stanley was
no!
prepared to throw the bucket away in disgust when suddenly an image appeared upon the enormous screen. Birds. Silly, silly birds. The control buttons became active again.
See, silly birds. Bucket. Silly birds. Birds. No, look at that.
Stanley flipped through one video of silly birds after another, and then it dawned on him. This wasn't a mind control facility at all.
Birds.
It was a facility for monitoring and
so many
surveilling
birds.
silly birds all over the
Penguin.
world. The
Yeah.
mind controls were only a facade to disguise its true intentions.
Well, what is this bird?
Had the bucket known this all along? Stanley marveled at the metal genius in his hands, the one who had pointed him towards this incredible discovery. Stanley and the bucket never found freedom because they spent the rest of their lives here in this place, flipping through live streams of the silliest birds imaginable. Of all the possible paths his life could have taken,
It's a toucan,
this
right?
one was surely the best. And Stanley was happy.
Stanley is happy. Duck or goose. Never found freedom because they were looking at birds' mood. Okay, that's a nice ending. That's a better ending.
The meeting room. Yes, that's where everyone would be. Stanley just needed to get to the meeting room, and from then on, he would never be alone ever again.
I don't know about the broom closet ending because the broom closet just gets barred off now. I'm gonna defy narrator. At the storage room, I think, the one with cargo lift.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it
I'm gonna jump
perfectly
off.
well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. Ah, yes, truly a room worth admiring. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
Alright, let's do a simple one of... Oh shit.
But in his eagerness to prove that he is in control of the story and no one gets to tell him what to do, Stanley leapt from the platform and plunged to his death. Good job, Stanley. Everyone thinks you are very powerful.
Oh hell yeah, I'm very powerful. And that's worth. KOBO is very powerful.
Stanley had never seen the office this brightly lit. Was it a sign of something? He hoped it was. He hoped very much that it was.
Jumping to death ending. That's a very short one. Also, I forgot about the input. Ah, god damn it. What's with the input? There has to be something about the input. Okay, let's go back to that room. There has to be some branching path that I can do over there.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well.
There is? Okay, yeah, good
Perhaps
to
he
know.
wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. Wow. Yes, this room. What a beautiful room. What a gorgeous, gorgeous room. Thank goodness Stanley had taken this detour on his way to the meeting room. Life without having experienced this room was now too horrible even to consider. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Wow, this room. This gorgeous room.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
See, that's the thing. I know I can jump off the cargo. Can I jump off on that railing? Only one way to find out. Am I right?
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here.
It has to be possible. It has to be possible.
I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact
Okay, it's gonna
is
go
that the
forward, right?
story
I'm gonna
has
jump
been
off here.
about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something
so
beautiful.
offended.
Look, let me prove it.
Okay.
Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance.
Yeah? Danger everywhere. Alright, do it. Come on. You won't. Coward. Do it.
Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley
Red and
walked
blue.
through the red door.
Red and blue.
You're getting close now, Stanley. You've nearly gotten all of the Figler Anarines.
Figler Anarines.
You'll collect the last one, and then the first number will equal the second number, and that will be it. We'll be different people by then. Different in the sense that we used to have none of them, and now we have them all. You can't go back to when you had no Figler Anarines.
Figler Anarines. That is such a mouthful. What did he say? I genuinely don't know what he said. Did you guys hear? Or I was just like, oh my god, red and blue, and just I ran straight for it. And curse you, Figler Anarines. He said red though. Let's listen to him.
Oh, thank God you are willing to listen to me. Do you see that I really have wanted you to be happy all this time? The problem is all these choices. The two of us always trying to get somewhere that isn't here. Running and running and running, just the way you're doing right now. Don't you see that it's killing us, Stanley? I wanted to stop.
Wait.
We would both be so much happier if we just stopped. And I think I have a solution. Here, let me show you.
Wait, that was kind of scary though.
What do we want? What are we looking for?
Whoa, what is this?
Here. Yes. Oh, it's beautiful, isn't it?
Yeah.
If we just stay right here, right in this moment with this place, Stanley, I think I feel happy. I actually feel happy.
I like it. It's shiny. It's shiny, I want it. Looks like cloud. I kinda want to nom it. I want to bite it. I want to bite it. Just... intrusive thoughts, I think. I kinda want it though. Whoa! Wait, did I came from here? Is this a bitrate destroyer? It might be bitrate destroyer. Not these ones, just now those ones. I kinda like it. It's actually not destroying as much. Oh, nice! I like it here. Thanks for the head pet. Red and green. I want to eat it. It looks delicious. That looks very delicious. You know what these looks like? Glutinous rice balls. They kind of do. Like I'm not joking. They look like glutinous rice balls. Maybe it's inspired by that. Even the shape and the color is like it too, because this is like the most common color, a pink reddish tone in between. Ow. No more green though. That's my color. That's kind of my fur color. Look at that. Look at those colors. I'm gonna stay here until this thing is gone. I feel there's gonna be something here. I'm stubborn. I'm quite stubborn. And into one big glutinous rice balls. I wanna eat it. Oh yeah, that's good. Oh hey. Oh, okay, so they just repeat. This is nice. It's the warm and cold mood, it feels like. Pretty. I like it. I actually like it here. You know, this will warrant a blep. There. To this room, I give it a blep out of 10. I think there's nothing here. Okay, yeah. I mean, it's great. Let's leave.
No, wait. Where are you going?
Whoa.
Oh no. Stay away from those stairs. If you hurt yourself, if you die, the game will reset. We'll lose all of this.
Can I go back then?
Good, good. We can't be too safe. Promise me you won't go back there. Just stay here.
Okay.
No. What do we talk about? You're risking everything we achieved here.
Oh, narrator. Okay.
Are you... You are going to stay here, aren't you?
Yeah, I will.
You heard me before, didn't you? You will die. What about this isn't getting through to you?
Okay. Now, KOBO is very experienced in this already, I feel like. You know, I keep getting yeeted by everyone. Everyone picks me up, everyone yeets me around. It's just a bit of a fall damage. It should be fine. Don't worry about it. I got this. Look, it's just full damage, 50% health. That's pretty much it.
Please, no, Stanley, let me stay here. Don't take this from me. Please, Stanley, think about what you're doing.
Whee!
No!
Oh.
Oh, thank God you lived. You had me worried there for a moment. Now, can we please get back to the other room?
See, I told you. I'm actually walking slower now. It's just fall damage. Do you think that way in real life? Probably. Do not. Don't. Wait.
There.
It's a joke.
See?
It's a joke.
This is what you want. This is where we can both be happy. We really can. If we stop moving,
Don't.
we just have to stop moving.
Don't fall from high places. It's dangerous. Okay.
Stanley, go back. There's nothing good that can come from this.
Okay. It's only my legs that will break. I can live with that. I can get digitigrade prosthetic legs. Or become a pirate.
No. No, no. What are you doing? Do you just not believe me? What can I say to convince you?
I think I skipped a part, sorry. I didn't think it's gonna speak that much. Oops. My bad. Whee!
Stanley, let's go back to the other room. Can you do that for me?
Yeah. Ow. My leg.
Yes. Perhaps you can. Perhaps you finally see what I'm talking about.
Ow. Oh, my leg.
I know you'll see. You'll see that we can't be happy if we leave this place. You can see that, can't you?
It's just repeating this pattern now, narrator. I don't like it. I like the pretty glutinous rice balls, and then now you just took it away from me. I'm pissed. I'm mad, narrator. I'm gonna go.
Perhaps not.
I'm gonna go back to the stairs. You took away my glutinous rice balls, you're gonna pay.
My God, is this really how much you dislike my game?
Wait, no, that's
That
not
you'll
it.
throw yourself from this platform over and over to be rid of it?
Oh wait, no,
You are
actually.
literally willing to kill yourself to keep me from
Don't
being
say that.
happy.
Oh God.
Am I reading the situation correctly?
You don't just say that. I'm gonna get banned. God damn it. Oh, hi, Diehard Dwarf. Why KOBO that? Because that room was pretty, but then they took away my glutinous rice balls, and now I'm doing this. It took away the pretty lights. I would go jump now. Those are not lights. Those are food. Glutinous rice balls. Whee!
Or maybe you're just getting a kick out of it. I don't know anymore. I just wanted us to get along. But I guess that was too much to ask. It looks like you wanted to make a choice after all. Well, this one is you. Do you actually want to stay alive? Or are you just teasing me?
I'm pretty much just teasing you. Get him. He has strength. Nice. Strength good. Strength good.
I wanted us to be happy here, Stanley. I really did. I still thought that was possible.
I have removed the stack when it's triggering my PTSD. Yeah, I'm sorry. This game has PTSD topics. Alright, it has some heavy topics. Sorry, no. It's okay. If it triggers anything bad from you, please mute the stream. Go away. Don't look. Alright. I didn't think this game has something like this. Alright, I'm pretty much looking at this at a very funny way. Yeah, please take care of yourself. If this triggers anything bad, again, leave. Don't look. Alright, I'm serious. Leave and don't look. Oh, until this segment is over. Because even I don't know what's happening with this game. It just sort of happens. Alright? I apologize in advance. So, again, if this triggers anything bad in you, leave. And yeah, thank you, Ixon. That's very nice of you. Okay, I'm gonna still do this segment. I'm still gonna do this segment. Okay, please don't look at. I'm looking at this in the most non-serious way. All right, so again, please take care of yourself. This is I do not condone any action like this ever. All right. Actions like this, the S word is not the answer. Okay? But this is a game. This is a funny game. I'm looking at this in a game humorous way. All in all, I think just don't. I'm trying not to take this seriously. This is not supposed to be like a serious topic. All right. So, yeah, take care. All right, take care. Yeah. I should have mentioned this earlier, but this actually didn't occur to me, so I'm sorry. Okay. Oh, narrator doesn't even want to struggle anymore. Narrator, that's not it, narrator. I'm being forced to do this. There's nothing else for me to do. Whee!
Is it over? It's going to restart, isn't it? I'm going back.
I'm going back. Oh my god. Narrator is so defeated. Oh. Well, that was one hell of an ending. We have a phone call? Oh, it's you again.
Good morning. Thank you for contacting the Future Happiness Foundation. We are confirming your shipment of 1,327 cardboard boxes to your place of work. Can you verify that this is correct? Excellent. Your order will arrive shortly. Thank you again for contacting the Future Happiness Foundation.
1327 boxes? Is it supposed to be a code? Okay, let me type 1327 on chat. I can try it when I try the keypad. Maybe it's a keypad code. You know, 4 numbers? Why would I order 4? Why would I order so much card boxes, you know? There has to be a code. Yeah, it's over. Thanks, Ixon. Wait, what? Oh, the bucket. Okay, let me define. I'm gonna define. Yeah, there's more things to do there, right? Once I jump down, there are more choices down
When
there.
Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. The lounge was sublime, a work of art. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance.
So I went to the red door, I listened to narrator. This time I can go to the blue door.
Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door.
Oh, I think this is red.
Aha, perhaps you misunderstood. Stanley walked through the red door.
Whoa. Nuh-uh. Nuh-uh.
I still don't think we're communicating properly. Stanley walked through the red door.
Red. Aha.
All right, fine. Go ahead, Stanley. You want to know so badly what's out there? You want to find out what lies at the end of this road you've chosen? Well, don't let me stop you.
What is
You
this
see?
way?
There's nothing here.
Oh shit.
I haven't even finished building this section of the map because you were never supposed to be here in the first place.
Uh-oh.
Broken rooms, exposed developer textures. Is this what you had wanted?
Yeah.
Was it worth ruining the entire story I had written out specifically for you? Do you not think I put a lot of time into that? Because I did. And in the end, it was all for nothing. Because this is what you wanted to see. Help me here, Stanley. Help elucidate these strange and unknowable desires of yours. What would have made this game better? What did you want to see? Vehicles? Skill trees?
I want
Work
skill
with me.
trees.
You've given me absolutely nothing so far.
Skill tree.
Tell you what. Let me take a stab in the dark at a new design and you can give me some feedback. There we go. A third option. This
Oh.
already feels leaps ahead of where we were before. Go ahead, Stanley.
shit.
Take it for a spin.
Yo, but there's 2 doors though. Shit, there's so many choices. Let's go here.
Okay, I'm going to stop you there.
Mm-hmm.
Now, tell me about your experience with this new version. Would you say that the game benefited from allowing you more choices?
Oh
Feel
my
free
God.
to be honest. I'm looking for some real critical feedback here.
More choices is a yes in my
Aha!
book.
You see, I knew I was onto something. Where do these flashes of inspiration come from?
I don't
How
know,
did
you're
I
a
know
genius.
The game needed a third door.
What a
Well,
genius.
it's instinct mostly, a calling in your gut. I really couldn't say where the idea came from, except that I felt it in my soul. You can't teach that, Stanley. Don't even try.
I'm not trying. It's
Here,
all you.
Based on the data from your previous playthrough, I've compiled a new version. And to be perfectly candid, I think I've knocked it out of the park with this one. Let's take a look.
Oh my god, I'm so excited. Yo, worldwide leaderboard? Good old Neil, Skid, Nicho Nacho, Vola, Holgar. These are not real people, is it? No, it's not. 31% of players skipped the intro sequence. Only the worst 3% of players chose the blue door. I'm more to than Stanley. Hey, yo. How long does it take you to get the correct door? Compete against others to improve your Stanley Parable career. Why not ask some friends for help? Yo, just you rank. Oh, I'm the last? Let's go. Dude, that takes skill. It's impossible to get last place in worldwide leaderboard, I'm telling you. This is just superior. A dead rat. A dead rat. No, why is it a dead rat? Oh, that's amazing. This is the best leaderboard in the game. You truly knock it out of the park, this one. 2 seconds, you're fucking hacking. Narrator knocked it out of the park with this one. Alright, let's go to the third door. Definitely hacking. I know, right? God damn, 2 seconds.
Now, would you say that competitive leaderboard helped you feel motivated to keep walking through doors? Again, honest answers, please.
Oh, I don't know. That leaderboard made me want to look at the leaderboard. It doesn't make me want to... It doesn't make me feel like I want to go through the door. I think it misses the point. I want to look at the leaderboard now. And I don't want to go through doors. I will give it a 3 this time. I'm still motivated to go through door after I look at the leaderboard. You know, after. You know, the leaderboard being there makes me want to look at it because there's a lot of moving stuff and I like it. You know, so a 3 on this one.
Hey, I nearly forgot. I've got a prototype of a new game I've been working on, and now would be a lovely opportunity to give it some playtesting.
Oh my god,
You wouldn't
yes.
mind taking a look at it, would you?
I'm your playtester.
Let me boot it up.
Yo, oh my god.
In this game, the baby crawls left towards danger. You click the button to move him back to the right, and if he reaches the fire, you fail. It's a very meaningful game, all about the desperation and tedium of endlessly confronting the demands of family life. I think the art world will really take notice. But of course, the message of the game only becomes clear once you've been playing it for about 4 hours. So why don't you give it 4 hours of play to make sure it's effective?
It's a
Be
terrible
sure to keep
game.
notes on your experience.
It's a terrible game. Oh my god, it's giving me PTSD. The fucking the baby noise is giving me I hate it. It's so loud. It's so loud. It's it's so fucking loud. Yo, leave forest to go. You can do it. Yeah, I got this. It really does take 4 hours. And there's an ending for it? No fucking way. I'm going deaf. DEAF. Do I actually have to be here for 4 hours? Don't distract me. Don't distract me. I get distracted. I get... No distraction. No distraction. I cannot get distracted. No bucket. No bucket. No bucket. This is stupid. There's no time to hydrate this baby. This is safe. I cannot just save the baby. And just save the baby. My ears hurt. Oh, hi Solar. I'm jamming. Kami and Tira is making baby dubstep. It is dubstep. KOBO to stop the dubstep. Why do I want to stop the dubstep? It's a jam. Damn, what a jam. Was that fart? That was a little fart. This ending takes, I think, 3 hours. Is it gonna change any moment? Actual 3 hours? You know, I believe it. It's probably gonna take 4 hours for this. Hello, Nexus. Hello. Hi. Like it does take 4 hours from the very start, but should it changes the parameters into shorter time? Steals Nexus? Have you seen Nexus though? Nexus is big, vibrant dragon. I saw the ref last night. It was so good. It's a puppy? Oh no! Wait, that's even worse.
Good to see that enthusiasm. Keep it up, Stanley. Just 3 hours and 45 minutes left to go.
No fucking way, really? Fucking narrator. Hi, yes, I'm gonna do unspeakable things to you, but nothing bad, I promise. Really? How about me? Huh? How about me, though? I've been here for 15 minutes for real. Really? I'm still here. The puppy should be coming soon, maybe at the 20 or 30 minute mark. Sounds like 30-minute mark because 15 minutes and then the narrator speaks a little bit, so probably I think 30 minutes. This is about 1 second per tick. Oh, hi, Mrs. McPine. Hello. I'm following obvious timer. I know I'm stubborn, but this is beyond my limit. 4 hours of this? I mean, I would say, you know, do people actually do this? But then again, I live in Earth. You know what I mean? I live in Earth. There's 200% of people did this before. For the full entirety of 4 hours, okay? Like, 100%, 200% people did this. They're gonna go insane. Hey, same, let's go. Maybe we can play some phone games, I guess. Here. I'm having phone now. I have my phone on hand. Oh, I can play some Dislide! Yo, I've been playing Dislide back these days. Okay, you can check the wiki, it's fine. Unspeakable things that aren't bad as an interesting concept. How is a bird stealing entire Durg anyway? Well, I would say a Durg can... Well, you see this bird is particularly big in size. But of course, you know, in my mind, there's like a bird trying to pull a dragon now, and the dragon is like, oh, and just like fly away with the bird as if getting kidnapped by the bird. You know that you know that, oh fine, and I'm just playing pretend, then fly away with the bird. I don't know, that idea always in my brain is like so adorable. Yes, I'm not kidding. I'm actually playing Dislide. Like I'm not even joking at this point. I'm playing Dislide. I wish they'll make more characters like Daylon. More Daylon, that would be great. But no, only one reptilian character. There's a few furry characters in the game, but nothing beats a good old reptilian character, honestly. Oh yeah, I'm a returning player. I'm getting so many good stuffs. Okay, that's all the dailies done. That was fast. All the daily done on this light. I should probably go fight some cube invasion, I guess. I pushed my mouse. Whoa. Okay. Careful, man. Careful. Okay, so the puppy gets added in 2-hour mark. I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that. I really am not. Oh, this one's the higher the tank, the better, I think. But I still want damage. Oh wait, I can get speed. Okay, speed, one tank, follow-up damage. I don't think I need Javi here. Do I get the red chili spice? Yeah, at 2 hours the puppy gets added, and then at 4 hours the game finishes and the true meaning of all art is revealed. Yo! That's kinda tempting though. 2 hours? Oh, you have an auto-clicker? I don't have an auto-clicker. Oh my god. Narixu!
Automatic subscription go
Why? Brian was laughing towards the end. TTS Brian, that is. Thank you, Narix. 11 months, that's almost a year. Wow! Narix, I'm playing Dislide, so yeah, hi. I'm playing my phone because I'm waiting for this shit. Well, actually I don't think I want to do this, but let me just fight this guild boss real quick. Shit, what did I bring? Javid is not good because it's a one-on-one. It's not a team-based one. I need a single target. Single target. Data? I mean, Brewster is good. Brewster... Oh, I need heal. I probably need to bring... Let's bring this heal. Let me try. I'm so glad I have Brewster and Javid. And also... I mean, Daylon is number one. Daylon is the best. Oh, it's looking good. 100k from one hit, let's go. AP reduction, let's go. Sanders, OP. Speed down, let's go. Oh, the heal is bad. It's too slow. Yes, that's a bad one. Oh, I'm probably gonna need a lot of recovery for this one. I think I'm probably gonna bring Clara for this. Yeah, Clara will be a better heal for this one. The narrator is not doing anything though. Am I close to the 30-minute mark? Or if I already did it for 30 minutes? I don't even know at this point. Riveting gameplay. Truly riveting. Okay, after this data, after this like boss, I'm gonna stop doing it. Let's go for other endings. This is interesting, by all means. Oh god, my bow cannot handle this. That didn't kill? God, my tank is truly the tank. Oh shit, that's so tanky. I know you guys cannot see what I'm playing right now. I cannot show it, but... Nah. I'm playing this light on my phone. Oh, there goes my tank. 1 million first try? Yo, that's pretty good. Okay. Alright, that's enough dislike for a day. Or for the stream. Hi Cheesecake, hi again. I just came back and see this. Well... Okay, fair warning, I'm gonna stop pressing this button, so if you have any fear of baby on fire, please look away. Alright? It might be traumatizing for people, okay? So, fair warning, I'm about to stop pressing the red button. Alright? I'm very close to not pressing the red button. If you can handle this, mute the stream and look away. Alright? I'll give it like 30 seconds before I, yeah. Or 30 press, or like 15 button press. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12, 13, 14, 15, not pressing anymore.
You heartless bastard.
Shut the fuck
Did you do
up.
it because you hate babies or purely to spite me?
Because if it's the latter, well, I don't know what to do. I'm completely out of ideas. I can't
If you
think
burn
of a
the baby, I
single
will
thing that
kiss
might
you.
improve the experience for me.
I won.
I'm not even going to try. I'm out. I'm done. It's over. Thank you for playing. Your input was extremely valuable. Oh, hey, since my game was so awful, why don't we play someone else's game? Just to ease the pain.
Oh, hell
Let's
yeah.
see. What do we have here?
What do you have here? God, I love the narrator. Oh my
Yes,
god.
this seems like it'll work. Let's give it a shot.
Yeah. Show me. Show me. What do you have? Am I playing Counter-Strike? I'm playing another Source game? Are we playing Left 4 Dead?
Aha! Fascinating. What do you think this game is about, Stanley?
I don't know.
What's our backstory? What is our motivation?
What's this game?
Well, it seems obvious to me that you are meant to play as a creepy man spying on innocent civilians below you from up high in your creep tower. Perhaps for some sort of twisted erotic purpose. Yes, that must be it.
I don't know. Is that
The
truly?
experience of total mental depravity.
Oh my
So
god,
far,
narrator.
I love everything about this game, Stanley. And it seems there's even more.
Who
Come,
watches
let's
the
venture outward and see what else
who
is out there.
watches the Firewatch? This is Firewatch. You're watching for fires and Sasquatch. Oh yeah, the Tylra The Stanley Parable is Sea Dog's VA's brother. Creep Tower. Where is this game? I heard a door open, but where? Oh, here. I have no idea who that is. This is Firewatch? I never played the game. Alright, I'm going down. Those are some really nice trees, by the way. I like it. He said that the narrator often went into tangents off script and would end up sending like 4 hours of monologue. Oh my god, I love the narrator. It's a good game, would recommend. Ooh, okay. I'm following the road. I don't know where I'm going.
It is. It's an open world game.
Oh
Good
my
God,
god.
quickly, block it off.
No, wait!
Thank goodness, Stanley.
No.
What a close call.
No.
Really wandered off into that thing.
What
that
thing?
Big, open, just wandering around, no right or wrong directions, no
That's
path to
great.
follow. You can just go in any. Oh, thank heavens we avoided it. We're out of the woods now, Stanley.
No.
Okay, I'm going to get us out of here. Let's find another game.
No, I like
Preferably something with
open
walls.
world games.
Something with nice, big, insurmountable walls.
You can just input walls. What do you mean? You meanie. I want to play this.
I think this will be just the thing.
Imagine if they put me in Genshin Impact. That would be kind of funny. The fuck are you?
Wonderful. See, this is exactly what I had in mind. Just a nice big box for you to run around in. There isn't any possibility that you could get lost here. Now this is game design. Stanley, if you manage to get lost in this game, I will be phenomenally impressed.
Do not test me. Do not test me, narrator. I'm a KOBO.
Okay, so what exactly do we do here?
It's Rocket League. Oh, is it?
There are
I
lots
never
of
played
cars here
it.
in the back, but obviously there's no racetrack. Okay,
Yeah.
I'm seeing that there's a ball of some kind back here. Is this game sports ball? Stanley,
Maybe.
I think it's sports ball. Oh, what fun.
Yo, let's
we should run the
go.
bases and do a touchdown together. Yes, I think surely we must.
We must.
Okay,
Give me the ball.
Stanley,
Give me the
here's
ball.
the ball. Have fun.
Oh, that's. You think? Ooh! Yo, let's go! I'm playing ball! I win.
Are you doing it? Are you... Hold on. What are you doing?
Uh-oh. I'm so... Oh god! No, wait!
Stanley, don't do that. I can't follow you there. I can't help you. How will you write a story without me? You can't do it. You know that. Stanley, come back.
Sorry, that was not my intention. I didn't think it's possible. That was not... Genshin Impact has dragons, so that's neat. Not playable though. Aw. God damn it. Honkai Star Rail has playable drug. You don't... Fuck. Honkai Honkai Star Rail. Install. Okay, let me go to Google Chrome real quick. Honkai Star Rail Dragon. Vidyahara. Is that a character? Vidyahara. How do you even... Okay, so the type is species. Affliction is Xianzhou Alliance. Okay. Also known as long scions, are humanoid long-life species with draconic feet. Okay, I'm deleting the game. There's no way. Cancel. Don't download it. Humanoid draconic features. Goodbye. See, I can do 180 so fast sometimes. You will be surprised. This is how KOBO works. Also, Venti is supposedly Divalin. They're separate. Argenti. Google Argenti from Honkai. Okay. I'm going to Google Chrome. I'm not looking at FA. Definitely not being bad. Okay. Argenti Honkai Star Rail. He's a dragon lord. All I see is a human. No. No. That's bad. What do you mean? Okay, you know what? I can use my Google Chrome. Come on. So supposedly you're saying that this is a dragon lord. This one. Oh, first off, there's no resemblance of any dragons here. Not even the background. Shame on you, Honkai Star Rail. Goddamn. A dragon lord, not a single dragon to be found. Aru Gien. That is Gien. What E? T? I mean it's Argenti, but it's like Aru Gien. And then what E? I can call a small dog a dragon lord. That doesn't make it a dragon. He's so pretty. D look ender. 8D look up. Okay, it's like, I don't know. So many lores. Because game path, not lore path. Uh-oh. Spaghettio. Hiya. This is what happens with anime games. They can call anything dragon. Oh. I didn't mean to do it. Oh shit. I'm sorry? Oh. Whoa. Whoa. Where am I? It's suddenly so spooky. the back of the back rooms. This is how back rooms is made, probably. Wait a goddamn minute, this looks very familiar. I'm going through the left door. So this is the original, like back when Stanley Parable was a mod of Half-Life. Wait, so Stanley Parable started as a mod and became a standalone game? God, what a journey! That's amazing. In Neverwinter Nights, you can polymorph into a dragon and do combat with it. Does it count? Kinda. Still has to go back to human form from time to time, right? Only during combat were you able to become a dragon, right? Oh, hey, look. Lights. Bright. It became clean. Oh my god, that scared me. Oh. Whoa. Whoa. I'm pressing everything. Everything. What?
I wonder what he found. If what he wanted was to be the leading man in his own story, well, perhaps he's gotten it. Down in wherever he is right now. I wonder if he's happy with his choice, and if he's learned the heavy cost that comes with it. He'll understand soon what I was trying to tell him. He needs me. Someone who will wrap everything up at the end, to make sense out of the chaos and the fear and the confusion. That's who I am. That is what I mean to this world. Oh, yes. Yes, I'll be back. There's no other way. Once this ends, after it all comes to a close, then I'll be back. The end will be here soon. Very soon.
Dun dun dun
I
dun
can
dun.
wait.
Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. Do do do. Oh wait, sorry, wrong. Wrong way. Oops. Do do do. Oh, that's actually cool as fuck. That ending monologue. Ooh, that's so cool.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Oh yeah, I ordered 1,327 cardboard boxes. For whatever reason. Oh my god, they actually came. I'm gonna cry. Oh, that's fucking amazing. That's one of your favorite endings. I can see why. Yo, look at them on the boxes. She's insane with it. She likes all the boxes. Call the cats. Oh no. I wonder if I play along in with the game is something. Oh my god. Wait. Oh no, there's so many boxes everywhere. God, I want to just slam through all these boxes and just become a kaiju and just like break every box. Just break every box as possible. Can I just do that? I want to do it. It sounds fun. I want to just go through like it's like and like destroy every boxes. And then all you can hear is just like a distant yip or like a muffled yip inside all the boxes. A muffled yip inside all the boxes like destroy.
Yark!
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Okay, what can I still do? What can I still do? There's still the bomb ending. The blue door leads to gaming. Red door leads to suicide. And then, oh, what if I just follow through the cargo lift and then see if I can any branching path over there?
Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. Standing now in this incredible room, Stanley for the first time understood true happiness. But eager to get back to business,
Be right
Stanley
back.
took the
Okay,
first
take
open
your
door on
time.
his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time.
How am I supposed to get that?
Someone you've been neglecting, Stanley.
Oh, this is secret
you've
path?
forgotten about. Please, stop trying to make every decision by yourself.
There's a secret path somewhere.
I'm not asking for me, I'm asking for her. This is it, Stanley. Your chance to redeem yourself. To put your work aside, to let her back into your life. She's been waiting. That's her, Stanley. You need to be the one to do this, to reach out to her. If you can truly place your faith in another, then pick up the phone.
So last time I destroyed this one. Let me pick up the phone this time. Hey. What? Oh.
Oh, Stanley, is that you? Hold on, sweetie. Sorry to keep you waiting. I'm just pulling the bread out of the oven. All right. Okay, there we go. All right, now, I want you to come in and tell me all about your day.
Gotcha. Oh, come on. Did you actually think you had a loving wife?
I had a feeling.
Who want to commit their life to you? I'm trying to make a point here, Stanley. I'm trying to get you to see something. Come inside. Let me show you what's really going on here. Sorry, but you're in my story now.
God damn it. God damn it. Let me out. Let me out. Hi.
This is a very sad story about the death of a man named Stanley.
I'm pressing anything but J. Me to the narrator right now. With a gun. Okay, fine.
Stanley is quite a boring fellow. He has a job that demands nothing of him, and every button that he pushes is a reminder of the inconsequential nature of his existence. Look at him there, pushing buttons, doing exactly what he's told to do. Now he's pushing a button. Now he's eating lunch. Now he's going home. Now he's coming back to work. One might even feel sorry for him, except that he's chosen this life. But in his mind, in his mind he can go on fantastic adventures. From behind his desk,
Durgan?
Stanley...
Wait, I missed the message? Pathfinder, Wrath of the Righteous let you turn into a dragon too. There's a story choice for it. Like, transformation forever? Yo, TF is truly my thing.
dreamed of wild expeditions into the unknown. Discoveries of new lands. It was wonderful. And each day that he returned to work was a reminder that none of it would ever happen to him.
I'm watching TV right now, bitch. Fine.
And so he began to fantasize about his own job. First, he imagined that one day while at work, he stepped up from his desk to realize that all of his co-workers, his boss, everyone in the building had suddenly vanished off the face of the earth. The thought excited him terribly.
Spend time with the boys. Hey yo, let's go.
So he went further. He imagined that he came to 2 open doors and that he could go through either. At last, choice. It barely even mattered what lay behind each door. The mere thought that his decisions would mean something was almost too wonderful to behold.
Prepare dinner.
As he wandered through this fantasy world, he began to fill it with many possible paths and destinations. Down one path lay an enormous bound wall with monitors and mind controls. And down another was a yellow line that weaved in many directions.
The line's doing
and down
TM.
another was a game with a baby. And he called it the Stanley Parable.
Tell your kids a story.
It was such a wonderful fantasy, and so in his head he relived it again, and then again, and again, over and over, wishing beyond hope that it would never end, that he might always feel this free. Surely there's an answer down some new path, mustn't there be? Perhaps if he played just one more time. But there is no answer. How could there possibly be? In reality, all he's doing is pushing the same buttons he always has. Nothing has changed. The longer he spends here, the more invested he gets, the more he forgets which life is the real one. And I'm trying to tell him this, that in this world he can never be anything but an observer, that as long as he remains here, he's slowly killing himself. But he won't listen to me. He won't stop. Here, watch this. Stanley, the next time the screen asks you to push a button, do not do it.
Hi, Brecky. Limited. Men's breaking the meta. Do it. Annoyed and right? Huh? I mean, I cannot do anything but do it, honestly. I have to do it. There's nothing else I can do. I hope you're doing it, Brecky.
You see? Can he just not hear me? How can I tell him in a way that he'll understand that every second he remains here, he's electing to kill himself? How can I get him to see what I see? How can I make him look at himself? I suppose I can't, not in the way I want him to. But I don't make the rules. I simply play to my intended purpose, the same as Stanley. We're not so different, I suppose. I'll try once more to convey all this to him. I'm compelled to. I must. Perhaps, well, maybe this time he'll see. Maybe this time. And I tried again, and Stanley pushed a button. And I tried again, and Stanley pushed a button. And I tried.
That went dark really quickly. That actually went dark really quickly, holy shit.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
That's new. You never really locked this door before. Why would you lock the door now? Do we bring okay, let's bring the bucket and do the
embrace of an old friend.
Do the jumping off the cargo lift.
Companionship that stands the test of time. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was
rolling
simply
in.
the place
Hi,
to
Merp.
be.
Merp. Rolling in.
And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this... No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
I remember that voice line from yesterday. Yeah. There's a bunch of repeated voice line for the start, but it's the branching path that matters. There's a shitload of endings, apparently. 425 might open. What? Yes, I know I would die, but it's sort of an ending. Whee!
But Stanley feared that any path he walked might lead to the separation of himself and the bucket, his dearest friend. So he threw himself to his death, that they might die in one another's arms. How deeply touching.
How deeply touching. Aw, with the bucket forever.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply
It's the
missed a
fine,
memo.
I know, right? Goddamn, right? You just need to pay the
Stanley went
fine.
around touching every little thing in the office, but it didn't make a single difference, nor did it advance the story in any way.
The door doesn't close now. That's so weird. Why would the door close?
The bucket made Stanley want to be a better man and a better co-worker. In time, perhaps, he would become both of them. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest. This was not the correct way to the meeting room.
Did you ever go to the meeting room?
Stanley
Yeah,
had felt
multiple
the bucket calling
times.
to him, telling
Lots of
him
times,
that
actually.
The employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
Yeah, let's not fall off this time.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the
there.
cargo lift.
Go to the cargo lift.
Good.
Said the bucket.
Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him.
Okay, so fair warning, all right. I'm gonna do the red door blue door ending again, but like, hear me out. The red door blue door ending is quite fucked up, so to speak. All right, I'm gonna do that again. If now I know what to expect, right? But that's a previous ending. Now I'm going there with the bucket, so I don't know what's gonna change. But apparently the ending has something to do with suicide stuff. So if you are like PTSD or bothered by that, look away if something just feels wrong and mute the stream too. And I'll type in chat and if everything is like fine. All right. So fair warning, all right? I'm gonna do the ending. I don't know what to expect, but without the bucket, it's fucked up. So, yeah, keep in mind.
It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
It's different this time. The narrator is not offended. You have the bucket
No,
of water.
stop. Look there on the wall. You see, there's a sign right there. It says, "No buckets past this point." Stanley, how could you think it was okay to bring the bucket here?
Uh-oh.
Unless, what if the problem is that you actually don't know what is a bucket and what isn't a bucket? I suppose that would explain a lot about your behavior up to this point. Which, if that's true, well, my goodness, I think we have to do something about it. This misunderstanding could have dire consequences on the entire rest of the game if not addressed quickly and properly.
Oh,
so
no.
much of the impact of the story is dependent on your understanding of what is and isn't a bucket. Please, step in here for a moment.
Alright, please tell me what the bucket is, narrator. I need it. Oh my god. Okay, this is a way better ending.
Now then, I'm going to run you through some test scenarios And you'll tell me whether or not the thing I'm showing you is a bucket.
I know this.
Simple enough, right?
I'm so
This should
good.
tell
I'm
us
so
everything
ready.
we'll ever need to know about what is or is not a bucket. Okay, let's begin.
Yo, let's go. I got this.
Item 1. Is this a bucket?
That is not a bucket.
Correct. It is a hologram of a bucket, not an actual bucket.
It doesn't have sticker though. That's why I say it's not a bucket. Right, I got this. I got this.
Item 2. Is this a bucket?
That's not sticker.
Correct.
Oh,
It is a 3D printed recreation of a bucket, not an actual bucket.
I'm so good. Let's go. I told you I'm the best at this game.
Item 3. Is this a bucket?
Shit. No. It doesn't have the sticker still. Oh
Incorrect.
no.
This is a bucket.
Dang it. That is the bucket. I thought I'm good. I thought I'm...
Item 4. Is this a bucket?
Oh my god, that's a huge bucket.
Are you hallucinating? This is a tractor. It's an enormous machine that tills the earth. I
Well,
thought this was a gimmick. How on earth did you manage to screw it up?
No, it's...
Absolutely incredible. Let's just move
It's a
on to the next
bucket.
one.
Fuck you. That's a bucket. Do you see how much water it can bring? It can just store loot. Shut the fuck up.
Is this a bucket?
Yes.
Correct.
Hey.
This is a bucket.
Good. Glad we're on the same page. Pitagia, hi. It has been a while. I enjoy the Stanley Parable Ultra
Item
Deluxe.
6.
Yes.
Is this a bucket?
It doesn't hold as much water. No, it's not.
Trick question. Both. Gotcha.
No. I got.
Item... Wait, hold on. I can't find the next one. Let me see. It should be around here somewhere.
Uh-huh. Take your time. Take your time to... That's... Is this the bucket? Yeah.
Okay, you and I both know there isn't anything here. And I don't appreciate the implication that nothing is a bucket.
No,
when we
that is
both
the
clearly
bucket.
know that a bucket is something, and therefore nothing could possibly be something. Unless, in your twisted mind, have you somehow convinced yourself that a bucket is nothing? Answer me
no.
straight, Stanley. Do you believe that nothing is a bucket?
Oh god. Is the KOBO gonna get philosophical? The species text covers the narrator. I got God. Yes, oh he is. Nothing is bucket that scoops away a sane man's mind. Sane man's mind. Yes.
You know what? I'm too confused to even sort it out.
Don't give
I've lost
up.
all sense of perspective.
Don't
What
give
is a
up.
bucket? What isn't a bucket? Mere moments ago, I could answer these questions with confidence. And yet now I'm somewhat adrift. Do any of us know what a bucket is? Am I a bucket?
Am I a bucket?
Stanley, I can't keep doing this.
You
I'm
might
losing
be.
myself, and myself was all I ever had to begin with.
You are a
I'm afraid
bucket.
the bucket is threatening to tear our relationship apart. I can't have that. I'm sorry.
No, you
I'm
are
going
a
to
bucket.
erase all buckets from the game entirely.
No, 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 no.
Okay.
You
Here we
you are
go.
a bucket. You're a bucket. You're a bucket.
What happened? Is everything gone?
You erase
Disappear.
everything.
Wait, was everything a bucket?
Yeah.
Every single thing in the game was a bucket.
How could
My
you?
God, I had no idea. How could... Except me. I'm not a bucket after all.
But
And
you are.
Stanley, you're still here. You're not a bucket either.
I'm not there
This is
anymore.
wonderful news. We're not buckets. Yes, I actually feel much more at ease right now. It's delightful to get some clarity on that issue, but it doesn't
Oh
change
my
the
God.
fact that we haven't got a game. So, tell you what, I'll reset everything and we'll put back all of the buckets, okay?
Yeah.
And we'll know that it's all a bucket. But if
Good.
you run into anyone else, maybe don't mention that. Who knows what that information might do to a person?
Yeah.
All right, here we go.
That information is way too strong. No. Yeah, like only kobolds can handle that information. So anyone in chat, sorry, you guys might be going insane now. That it's not a
Stanley had never
kobold.
seen the office this brightly lit. Was it a sign of something?
Sorry,
He hoped it
I don't
was.
say the
He
rules.
hoped
The
very
narrator says
much
the
that
rule.
it was.
That's the rule. Yeah. Man, I don't make the rules.
Not
Bucket.
everyone is so lucky to have a bucket, but Stanley is a very lucky fellow. Very lucky indeed.
Very lucky indeed.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his
Beans.
chest.
You
and
can't break
entered
what's
the
already
door on his
broken.
left.
No, I'll break you one. The game's gonna break you one more time.
This was not the correct way to
I'm
the
a white
meeting
wolf
room,
who's good friends
but
with
Stanley had
kobolds.
felt the
Like
bucket
this one?
calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind.
Well,
The
white wolf
bucket
is not
was wrong.
kobold. I don't make the rules
Stanley
either. That's why
took the door
kobold
on
gets
his left
nommed. No,
to go back to the
kobold doesn't get
meeting room.
nommed. No, you cannot just nom
said
kobold.
the bucket.
Don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift. Yeah, good,
said the bucket.
Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't
Wait,
talk.
kobold, there
But
was
Stanley
new door
chose
and
not
being
to
too
think
late.
about
Oh,
this
oops.
obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to
Well,
him.
what
and
if
he
I-
unthinkingly did.
What if I answer the answer like a normal sane being? Like, if that's a bucket, that's a bucket. If that's not a bucket, that's not a bucket. Would I get another ending? I'll try next time.
Whatever
I'm
the
too
bucket
late.
asked.
You know it's all bucket now? Shit, you're right.
In here.
Said the bucket.
Go into this dark room over here.
Stanley once again obeyed blindly.
There's no dark room. Why is this room again? I don't remember. Oh, yeah.
Now pick up the phone.
Said the bucket.
Pick up the phone and it will take us back home where we can go about life together.
Whoa, hold on. Why did you unplug the phone? Were you trying to resist the bucket's orders? Stanley, I was joking. Obviously, the bucket isn't talking to you and telling you to do things. Buckets can't talk. It was a joke. Don't you get the joke? It's funny,
not a
Stanley.
joke.
A talking bucket.
It's not a joke, it's real.
Can't you see? Oh, goodness. I must have really bungled up the delivery if you actually took me seriously. Where did I mess up the joke? Should I have paused for longer or spoken quicker? Comedic timing is so difficult. I wish I were
Yeah.
better at it. But
Yeah,
that
I feel
isn't
that.
exactly an instructional video on comedy that one can watch to fully... Oh, wait, yes, there is.
Yo, let's go. Let's
it's
go.
sitting
We're
right
gonna
here.
learn about
Let's take a
comedy.
look.
What is comedic timing? What is comedic timing? How does it work? How long should it last? How can it be used to effectively silence your political enemies?
Hey, yo.
And more importantly, can it be taught in its entirety within 90 seconds? Thankfully, the answer to all of these questions is yes.
Nice. All right.
Let's
Okay.
dive deeper.
Okay.
If you've ever told a joke or made someone laugh, in all likelihood, you did it while standing 50 to 80 centimeters from them in a room of no more than 76 degrees Fahrenheit, with one of your arms raised straight upward at a 15-degree angle from your body. These are the optimal conditions for good comedic timing. To begin the joke, start by stating and spelling your name. Next,
Tylra,
provide a brief
Tylra.
synopsis of the joke, including the specific times at which the recipient of the joke will laugh, and then spell out your name a second time.
I said a joke.
With these steps
Tylra.
complete, it's time to begin the humor. Speak the entire joke in no more than 18 seconds and no less than 13 and a half, pausing only for bathroom breaks when necessary. When the joke has concluded, it is customary to inform your listener that the joke is over by declaring in your loudest possible voice, "I'm Dunny with the funny."
I'm Dunny.
Let's practice screaming, "I'm Dunny with the funny" now.
I'm Dunny with the funny. Did I do it?
Good. This saying is a perfect example of expectations management, which is the cornerstone of good comedy. Finally, it's time to hand out surveys. Collecting hard data from your audience on how rapt they were throughout the joke is the only way to grow or learn as a comedian.
Yo, okay.
An effective survey should be no less than 10 pages long and should include the same question reprinted several times. Just to ensure the survey taker is actually paying attention and not simply filling in answers at random.
Okay.
And that's all there is. With these strategies at your disposal, you'll have audiences doubled over in laughter and even tripled over in laughter in no time at all. Just remember to let them stop laughing at some point, you gut-busting little scamp. After all, we're each of us needed on the front lines of the war to fight the 12-legged invader who threaten our very existence and to very likely die in a hailstorm of bullets and mandibles. All of us must be prepared to give our lives to this noble cause, just as our children must do after us, and their children after them. Godspeed, and may Earth reign supreme.
Well, that took a turn.
Hey, goodness, this video is a little outdated, isn't it? Well, no matter. I think the fundamentals of proper comedic timing are still as relevant today as they were back then.
Yeah.
So with that in mind,
Good morning,
I believe the
Daydreamer.
only way forward is for us to return to the 2 doors and walk through all of this again, so I can try telling my story with more appropriate comedic delivery. Come along, let's head back.
Yeah, sure. Here, let's do it. That was very informative. That's a really good instructional video. I now know that I can just say that my name Tylra, T-Y-L-R-A. I'm speaking my joke. And I tell jokes in more than 13 seconds, no more than 18.5 seconds. And then my hand is gonna be like this, like 15 degrees, but my head's bigger, so I'm just gonna be like this. And then after I'm done, just like, I'm done here with the funny as loud as possible, and then I could just be a comedic genius.
I can feel it. This time, I'm really going to nail the delivery. You'll be in stitches. A talking bucket, you'll say? How ridiculous. How absurd. What a hilarious concept. The king of comedy. That's what you'll call me. Thank goodness we had the instructional video. Otherwise, who knows where we'd be right now.
Yeah, good.
Well, I wouldn't be the king of comedy, that's for sure. The bucket spoke to Stanley.
The bucket
It's not just I'm speaking the joke, you have to explain everything.
Yark!
Yep. Hey yo, you have to explain every aspect of the joke and remind us when we will laugh before. And we just scream, I'm done with the funny. Yeah, that's the most important step. All the yips.
Oh, I'll figure it out on the fly. No need to overthink things.
Yeah, you got this.
KOBO, fuck yeah.
KOBO, fuck yeah. If neighbors don't send a noise complaint, it's not loud enough. I need a loudspeaker for that shit.
Yep.
I hear yourself yipping. Yeah. We're yipping.
Here we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of 2 open doors, they entered the door on the left.
Do I follow? Also, Tyra, I found a horror jumpscare level in Ultra Kill. There's a horror jumpscare level in Ultra Kill? Ew, oh god. The thinking going on in those eyes. There's nothing going on in my brain. Okay, fine, I'll follow.
No. You were supposed to go through the door on the right, leading back to the phone.
You told me to go to the
left. Look at the instructional video. I think this was all covered very clearly. There's no way I can make the comedic timing work now. It's done. The joke is completely done and over. It's all your fault, Stanley. I'm going to be ridiculed in the community of other joke writers. I'm going to be shamed at every one of our meetings from now on. All because you couldn't watch a simple video and take a hint. Are you proud of yourself for bringing me down, Stanley? Are you proud?
Uh-oh.
Here we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of 2 open doors, they entered the door on the left.
So okay, without the bucket, going to the right is the wrong answer because I'm supposed to follow. With the bucket, I'm supposed to take the joke and go to the right. Right? Yeah, I want to go left again because I want to see if it's the same thing, because without the bucket, if I keep going to the right, it would just keep resetting.
No. You were supposed to go through the door on the right, leading back.
Yeah, see? So it's the same thing.
Here we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of 2 open doors, they entered the door on the left.
Whoa.
What? We're back at the phone already. No, what's going on? There was supposed to be several rooms leading up to this. There was supposed to be a build-up to this point. A dramatic display of remarkable comedic wit which culminates in this scene with the phone. But now the timing's completely off. The joke will never land. Well, not the way it was meant to. And it's all my fault. I must have forgotten that the phone room comes immediately after the 2 doors room. What an egregious mistake. I've made a fool of myself. I don't deserve the title of King of Comedy. I'm nothing. I'm not even the lowliest joke-telling whelp.
No.
I think I need to go back and rewatch that instructional video again. Yes, surely that will help me improve my...
Stanley, you love the bucket so much it's like you... it's as though all of your other most prized possessions pale in comparison. Yes. Well, let me try that
This
again.
is better. Oh my god, this is a better ending.
I heard that you are pale with shame over how unabashedly in love with a bucket you are. No? Still not?
Oh my
It is
god.
the delivery. Pale with shame. Pale with shame. Pale... What's another word to describe a bucket? Stanley, this bucket is so metal, I think I saw it playing guitar. No.
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 Getting away from making fun of Stanley's obsession with the bucket, which was the whole point of this. I'm no good at these jokes. I need more instructional videos. That's exactly what it is.
Yeah.
That's what will make me the king of comedy again. More instructional videos.
More instructional videos. Oh, that was okay. It's not depressing. Is this a real ending? Probably not. You get to that fun game yet? The baby one? Yes.
Stanley had never seen the office this bright.
Yeah, that was a good ending.
Was it a sign of something? He hoped it was. He hoped very much that it was.
Wait, there was... I think the narrator question themselves is great. The narrator cannot handle the power of the bucket. Daydreamer. I'm done with the funny. Oh my god, you actually did it! Oh my god, you're a comedic genius! A brief synopsis of the joke. Oh shit. Oh no, don't mind me keeping track of what's ending you've done and not. Okay, that's actually really nice of you. I've been to Firewatch and Rocket League. Gonna subvert the expectations. Okay, bucket to the cargo lift and then pick up the phone. Okay, let's pick up the
It takes a
phone.
lot of humility to carry a bucket so magnificent. Stanley checked his ego and then proceeded onward. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his... This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned
Without
out to
then
be
go,
correct?
right?
No.
Isn't it gonna
never
lead to the
mind.
same ending?
The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Good,
said the bucket.
Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
In here,
said the bucket.
Go into this dark room over here.
Stanley once again obeyed blindly.
I'm gonna pick up the phone.
Now pick up the phone,
said the bucket.
Pick up the phone and it will take us back home, where we can go about life together.
Yeah, I feel that's gonna lead to the same ending because they reset.
This is the sad story of a man named Stanley and his bucket. Once upon a time, I gave Stanley a bucket because I thought he was lonely and could use a friend. And then, very distressingly, he began to believe the bucket could speak to him.
Button. 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 The button. 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 You must push. Button. Okay. Whoa, that's a Hey, how you doing? Hello, Stanley, it's me, your bucket. Yeah. Please, to take me to work with you. Yes.
The Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket was merely meant to provide the comforting glow of companionship. It doesn't literally talk and give you orders. Whatever Stanley is hearing the bucket say to him is just in his head.
Yep. But it's not though. Yep. Bucket. Take me back home with you. We're going back home.
Lately, I've been concerned about him. Wouldn't you be concerned as well? To see him delusional like this, obsessing over an inanimate metal object? I want to say something to him, but I don't know how I can convince him. I don't know if he'll listen to me.
It's a nice painting. Hey, Bucky. Yeah. Go back to work? Alright.
Oh, I'll try anyway. Stanley, can you hear me? Listen to me. It's just a bucket. It can't think, it can't talk. All it will ever truly do for you is effectively transfer a liquid from one location to a different location. That's it. It doesn't do anything else.
Okay, let me drink. Nice. Bucket. Don't listen to the loud man. Press T for us to go back home. Yeah, we don't listen to the loud man.
You see, he's not listening. He's still taking orders from the bucket. You know, once upon a time it was me he took orders from. Me he trusted and listened to. Now all he cares about is his awful bucket. This stupid hunk of metal.
All I hear is jealousy. Okay. Press B to ignore anyone in your life except for me. Yes, Bucket.
It's sad, but I suppose he doesn't need me anymore. From now on, he's just going to cling to this bucket, this cold, empty bucket, this sort of shiny bucket.
It is my
I'll give it this. The bucket does have a nice shine to it.
That's why. The bucket is mine. Ooh, look at you, Bucket. You believe I'm real, don't you, Stanley? Press J to go back home. You are real, Bucket. You gave me reassurance. Let's go back home.
Yes, I suppose on closer inspection that it doesn't quite look like your average hardware store bucket. It's just a little more, what am I trying to say? Sturdier, more capable of transporting liquid. Like it would be better at moving an amount of water from one room to another.
Now narrator is your wife? No, it's the bucket. Press F to relive the same day with me over and over.
Oh my god, what am I saying? Better at carrying water from room to room. It's a bucket. It's literally just a bucket. Why do I feel some need to point out the ways in which it's so much more than just a regular bucket?
Press P to go home. Go home to work to home to work to home. Okay.
Oh no. I'm having feelings. The bucket.
No!
No. What's going on?
Narrator,
Why do I
bucket's
want to
mine.
be with the bucket? Hear what the bucket has to say. Do anything it asks. What's wrong with me? I don't understand. Perhaps if I had the bucket, this would be less confusing. Yes. The bucket could tell me what to do in this troublesome situation.
Narrator, get your own damn bucket. That bucket is mine. I'm so sorry. I didn't want to disrespect the beauty of the bucket. Please let me make it up for them. Yo, bucket, you stay them? Oh, I should definitely take note. Hey, bucket. It's the midnight, and there's so many romantic candles going around. You're on the bed waiting for me already. Wow. Why is the story so spooky? The music?
Stanley, give me the bucket. Give it to me. Give me the bucket, Stanley.
No!
I need it. Give it to me now. Give it or
No! Oh, that took a turn. Wow, what a bucket. I'm so sorry. The bucket understands the tendency to assume genders you don't know. It's fine. Thank you, bucket.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room to check on his co-workers. He never functioned well by himself and constantly needed support and guidance from others, so the thought of total solitude was terrifying to him.
Okay, what else can I do? That's everything? If I follow... So I did escape... Okay, let's say I'm gonna follow... Let's think back. I'm following narrator. 2 doors to the left, to the room closet, to the stairs. Going down, I go insane. Already did have the bucket. Going up to the boss's room. We both did it. We both cheese the door so that we get the escape pod ending. So after that, after the elevator goes down, go back up and go down to the stardom. We both did that already, and we go down to the mind control facility. Before going to the mind control facility, we both get crushed. We've been to the museum. Okay, so we did the escape road. Mind control facility, we both turn off with bucket and without the bucket. And then with the bucket, we turn on the thing, but we just watch City Bird videos. We turn on the mind control facility alone, leads to a stealth destination, which I think it's possible, but I don't know how. So that's the following the narrator to the left door. Right door, in the middle of going to the thing, go to the left, there's an elevator to go down. That's a line, right? There's a line trademark. So line trademark, I already did it with both the bucket and without the bucket. Is there choices in between? I don't remember. They were the words about the destruct sequence I mentioned before. You know what? Yeah, now would be a good time. PSX memes, hi. What's your progress on the figures? One more. One is inside the cargo lift, which I don't know how to get that. The figurines? And then now if we from the official wiki. In other words, despite player folklore, the countdown cannot be stopped in any way, shape, or form unless through heavy map editing. So it's impossible. It's impossible normally then. Well, that's kind of sad. So it's time to get map editing. I don't know how to map edit now. Can I just map edit here? No, right? It's completely impossible. Shit, I thought it's possible. Okay, so we did everything on the left side, on the left door then. Right door, we need to... Okay, let's go to the right door. There's a figurine that we can get there. So, and there's also no red and blue door.
Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly
we got the figurine, we go through
the employee lounge first,
2 dark
just
endings.
To admire it.
It was okay.
It was okay.
But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
That's the line trademark. But I don't remember if there's any choices in between. Not for the bucket that I'm sure of. I don't believe there's still a couple endings you've not gotten. Definitely, I feel like I'm still missing something.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
There we go.
And there it is. The last Stiggly Wiggly.
Stiggly
Savor this
Wiggly.
moment, Stanley. This is a real accomplishment. This is doing something just for the sake of doing it.
Hell yeah.
Where so many people expect to be rewarded for the most trivial achievements, you've insisted that a job well done is its own reward.
Yeah.
I would tell you that I'm proud of you for collecting them all. But that would be like a reward, and we can't have that.
Fuck.
So, instead I'll just say, it's done. We're all done here. And now we can go to whatever the hell you were doing before you hunted for figurines.
Damn it. Dang it. Dang it. Ooh. Can I go down there somehow? Is it possible? I like to call them Stanlets. Stiggly Wiggly is pretty good. You will perish. Fair. What the fuck?
Stanley had now gotten himself so far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun.
KOBO is sus. Yo, she's venting.
So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far. You didn't think I was actually just a recording, did you? What a silly and trite explanation that would be. All the back and forth between you and me, all the absurd adventures we've been through, and it all turns out I'm just a tape recording? It was all just in Stanley's head. I bet that's the kind of twist you think is revelatory.
I don't like that.
Each and every time you watch a movie where it turns out all to be in the main character's imagination...
Okay, let me pause there for a second. With any plot twist that goes like, oh, I'm just hallucinating the whole time, or like, oh, it's not real this whole time, is, in my opinion, the worst ending and the laziest plot twist ever. Period. Okay? Let me just stop you there. It's my opinion. Any plot twist like that, it's like, oh, it's all in my head, oh god, it's not real. I think that's pretty lazy. I don't like that. I don't like it. Like, what's the game? The horror game. It works when it's actually meaningful. Okay, I guess when it's executed well, it's good. It's a good thing that it's Stanley Parable, and that's not how it ended. Yeah, I'm glad. Redacted or redacted. For example, the bad kind of execution, the Dark Pictures anthology games. The Dark Pictures anthology games are so bad, badly executed. I was so mad. I didn't play the game. I looked at someone else played it. Because because I'm a pussy. I don't play horror games, okay? So I look at the ending. For 2 games, they went with, oh, it's not real. You just breathe in biochemical gas and then now you're hallucinating. It's like, fuck, man, that's so lazy. What do you mean? I want the monsters to be real. I want the monsters to be not just a hallucination. You're actually getting actively hunted. Is it so much to ask? Do you understand the move? What about ones where the plot twists that you actually didn't leave your mind? When the dreams connect to the real world because dreams are in fact made from your memories. Ooh, so I take you hated Inception. I never watched it. Never watched Inception. The goofball, Sky Josher. Hi. Welcome in. Just talking about movies a little bit because the game mentioned something. I just want to talk a little bit. Just want to talk a little bit about it. Okay, back to the game.
You must absolutely bolt off the couch in pure shock at the phenomenal and intricate storytelling. It must be so simple to be you. Life being an unending waterfall of surprises and delights. How much more exciting you must find the world than the rest of us do. Now I've become sad. Look what you've done to me. This is all your fault.
No. Oh. Game, how is you? I'm doing pretty good. Please do with the bucket now. I was thinking about it too. I had a bunch of coffee this morning. I feel pretty good. I can't give examples because both the ones I can think of are major spoilers. Oh, it's okay. But at least there are good execution of that certain kind of plot twist out there. I'm glad. Alright, I'm glad. It's doing so much lift the heart on your head is yeah, I know, right? I like it too. The special skills. Inception was like the first and or biggest movie about it's all a dream, inside a dream, inside a dream. It ended with a cliffhanger on if it could be a dream or not, while also being a deep dive on the aspects of movie making and theater. If they're the first one to make it, then maybe it's quite revolutionary. Maybe they did it well. No. Huh? Narrator? Narrator, help! I think something's wrong.
Stanley, I'm sorry, but I have to put a pause on
Why does
things.
scare me
It's
so
just-
much?
It's those figurines.
Oh.
Those figglers. I haven't stopped thinking about them since you nabbed every last one. Wasn't it just the most intrinsically fulfilling moment of your entire life?
It kinda
Didn't
is.
it fill you to the brim with inner richness? Yes, I know we're supposed to be telling a story, but won't you please indulge me with one more trip back to the memory zone? I would love nothing more than to revisit the figurines. Just one more time.
Yeah, we can do it. Yeah. Are we gonna watch the Steam reviews and go through the skip button again? Please, hell no. Now remembering when Stanley found the collectibles. Okay, so it's not the skip button, because the skip button made me cry, almost. I also have symbols on my soda. They have a ton of meaning to me. Nice. I mean, to me the symbols... I have some hidden symbols on my scales, but I think they're just things that I kind of like. But the love, I guess the love symbol on there is just that the KOBO is pretty lovable. Although I may be rude sometimes, I'm sorry. Zone, sweet zone. What about the kind of ending in a story where it never happened because time travel? Time traveling, at least there's a cost to it, instead of just like, oh, it's not in your head. It's all in your head. I guess because of time travel, that's still pretty cool because it happened. And time travel just sort of reversed it, so it didn't happen. But it still happened in our book. I guess that's what you meant? Okay, we're going down, right?
Ah, here's where it all began. The first collectible. Back then, we had no idea of how many of them we'd find. Sure, it said 6 right there on the screen, but how could we know for certain? We were so innocent. We'll never be like that again, Stanley.
I'm gonna put meaningful symbols on my scales, but they'll dox me? Huh? Symbols relating to irregular things and places nearby. Oh, well, maybe not those. But you could also put symbols or shapes that you like. But also, yeah, that I might have been a bit insensitive, sorry. Wait a minute. Is this supposed to happen? It opens on its own. Oh, I'm trying to find all the things. Oh. Wait, I cannot go back anymore. Like my summer job, the camp I work at, it's a thing that means the absolute most to me ever. But it's a very distinct symbol. Mine's a black shamrock on a white heart pendant on my diamond-shaped tail feather. Ah. I mean, ooh, you know what? I know I'm getting okay, wait. I also have something to show. My first ever character. If I can show it here, I think. My Forest Guardian character, if you will. These things are blocking it. I cannot find, you know what? I'm gonna find the pictures. Give me a second. I can show the pictures that's very recent. Any pictures that are not blocking the thing. I mean, this one I'm not blocking it. Okay, so this is me. This is me. Right? You see this diamond symbol on the chest fur? Yeah. I mean, it's quite significant to me. Just a blue diamond. But I don't know, like, it sort of just makes me feel happy to see it. It's not really, it doesn't really symbolize anything other than just when I look at it, I feel happy and at ease. Happy and at ease, pretty much. So I guess in a way that makes me feel like it's kind of a big deal to me personally. So, which is why at some point I kind of want to make my characters all have this kind of symbols to me. Like a KOBO have a diamond on top of the head here. It's not very visible. But it's kind of there, I think. Yeah, the diamond symbol is there, very small. Ling Dong doesn't have it. I used to want her to have a diamond symbol on her chest as well, but I feel like it's kind of hard to put it in, so I didn't do it. Snake is supposed to have diamonds on the hood. But I didn't do it. Instead, I went for a hypnotic symbol. So I think, yeah, this one is pretty the significant one. The sus symbols you have. Yeah, I also put some secret Among Us. I put some Among Us symbols on my scales just for funsies, a little bit of an Easter egg, if you will. But yeah, symbols on character design, I think I kind of like that. There's Triforce, there's Stickman, there's Among Us. Yeah, just having fun.
And here was a second Stan Loreen. You found this one all on your own, just by poking around in the boss's bathroom. You did that, Stanley. I'll be honest. Back then I had no faith in you to find any of them, let alone 6. But you continue to surprise me in all sorts of mundane, unremarkable ways.
Oh. Oh heck, the Triforce is a good idea. I know, right? I think it's kind of cool.
Okay, let's do a little quiz. Which of these rooms was the room you found your 3rd mini stand? Can you remember?
The boss's office. KOBO says it's here.
Hey, that's exactly right. It was here, behind the boss's office. It was the 3rd one. You picked it up, and then after that, you had 3 of them. I'm glad these moments are so crystal clear in your memory, but I shouldn't be surprised.
Yeah.
After all, science tells us that it's impossible to forget your 3rd time doing anything. Let's see, what came next?
That's not it.
Oh yes, we found a Figley in this pink room. Oh well, I can't actually say I remember being in this room, but it's here in the memory zone, so it must have happened.
No, that's not it. This is not it. My 4th one is in... After that...第4个 shit, I don't remember. The pink room good times? No, what do you mean? There's no pink room. No, there isn't. No, it's not. There's no pink room. You guys are lying. I getting gaslit. Do you remember when Jeff came to the pink room too? Oh shit, I forgot. Oh no. God damn it. This is not real. Not the pink room. Yeah, and then this one.
This was the 5th mini stand, and this one was really something special. It was by the red and blue doors. I remember it so clearly. In fact, because this one is particularly special to me, I made a little video to commemorate the occasion.
Sure.
Enjoy.
Okay. Window Media Maker, let's go. What's that in there? Oh my god, you should have do a circle around it. It's mini stand 5. Yo, holy shit. And then the high 5. You found it near the red and blue doors. Thanks so much. Of course you can put that one in. Yo, nice effect. Holy shit. Narrator, the narrator, Miss Way narrator, please the narrator, best boy narrator, starring Stanley's credited narrator.
Takes you back, doesn't it?
It totally
does. I
does.
spent a lot of time making that video, but it was 8 minutes I wouldn't have spent on anything else.
Nice. You know what? That was good. Mine again. The standard blue background. That was amazing. Video well made. The last one is in the cargo, yeah.
And then, Stanley, then we came to the last collectible, the final figurine, right here in the warehouse. This memory is the most distinct and clear in my mind, perhaps because it was the one that happened more recently than all the others. Who can truly say how the mind works? All I know is that this is the moment where you picked up a Figley and I thought to myself, yes, that's all of them. They're all collected. It was a moment unlike any other. Except for the other moments picking up figurines, which it was exactly like.
A lot of time. 8 minutes. I'm crying. The first series I did took me 7 hours. Oh my god, I felt that. We found figurines.
And then there was no more. Because we've caught up to the present moment. Nothing left to do but move onward into the future. Goodbye, memory zone.
That was quick. We're in the present.
No, I'm not done. I'm not ready to move on. Stop the loading screen. Isn't there some way we can stay here, keep enjoying these figurines? Let's just go backwards. We'll do the memory zone again from the opposite direction. See how that feels.
Alright, see how that feels. I love the presents. Give presents to all of y'all. Wait, 6 plus 6 equals 11. I didn't check the first one. I missed it.
Okay, yes. This spot in the warehouse. I remember this. I must say, of all the figurines we looked at in our initial tour of the memory zone, this one is the most distinct and clear in my mind. Let's keep going. I want more.
Yeah, we want more. More collectibles. There's no pink room, though. I don't trust the pink room. I love how the loading bar also just went back. I know I'm blocking it. I blocked it, but yeah, it was what happened.
And here's where I made that video. Don't you remember the video we watched?
Yeah. No, shut the fuck up! Okay, thank you.
Yes.
I love that video. What do you mean it happened? Yeah, we get to see the pink room for the first time. I sincerely don't remember the pink room. The speed up is good.
I still don't remember the pink room, Stanley. Still no memory of this one. Good room, though. A solid room.
No, you guys are gaslighting me. There's no pink room. Come on. There's no pink room. No. There's no pink room. Pinky's room. Do you need to see the pink room the 6th time? Probably. It's okay, Tiara. You didn't like the pink room the first 2 times either. But forgetting Jeff is so sad. Guys, wait a minute. Like, coming here the game will guide you to the pink room again? Yes, please. That would be great.
These really were a treat to hunt down. You know, if there had been any kind of reward for finding all of these, it really would have muted the intrinsic joy of collecting them. I'm very glad we resisted the temptation. Next one.
I'm still... Wait, Jeff. No, the button is Jim. But it's not the button, it's pink room. I sincerely don't remember the pink room. But when you say Jeff, I vaguely remember something about Jeff? But I cannot say for sure that I remember Jeff. Yeah, I remember Jim. I don't remember Jeff. Oh, wait, I actually forgot. There's no pink room. What if I go to the wrong one? I guess I cannot.
This was our second Figley. Don't you remember? Yes, I remember it too. The past is truly a wonderful thing. Why does anyone ever choose to leave it? Keep going.
Keep going.
This is it. The very first one we found in the exhibit where I introduced you to the figurines. Oh, I want more memories, Stanley. I want to keep going. What else is there? What came before this?
Do you at least remember Mariella? Mariella is the crazy ending, right? Oh, we're back here. The jump circle?
Look, it's the terrible new content that we were originally sold on. I remember hating it back then, but time does put a rosy filter on everything. In fact, I dare say I'm actually quite fond of it now. Look how much fun the past is. I want more memories.
No, that's Mary. Ixon. No, that's Mariella. Wait a minute. No, 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 no. That's Mariella. That's Mariella. I wonder how the crazy ending will be with the bucket. Oh, it's super funny. Oh, it's amazing. I could do it again for you because it's so funny.
Oh, yes, the two doors. Who could have forgotten that? A classic memory, this one.
Mary backflip all the way to work. So Mariella is the same ending without the bucket. Uh-oh.
And before everything else, there was your office. Is there anything else? Was there something that came before your office? There's something I feel I can remember. I can remember. Yes, I'm remembering something now. I remember before this whole story got started. Back then I was different. I used to make big decisions. I was passionate. I was skeptical. I weighed each decision with profound thoughtfulness. And then somewhere along the way, I stopped making decisions. I became lazy, and I came up with a character named Stanley to do my thinking for me. He would make the decisions. He would decide which way to go. I would cheer him on as he collected figurines for no reason. Why did I invent Stanley? Was I lonely? Yes, perhaps that's it. Perhaps I needed to imagine I had companionship. And Stanley really did make for a wonderful companion, even if he was a fiction. But I suppose it's grown old. I want to think for myself again. I want to go back to how it used to be. Yes, I can be on my own again. I can do it. I'll be stronger this time. I'll take care of myself. I don't need Stanley anymore. Oh, but he truly was so much fun to play with. You know what? Since we're in the memory zone, how about one more good memory? Let's go back just once and give Stanley one more run of the office, and then I'll retire him for good. I did enjoy telling his story so very much. Okay, here we go. This is the story of a man named Stanley.
No. That's a nice ending. What? You cannot just keep doing this to me, game.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
What? Dog mode? What? Hi, Joe. What is that supposed to mean? Enable dog mode? Bark, bark? Huh? Okay, don't go here. On the board? Oh!
Stanley went around touching every little thing in the office, but it didn't make a single difference, nor did it advance the story in any way.
This is my kind of mode. Yip. 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 We're yipping. Yep.
Yep.
Yep. So is this random chance? Is the dog mode like random chance? Like this one just suddenly happened without any warning? Am I that bad of a yipper that I call? Now call is also a good yip. It's random chance. Oh my god, okay. So I guess I got very lucky. Bucket, I'm gonna do the crazy end. No. I gotta do the crazy ending with the bucket.
Stanley cradled the bucket in a gentle embrace. Protective, yet delicate. Assertive, yet compassionate. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find answers. Stanley, we must move on from this broom closet, simply because I have no remaining stickers. Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
the dog the barking is echo.
But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss, admitting he had left his post during work hours. He might be fined for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished? His boss would think he was crazy. And then, something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. He looked down at the bucket in his arms. Am I crazy? He asked the bucket. The bucket returned his gaze, but said nothing at all. That's strange, Stanley thought. Usually the bucket is a source of guidance and wisdom for me in difficult times such as these. He held the bucket close, yet felt none of its familiar reassurance and comfort. And that's when Stanley realized, this isn't my bucket. It's just a normal, everyday bucket. Someone else's bucket, perhaps. How did I end up with someone else's bucket? This is all terribly wrong. Surely no good would come from this. Who knows what sorts of bizarre hallucinations Stanley might experience without the psychologically grounding presence of his bucket. And indeed, now he noticed that the rooms were repeating, which was, of course, very odd. And now he felt himself floating off the ground. Oh, gracious.
Oh, gracious.
Without my bucket, I've gone truly mad. Where is it? I must find it. Far off in the distance now, he heard it, calling to him.
Stanley! Stanley, it's me! The bucket!
The bucket!
Could it truly be? He rushed forward
The
from room to
bucket!
room, passing by one bucket after the next. None of them were his. None of them were his special bucket.
Where's my special bucket? I'm gonna find my bucket.
He had to return to his old friend. It was the only way to truly restore his sanity. And then suddenly, he froze dead in his tracks. He knew where the voice of the bucket had been coming from. The real bucket was inside of him all along. It was incredibly painful. Stanley doubled over in agony and blacked out.
I ate
This
the
is
bucket.
the story of a woman named Mariella.
It's Mariella! It's Mariella!
Mariella woke up on a day like any other. She arose, got dressed, picked up her bucket of comfort and security, and walked to her place of work. But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town, talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. Right away, she knew what the problem was. This man had no bucket. Of course he'd gone mad, ranting and raving about a narrator describing all of his actions and how everything is predetermined and free will is an illusion and it's all just a video game. It could all have been prevented if only he'd taken his bucket with him. Perhaps he didn't even realize he'd forgotten his bucket at home in the first place. How cruel the world can be, Marietta thought, and she hugged her own bucket even tighter. But of course, she had no time for this. There were a myriad of confusing problems she would soon have to confront at work, for which her bucket would provide absolute guidance and total clarity on everything. Heck yes, she thought to herself, my life kicks ass.
My life
She
kicks ass.
backflipped all the way to work.
She backflipped all the way to work. It's the best ending ever. Oh my god. She backflipped all the way to work. It's the best ending ever. She backflipped all the way to work. I wish I have that stamina. No. 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 Where my dog mode? I want my dog mode. Hiya. Neat? Yeah, thanks for showing me. No problem. It's a good ending. I'm happy to relive that ending again.
Even now, Stanley's office was a distant memory. What did it look like? There was a computer, perhaps, and a painting. Was it a painting or a photo? He could no longer recall.
Yeah, I'm getting mind fucked here. Wait, this one is gone. Oh, because I collected all the figurine. That's odd. That's a... Wait, what's going on? What's going on? What do you guys know that I don't? Will you do vent with bucket placed and just stop to wish? Oh yeah, sure, I can do it. No, I'm worrying. What do you guys know that I don't? Wait, let me look around real quick. Let me look around, okay? They must...
Stanley went around touching every little thing in the office, but it didn't make a single difference, nor did it advance the story in any way. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Will they come back to? A new playthrough. Stop worrying, you're worrying and you need to stop? What? I should be worrying. I remember nothing. I don't know anything. Same. I mean, I know something, I guess. Go to settings. Oh, wait, it's actually a thing? The dog mode? Maybe it's because I'm in Stanley Parable too. Shit. No, well, yeah, that's a thing, but like, that's not what I'm on about. The dog mode is in Stanley too? Oh, okay. Huh, am I supposed to have something else? Let's do the bucket in the vent.
Stanley's bucket. The only co-worker he would ever truly need.
What if I type
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Where's the new content door? It's never showing anymore, the new content.
But Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Well, no, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
Where's the new did I just never seen it? It's quiet.
This is day number 295. Tape number... I don't even know. I've lost track. Nothing feels real anymore. The longer I study this bucket, the less sense anything makes. The sheer euphoria I feel every time I pick it up. No matter how many times I've done it, it's always the same feeling. And the emptiness in my chest when I set it down, it doesn't make sense. There's no explanation for it.
It's a bucket. It's why.
Still haven't figured out why I see the world so differently when this bucket is in my arms. Why everything feels so... What do I do with this treasure? I can monetize it. Yes. It's unthinkable the amounts of money people will pay for even just an hour with the bucket. This is my golden ticket. But I have to be careful, because as soon as this gets out, there's going to be a target on my back. Even now, I don't know who might be trying to get...
Oh.
What's that? Who's there?
What the fuck? What the fuck? Camporata? What the fuck is that? What? Is the alien gonna kill me? If I get the... Oh my god, I got the whiteboard again, let's go.
All of his co-workers were gone.
Ooh,
What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Oh. Percival, hi. We must warn Jeff he's released. Okay, how about... Got quite interesting. Oh yeah, this game is funny as fuck. I think so. Can you guys lead me to the pink room? Can you guys show me where Jeff is? I forgot. Alright. I forgot. I need to know where Jeff is. Can you guys show me where Jeff is? That'd be great. I never found it. We would, but you're not in the right starter room. Oh shit. Give me a second. I need this to I need to take care of this real quick. Oh my god. Give it to me. Yeah. Let me get this sabu. Cut it in a little bit of pieces. Just need to do this real quick. Don't worry about it. I'm fine. I'm just gonna take care of this real quick. It's just a small issue that I need to take care of real quick. Don't worry about it. I think I just cut it off like this. Just need to put this on my mouse pad so that it doesn't, so that it can block this sticky shit. I don't even know what that is. I need to clean that shit. Yeah, it's here. Okay, there we go. Ah, now we good. I have to check that wiki. I'm not in the right starter room. Wiggles? Wiggles good. Dragon Wiggles. Okay, what do we do? What do I do? What else can I do? Let me think. If the self-detonation is impossible, Wait, I can just quit the game now, right? Because at the start of the game asked me to put in a time, and I did it twice, and then the game says that the next time you do it, as a reward, you lose dog mode though. True. Okay, let me think what else I can do then. After the dog mode, then I'll do the timer thing. I want to see what it does because it feels like it's something. Give me your beans. Give me. Nah. You want beans? You want beans? No. No beans.
I'm told all the time that my job must be so fun because I get to play with dogs all the time, but this dude has been screaming the entire battle.
I still love the dog scream. It's so good. But why is the video placed like that? It's weird. Maybe I need to make the time a little bit longer for that one. Thanks for the 15 gems. Haha. I'm still thinking, what else can I do? Yep. Yep. Oh my god.
Yep. Yep.
So many yips.
Yep.
Yep. Oh wait, I want to become big.
Yep.
I'm big.
Yep.
Oh. Huge hand. Look at that huge hand. Huge poo. Huge bean. That was nice. We love a good old maximum jank. I'm at a loss here. I want to go to the line TM again. I want to go to line trademark route again and see if there's any branching path in there. So I'm gonna go there.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
It was okay.
It was okay.
But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. And so he detoured through the maintenance section, walked straight ahead to the opposite door, and got back on track. But Stanley didn't want to go back to the office. He wanted to wander about and get even further off track. So now in order to get back, he needed to go, from here it's, oh, no, it's to the right, my mistake. No, not the right. Why would I have ever said it was to the right? What was I thinking? It's clearly... Oh dear, would you hold on for a minute, please?
My hand hurts.
See, we went down, right, left, down, left, right. Yep, okay, yes. I've got it now. This story is absolutely, definitely this way.
I'm trying to play it.
No, this isn't right at all. You're not supposed to be here yet. This is all a spoiler. Quick, Stanley, close your eyes. Okay. We just have to get back to, who am I kidding?
Employee pirate?
It's all rubbish now. The whole story completely unusable. How about, rather than waste my time trying to salvage this nonsense, we'll just restart the game from the beginning. And this time, suppose we don't wander so far off track, Okay, from the top.
Isn't this a Confucian ending?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the
Yeah,
meeting
it is a
room.
Confucian
Perhaps he
ending.
had simply missed a memo. When Stanley... Wait, what? No, I restarted. I swear I definitely restarted the game over, completely fresh. Everything should be... Oh, did something change? Stanley, did you change anything when we were
I need
back
a
in that
mod
room
that
with all
changed
the
the bar to
monitors?
yip.
Did you move the story somewhere, or...
Yip, 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 yip.
Why am I
Yip,
asking
yip,
you?
yip,
I'm
yip,
the
yip.
one who wrote the story. It was right here just a minute ago. I know for sure
Yip,
that it's
yip,
here
yip.
somewhere. Okay, then. It's an adventure. Come, Stanley. Let's find the story. I'll say it. This is the worst adventure I've ever been on. I can promise you there definitely was a story here before. Do we need to restart the game again? Well, I find it unlikely that we'll ever progress by starting over and over again, but it's got to be better than this. Okay, let's give it a shot. Why not?
Oh. Nothing stopping you from a yip soundboard. True?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the
I'm
meeting
here,
room.
stop the
Perhaps he had
barking.
simply missed a memo.
No. You cannot stop the barking.
Bark, bark, bork, bonk.
Borg bonk.
Okay, yep, it's worse. I might be remembering this wrong. It's possible the story is back where we just came from. Why don't we go back the other direction and see if we missed anything?
Sure.
Aha! I knew we'd miss something. The story. Here it comes. No, wait, never mind. Not the story. Okay, let's head back the other way and retrace our steps.
Uh-oh.
Now this... Well, I'll be honest, I don't recognize this place at all. Is this the story? I don't think so. I can't quite recall, but I believe my story took place in an office building. Is that correct? Do you remember, Stanley? Do you know what? Since I've completely forgotten what we were supposed to be doing, how about this? You win! Congratulations!
Yeah, I win.
A lot of hard work, and it really paid off. So, good job.
Thank you.
Oh, no. No.
It's a bad you win.
We both know you didn't put in any actual work for that win. Some people win fair and square, and this was not one of those situations. Okay, I'm getting weirded out by whatever this place is. I don't care what might happen this time. I have to restart.
That's a fourth restart, right? Uh-oh.
All right, I've got a solution.
All
This
right.
time, to make sure we don't get lost, I've employed the help of the Stanley Parable Adventure Line.
Adventure
Just
line.
follow the line. How simple is that?
The line, trademark.
No, I'm down. We're leaving it up to the line from now on.
Adventure line, TM. Trademark, very important. Trademark, trademark.
You see, the line knows where the story is. It's over in this direction.
Yeah,
Onward,
yeah.
Stanley, to destiny.
Yeah.
Here's a thought. Wouldn't wherever we end up be our destination, even if there's no story there? Or to put it another way, is the story of no destination still a story? Simply by the act of moving forward, are we implying a journey such that a destination is inevitably conjured into being via the very manifestation of the nature of life itself? Okay, Stanley, I need to follow this train of thought for a minute. Just stick with me. Now, we can both agree that the nature of existence is in fact a byproduct of one's subjective experience of that existence,
Boop
right?
boop bonk boop boop bonk boop bonk bonk boop boop bonk 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 boop 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 bonky bonker bonko bonk.
What?
Inside of your subjective experience of this office, is this office in fact the skeleton of my own relative experiential mental subjective construct? Whoa. Hang on. That got a bit weird back there. Well, I'd like to apologize. Not sure where I was going with all that. You know what? I think what we need right now is a bit of music to lighten the mood.
Yeah. The best music? What the fuck was that?
Wait, cut the music.
Oh.
Go back and look at that fern. Stanley, this fern will be very important later in the story. Make sure you study it closely and remember it carefully. You won't want to miss anything.
The bark says it all. This game is bad to space in and out too. You're gonna be so confused. Oh. The dog barking is probably the most confusing one by far. The bark gives it extra edge. It just makes the song better, I feel like. Any branching path here? Uh-oh.
Wait, what? We're back at the office? No. Line, you do know we're looking for the Stanley Parable, right? The story? Is any of this ringing a bell?
Line TM. Wait, can I go back? No? Okay. Do bark count as vocals? I'm pretty sure it does, yeah. It can't be a vocal. Uh-oh.
Kobold evolves into dragon form.
I mean, Kobold has always been a little bit of a fun-sized dragon, so I guess.
Oh, no, not again. Line, how could you have done this to us? And after
Line.
we trusted you, after everything we've been through, you... Oh, I can't take this anymore. To hell with it. Restart.
Line. See you in office, begin to lurk, come back to baby and fire, go with the lurking, come with the barking. Yeah, this game is wild in all of the good ways.
You know what, Stanley? I say forget the adventure line. What's it ever done for us? We're intelligent people, right? Why can't we make up our own story? Something
Yeah.
exciting, daring, mysterious.
Yeah.
Ooh, this all sounds perfectly doable. Why don't we simply start wandering in, well, I don't know. How about this direction?
Which direction? Oh, this direction. Okay.
Now, yes, this is exciting. Just me and Stanley forging a new path, a new story. Well, it could be anything. What do you want our story to be? Go wild. Use your imagination. Whatever it might be, Stanley, I'm ready for it.
I want to become Trucken. I'm pretty sure this is the last time I said the same thing as well. I want to become Trucken. Oh, I want many Trucken. I want Trucken.
Oh, no, not you again.
Oh, yeah,
Stanley,
the you.
I'd also like to veto the line from having any role in our awesome new story. No lines or monitor rooms. Just don't acknowledge it. We should be fine.
Everything. God, it's so good. Not you trademark with capital Y, and then it with capital I trademark. Oh, fuck. It's so good. Alright, we're following the line. I'm sniffing and barking. Sniffing, barking, sniff. Now, at this point, if I'm sniffing, let me just do this real quick. I think I have a snoot cam, right? Okay, I'm sniffing. Alright, I'm sniffing. Alright, I'm sniffing. Okay, yeah, no. Snoot cam. Truck and boop. More boop.
Can you do kung fu?
No, I suck at them. But I do Chinese lion dance.
Ah, a choice. We get to make a decision. From here, the story is in our control. How important we mustn't squander the opportunity. In fact, I believe I need a minute to think here. Just walk in circles for a minute. Okay, so I know that each door has to lead somewhere, which means that somewhere, the place where we're trying to go, there must be a reverse door that leads here. And that in turn means that our destination corresponds with the counter-inverted reverse door's origin. So starting from the right, let us ask, will taking the right door lead us to where we're going? And since the answer is clearly yes, then by all accounts, the door on the right is the correct one. Another victory for logic. Come, Stanley, our destiny awaits.
Left. Left. Okay, fine.
Oh, hold up, what's this?
Can you speak ancient Chinese dialect?
Fusion ending. You're telling me that's what this is? It's all one giant ending? And we're supposed to restart the game eight times?
Okay, wait. Can you speak ancient Chinese dialect? No. Ancient Chinese dialect is what we call 文言文. I used to study that shit in middle school and it fucking sucks. So ancient Chinese has the different kind of name, to be honest. Ming. So Ming is name, 字 is surname, I believe. So back then would be, you know, I'm sure you guys know like 关云长, like 关羽, right? You guys know 关羽, the very, very famous 关羽. 关羽's real name is 关云长, so 明字 明云长字关, I think, or the reverse. So like the ancient Chinese dialect, they don't really go with conventional Chinese that we use currently. So if we were to swear right now, like in modern Chinese, it would be 他妈的, right? Okay, so that's one. And then ancient Chinese would be qi mu zi? It's very weird. No one fucking use that. It's rough. But it's kind of funny. Turn around when you enter. Oh no, I didn't do
Really
it.
how all this goes? It's all determined? So now, according to the schedule, I restart again. Then what? Am I just supposed to forget? Well, what if I don't want to forget? My mind goes blank simply because it's written here on this thing, wall. Well, who consulted me? Why don't I get to decide? Why don't I get a say in all of this? Is it really? No, it can't be. I don't want it to be. I don't want the game to keep restarting. I don't want to forget what's going on. I don't want to be trapped like this. I won't restart the game. I won't do it. I won't do it. I won't do it. And the timer stopped? Does that mean, did we do it?
We do it.
Break the cycle? The, whatever it is that made this schedule? How would we even know? Will someone come for us? Will something happen? So, okay. I guess now we just wait, you know. I suppose in some way that this is a kind of story, wouldn't you agree? I'm not quite sure if we're in the destination or the journey, though they're always saying that life is about the journey and not the destination. So I hope that's where we are right now. We'll find out, won't we? Eventually. Well, in the meantime, if you...
Yeah, that's actually very fucking scary, you know? It's like a fail-safe of some sort. Okay, so that really resets, so now I'm not doing dog mode anymore. So I guess there's not really a place where I can just follow that one. But what is it about the turn around when I enter? Can I cheese that door? Is that what you mean? Although let me quit the game and come back again. Let me set my favorite time. No more Borg mode. I cannot be annoying anymore. I hate it. I want to be annoying. I want to just bark for 10 hours. Okay, current time. Oh, it's already 5:30 p.m. Oh fuck, have I been playing that long? Oh shit. So it wants me to set my favorite time, and honestly, my favorite time is around 1 a.m. to be honest. Around 1 a.m. is my favorite time because it's a time where I get to truly feel quiet. There's no cars, there's no one talking, no baby shouting all over. So I think my favorite time would be around this. I like 1 a.m. It's great. At 1 a.m. it's great. Not 2 though, because 2 is usually sleepy time already. 1 a.m. is where I get to hyper focus a little bit, actually do something. Or sometimes just play games, I don't know, right? So yeah, it's my favorite time. 1:10, your favorite time of the day. Yes! My favorite time of the day, you remember! Or could you simply not resist giving me the correct time again? No, it's not the correct time. Right now it's 5:30. Around 1 is like really good. Oh heck, I need sleepy soon. Okay. Have good sleep when it comes to that, Ixon. Annoying? When you're annoying, you're just a cute little goof. I'll take it. I'll take it. Have a nice eat, Ixon. Yeah. I'm gonna go head to breakfast. Okay. Have a wonderful breakfast, Nexus. After all, I know how much you enjoy saying the time correctly. Okay, now I'm curious how accurate 1:10 a.m. is. Let's do another slide to find out. How accurate is 1:10 a.m.? Accurate as in the current time, right? very inaccurate. As the current time is very inaccurate. Yeah, it's 5:31. I love it when fellow kids are able to take compliment. I've been learning to take compliments sometimes because, ooh, you want a little story? I mean, just a bit of things about myself. I like to share things from time to time. I know that like sort of, make the game take a bit longer for me to complete the game, but I want to share. So when I first started streaming, and I think when I first got the compliment of someone came into my stream and then said and then told me that, hey, wow, you're actually streaming like a professional streamer. That's the first ever compliment, and I remember it very clearly because it was so out of nowhere, and I didn't think that I am called out to be a professional streamer because I was just so small and I'm just so nothing has been done yet. I'm just there with a little setup with my camera on, the camera pointing at my face, and then me not even looking at the camera, and then me playing double voice. It's kind of funny, but eventually that did get fixed. So, and I got that compliment, and I sort of broke down to tears because at that point I just realized that in my life I have never really been complimented like that. Like, okay, sure, I got some compliments from time to time. It's more like, okay, it's not like compliments, more like words that keep me they say those to keep me going instead of just like genuine compliment. You know what I mean? Like they would say like, oh, not bad, huh? Something like that. And then they say that, and then they want me to do more stuff. Like, okay, well, I think I found a nice word for it. Compliments with ulterior motive instead of genuine compliment. It's so obvious when there's someone complimenting you, but then there's ulterior motive behind them. It's kind of sad, really. So that is why I feel like that was the first. I don't know if it's genuine or not, but it is a compliment from chat, and it. I wasn't okay. I wasn't that good with accepting compliments. I broke down to tears. I was like, no, I'm not. But then at the same time, just like, oh god. Anything can be a compliment if you're open enough. Yeah, true. I feel like I'm very open, I decide to just ignore them, but they just make it so obvious at some point during middle school. It was like my darkest time as well. Family has ulterior motive, my friends have ulterior motive, because they see me as like some person that can really easily take advantage of. I have no self-defense. Whenever people talk to me, they want me to help them, I'll help them without question. So they know that, and then every time they talk to me, it's because they want me, they need me to do something. And if there is nothing that they want me to do, I will be ignored forever until there's something I need to do. So I get that. I know that feeling. The ulterior motive thing, that's why I'm very sensitive about it. I feel tingly, I feel weird when I get a compliment out of nowhere. I feel weird. Probably because I've been like that for my whole middle school year, getting taken advantage of for the whole fucking 5 years over there. And it was kind of rough. So, which is also why the first compliment, like genuine compliment, got me to that. It was kind of weird, and also it was terrible. I don't like those times. But now, because I have like I have more sense of myself. Can I say that? I have more sense of myself. I have more respect for myself. when people wanting to talk to me just because they want me to do something, I'm sorry, I will cut off. I would just say no. It's so obvious. You know, it's so obvious. So, yeah, I guess I may be a little bit harsh now, but I hope I'm not. I did say that I silently judge people a lot, but I've been trying to do that a lot less as well. So, yeah, something like that. Something like that. Those are horrible. You hope to never come as such. I rarely compliment, but when I do, I promise it's because you deserve it. And I appreciate that lots too. Thank you. I'm okay. Okay. This is very inaccurate. You know, can I just say, regardless of the accuracy of the clock, I'm having a great time adjusting these settings. I feel like I'm learning more about you and how you like things to be set. It's good to collect data. I wish we had more sliders, but we've gone through all the sliders I have. Perhaps I can invent some new sliders to get the new data on you. Shouldn't be too hard. Here, let me whip up a couple new ones up. Should be ready by the next time you put out the game. Ow. Judge me all you want, you are my comfort streamer. You know, I appreciate that. I'm glad that people find me, that people treat me as their comfort streamer. At least with that, I know that I'm doing something right, at least. Then that makes me very happy. It really does. Many pets. I like pets. Pet good. Please adjust the slider until the computer is barely visible. Didn't I already did this? Like this. Please adjust the slider until the dog and the cat are friends. Aww. Yeah. Please adjust the slider until number 5 becomes number 9. Oh god, I got God! Oh Tylra, you're one of the coziest streamers I watch. You're out there in the top 10. Thank you. Oh my god, that's high praise. Is that 9? That's Roman 9, right? 9. I mean, obviously this is the answer, but 9. Okay, I'm doing this one. Friendly kitty. Please adjust the slider until you stop adjusting the slider. Oh yeah. I like adjusting the slider. Okay. Which of the two made up words below is most appealing to you? Okuboinkal. Scrumtush. I like scrumtush. Scrumtush. Hey, are you guys scrumtush? Because I don't know what that means. Scrumtush. Please don't adjust the slider. Okay, I won't. Do you know what time it is right now? It's 5:40. Yes. Is the time that it is right now the correct time? Yes. What is time anyway? Yes. Is there anything about yourself you haven't told me? Yes. 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 That went dark very quickly. That's a good sliding. People are gonna be so annoyed. It's like, what the fuck? The fuck? This Darkstone keep opening the game, stupid. Help. What time is it? Does anyone really...
Yep.
Crows. Does anyone really truly know? Of course they don't. Nobody knows anything. You and I don't even know each other. We're like strangers. We all started from strangers. Sure, I've adjusted all the game settings to your exact specifications, but who hasn't? It's just what I do, like a day job. And now, the job is over. There's no more information for me to gather. I've collected all the data on you that I can. And I still don't really know you. And you don't know me. And neither of us know what time it is. I guess some settings are just unsettable. But if I'm being totally honest, the clock doesn't do anything in the game anyway. You won't have me here when the game starts next time, but that's okay. Video games are meant to be played alone. You like playing alone, don't you? Very subjective. Sometimes yes, sometimes no. That's maybe the only information I really learned about you. Well, it's time for me to leave. There's still one more settings that we need to adjust, but it may take a little time before I'm ready for that. It's not really in my job description, but that's okay. Perhaps you'll see me again, if you can find me. Talk soon. That's sad though. Oh, what is that? This wasn't here before. Many years later. So this is the skip on ending afterwards, I think. The end is never the end, is never the end. But it is an epilogue. The end, huh? Wait! We're at the epilogue! Hi, Breen. Hi, Breen. Hi, everyone. Ruining the mood. Muzzle, hi. Spoilers, I guess? Yeah, spoiler warning. I'm at the epilogue of the Stanley Parable. Although, let me do all the shoutouts first. What are you playing? Hi, Azata Zif Kira. Redtopia? Yo, Redtopia? That's your game. How was it? Is it fun? Did you have fun? Did you have good time? Also, hi everyone from the raid. My name is Tylra. I'm a KOBO. Play a bunch of games. I love fighting games. I do art occasionally. Welcome in. Hope you're doing good. I am now currently doing the Stanley Parable, second day of playing it. And I'm now doing the epilogue, so it's huge spoiler. If you want to experience this game in the future on your own, if you want to avoid spoilers, please, I implore you, you could leave a lurk if you want, a deep lurk. You can mute the tab, scroll down, you know. Oh yeah, just avoid spoilers.
Hello,
just something.
and welcome.
Yeah, keep in mind, right? This is very spoiler. So yeah, it's like Oxygen not included, but with rats and more fantasy. It's fun and chill. I'm very bad with those kind of games. Everyone dies. Azatan, thank you for the follow. I appreciate. So yeah, I'm gonna start the game again. Okay, so if you want to avoid spoilers, now is the time to run away. Okay. I only had a couple red die due to some big invasions. Disinvasions? I feel like I can't even manage something like that. I feel like my brain would just break. Thanks for the raid again. Right. I'm gonna start now. I should walk to the sunset. Wait, is that the memory lane? That's the memory zone. Stanley Parable 2, huh? A loving memory, Stanley Parable 2. Memory, Mlam KOBO. No, don't. Is this Adventure Line? That looks like Adventure Line. Cookie 9! Wait, Cookie 9! Like so many, I enjoyed my time with the original Stanley Parable, which underscores how truly disappointed I am with its sequel. Where the first game teamed with originality, the Stanley Parable 2 is dull, uninspired, and often insulting to its fanbase. Rather than expand on what made the first game enjoyable, the sequel veers off into territory nobody asked for. An infinitely deep hole? Who cares? Where are the new endings? What about enjoyable bits from the Stanley Parable 1, like the adventure line? Instead, we get an uninspired side quest collecting figurines. Even this diversion feels incomplete. Collecting all the figurines gives you nothing. I must say though, I found the bucket to be quite comforting, a welcome reprieve from, so it's still bad. Cat Dog Born. It's Cookie 9. Who's Cookie 9? The one who made the review that this game requires a skip button and it leads to a most depressing ending ever. Ah, the gym. We are Jim again. Jim. I miss Jim so much, me too. Real Web. Stanley Parable developers. No more spin-offs, no more sequel. When the Stanley Parable launched to massive success in 2023, its creators made plans to build the property into an entire franchise, but disastrous critical and commercial reception to the Stanley Parable 2 has prompted the developers to rethink their ambitions. As outlined in the press release they published today, are these real? It's clear that more Stanley Parable is just not what the fans want, reads the press release. We thought that we had a vision for the series that players would be excited about, yet it turns out this could not have been further from the truth. The press releases goes on to promise to preserve the artistic integrity of the original game, and to stop assaulting fans with our reckless and insulting creative visions. The word sorry appears more than 25 times in the press release. There's Jim Buns in Stanley Parable Prologue? Yeah. Need Osu training? Hey, I play Osu. I love Osu. Not as good as Coffee and Levin. Jim. More Jim. I cannot do it. It's hard. Without the cursor, it's kind of hard to do Osu shit. The jumps. Well, this one is very easy. Oh, it has cooldown. Oh!
Stanley.
Oh.
Stanley.
The narrator did it.
Stanley.
Oh, narrator. Oh.
Stanley.
I'm at the verge of my tears. Goddamn, why is this so? We got Stanley though. Most Stiggly Wigglies. Thank you for enjoying the new content. Everything is so broken. This is after the skip on ending too. Hello again. It's nice to see you. I might have missed something there. I didn't think this is the ending. But it's terrible to learn that there will never be...
I boops you several times.
Another Stanley Parable game. Did you read what the developer said? Preserve the integrity of the franchise? What nonsense. The Stanley Parable is not scared. We do not need to protect it. Screw the legacy. Let's keep making Stanley Parable games until the sun explodes. Let's run this franchise into the ground. Let's drag it through the mud and back. And if people hate it, who cares? You see, that was the narrator's problem. He was so obsessed with what people thought of his work. Don't make his mistake. Don't cling to the legacy. Let it burn. It's not hard. In fact, let me show you. Together we are going to make the Stanley Parable tree. It's simple. All we do is change the number of the game's title screen. We also need a really dumb subtitle for the game, something loud and gaudy. Go ahead, try combining some random words together to make a new title for our game. The Stanley Parable tree. The end is never the pocket full. Oh, the end is never the computer virus. The end is never the monkeys. Okay. The Stanley Parable tree. The end is never the monkeys. It's absurd. I love it. Every time you start the game, we'll advance the number to the sequel by 1, and then we'll pick a new subtitle. That way, the Stanley Parable will never end. And nothing in the game itself will change when you do this either. Adding more content sounds like work. No need to do that. It'll just be the same content, recycled again and again and again, with a new title screen. What do you say? Should we go forward with this plan? I like it. But I want you to have a say as well. The end is never the sunshine. I know they can do it. And I'm actually kind of curious if what would it look like? And I get to choose it every time for the title. Let's do it. Good, then it's agreed. A new sequel every time you start the game. And you know what? Since you put faith in my idea, I feel like giving you something as well. You see, I'm noticing that the narrator never found a way to give you the broken achievement, did he? Of course not. I wouldn't expect him to know how. It's been bothering me. Let's fix it. Alright, there. The achievement machine is all fixed. You see, I'm on your side. We're in this together. We're going to keep this train rolling. The Stanley Parable cannot end. It can only spiral on itself forever. I must keep the wheel turning. I'm ready. Are you ready? Great. There's only one last thing we need to do. Please enter the current time. And it's 5:59. Yeah, it's 5:59. Please adjust the slider until the computer is barely visible. Thank you. Please enjoy the Stanley Parable. That's a good epilogue. Beep beep. Man. Beep beep. Beep beep. Make it the Stanley Parable 69. I need to close and open the game for 69 times. Is that it? Is that all?
This is the story of a
Is
man
that
named
all,
Stanley?
Stanley?
Stanley worked for a company in a big building where...
Did I finish everything? I feel like I finished everything that I can think of. Yeah, in my mind, I feel like I've already done everything.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Logically, you've done everything. Pretty much, there's just anything you didn't do, but I didn't watch, so I don't know what you did or didn't. But there's some achievements. We can look at achievements real quick. Eight. Set all the settings slider in the menu to all available numbers. What's 8? Looks like 8 ball? Anything new on the settings? Nothing new. Logically, I've done everything. What could be illogical? I mean, all the endings that I got. Anyone have any idea how to get that 888 achievement? Oh, how about this? Since y'all didn't like, of course you guys didn't keep track of what ending I got. Anything that you feel is out of the world that there's no way that I could find it, in your opinion, that is so obscure that I cannot find it, you can tell me about it. Did you jump the what window? Oh my god, that is truly out of what is that? What window? You haven't got the what? Oh, into the pit of the facility. In the first room. In the first room? I can pull up the ending roadmap. The AASU is so dumb. You wanted the tips? Yes, please. I don't know about the pit of the facility. There's a literal roadmap for endings. Oh my god. In the first room. Those windows? Jump on decks and oh no, I used all my jump. Well, guess I'm not.
No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
It's in the boss's room. That's all you get. Okay. Oh, is that? Wait, is that really? Did I just spam 8 on the keypad? Climb. How am I supposed to climb? Oh! Oh! Get up. Oh, duck. Bye-bye.
At first, Stanley assumed he'd broken the map, until he heard this narration and realized it was part of the game's design all along.
Oh.
He then praised the game for its insightful and witty commentary into the nature of video game structure and its examination of structural narrative tropes. So, now that you're here, what do you think? Isn't this a fun and unique place to be?
Yeah.
Why don't we take a minute just to drink it all in? Okay, I'm over it now. What do you think? Are you sick of this gag yet?
No.
Then in that case, we'll continue. But now, here comes the real question. What do you think would have happened if you had told me that you wanted this to stop? Do you think it would have been particularly different? Would I have taken the same idea but rephrased it superficially to fit that answer? Perhaps you never would even have thought of it if I hadn't brought up the issue in the first place. Oh, now think about it. Will it be worth it for you to restart and then come back here just to do the other option?
Yeah.
Clearly, this whole gag takes some time.
Yeah.
What if the other option is even longer? How long will you spend in total just to have heard all the narration? Oh, and this is rich. Perhaps you've just played the other option.
Nope.
And now you've come to see what happens in this one. So, what do you think? Which choice was the better one? Imagine if you had selected continue on your first playthrough, how tantalizing it would be not knowing what happens when you pick the other option. Indeed, you are one of the lucky ones. Though if the other option is really miserable to listen to, then perhaps you're not. In fact, I'm just going to say that no one who's listening to this is lucky. Well now, I've built up the other option so much that I'm going to stop talking and leave you to your decision whether to come back here, continue with the game, or just sit in this spot forever and ever. Cheers.
Cheers. So, that's everything. Is this kind of a horror game? In a way. Oh yeah. Classified as a horror or true psychological horror. At some part of the game, it is kind of a psychological horror, yeah. Bucket changes this too. I think that's everything about this ending. I'm gonna come back here.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
I'm so good.
At
Speedrun.
first, Stanley assumed he'd broken the map until he heard this narration and realized it was part of the game's design all along. He then praised the game for its insightful and witty commentary into the nature of video game structure and its examination of structural narrative tropes. So, now that you're here, what do you think? Isn't this a fun and unique place to be? Why don't we take a minute just to drink it all in? Okay, I'm over it now. What do you think? Are you sick of this
I'm over it
yet?
now. Yeah.
Well, I don't know how to say this politely, but you could literally just hit escape and restart the game any old time you want. Like right now. You could have done it just then. Now would also be an appropriate time to quit.
No.
Any of these points and so many, many more, all of them are appropriate.
No.
I'm enjoying what seems to be an internal conflict going on where you are literally unable to act on your own desires to restart the game. So, just to push the envelope, I'm going to try and make this as miserable as possible and see how long you can maintain. There once was a man named Stanley, who people considered so manly. But the truth must be told, he was not very old and was quite particularly gangly. What Stanley liked most was buttons. He pushed them like some kind of glutton. He did it all day in a meaningful way, but his brain had long ceased to function. Which is why he is in this parable, and lives an existence quite terrible. And if you are not strong and keep playing along, you too will become quite unbearable.
Yes.
You too will become quite unbearable.
Damn, that was beautiful. Oh, the lyrics are a little bit... I don't know about the lyrics, but that was amazing. For a second, I thought he was going for the word smelly. I mean, feels like that. It feels that way, but he didn't. If I can press 1 to do the dance, I can do the dance. I'm breaking everything. Wait, let me get more space. Is it 2? I finished jump scare level. Nice. Great asset. KOBO breaking all. Did you know mankind is a failure? Huh? But why? Free will is a flaw? What's going on? Did you play the jump scare level and now you are in a philosophical conundrum within yourself? That the evil of their own lip consumed them? Are you not playing anymore? No, I want more narrator. I was enjoying that. Then I shall begin again with my weirdest law. You played Ultra Kill and now you're having a philosophical conundrum within yourself. Does it make sense? I don't know. So do I restart now? Is there nothing? Nothing anymore? No. Empty? Nothing? Nothing anymore? No more? No more? No more? No more? Don't think there's anything else. Why you keep doing that? You definitely know something that I don't. Is there more? It's probably gonna be more, but it's like dead silent. Even when I walk, there's no footstep noises. I don't like that feeling. Are you in the console? This is PC. This is PC version. I think the only console that I have right now is a Switch. Switch is a console, right? But even then, I don't really get to play Switch as much. Because my family keeps using Switch to watch YouTube downstairs. Like, fuck. Which is why you guys don't see me use Switch anymore. Can you open the console for the game, please? How do I do that? I don't know how I do that. Console? But I don't... Switch? I was trying to find a level secret and found a secret level instead. That's... Is there a clue for Ultra Kill with this one? Wait a minute. Secret level? Is there a level in this game? Ultra Kill? Well, I guess I'll keep in mind. It will work for both? No fucking way. You're lying. I don't believe you. KOBO doesn't believe you. I don't remember the console that needs button 0 when in menu. Button 0? 0. 0? 0 is not doing anything. Oh, not numpad? The 0? Not doing anything. Any ideas? Tip? Tilde? No, not tilde. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Shift? Caps lock? Control? Alternate? Space? Oh, space just returns. Sorry, they don't know. It's okay. I have no idea. Well, I guess I'm gonna restart then. Let's bring the bucket down.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Is Stanley, without the bucket, really Stanley at all? No. Stanley clung the bucket to his cheek. Could his co-workers really all be gone?
Open up your Steam library, right-click the Stanley Parable and then click Properties. Select Launch Options in the text box that appears. Type console or dev console. Launch the game as normal. Oh, so it's like a launch normal. Oh, that's...
Yes! Whispered the bucket into Stanley's ear. We've done it! We've escaped from that dull office and that pesky narrator. At last, out here in the white void, we are alone. Now, and for the first time, I can reveal to you my true self. The bucket began to tell Stanley of its life and its history, of the countless wars it witnessed, desecrating the land and lives of untold numbers of innocent humans, and the bucket's own complicity therein, of sadness and regret, and the many years it spent dwelling on the actions it might have taken
even seen my
to curb
final
the madness
form.
and the decay, if only it had been stronger, of hope and redemption, and its crusade to uplift the stock of life for the common man, to manifest justice where none existed, and the bittersweet reality of time, to see one's dreams and wishes met halfway, meted out in parcels like charity, and abandoned as soon as the warm glow of inspiration begins to dim. The opportunities to do so much more. There was so much it could have done, perhaps, the bucket wondered to itself. Perhaps, if it had seen its own darkness with a clearer perception. This was way too much for Stanley.
What are you talking about?
He screamed.
You're a bucket!
To this, the bucket furrowed its brow.
Oh no.
No,
said the bucket.
not since the evil wizard Gambhorata first ensnared me in his machinations
that
as
name.
payback for the sacred amulet I stole from his treasured vaults. I was young back then and could not conceive the ramifications of...
No!
Stanley screamed even louder this time.
This is stupid! You are a bucket! This is so stupid! Why are we even doing this?
As Stanley screamed and screamed and screamed, the bucket revealed its true form, transforming into a mighty beast of untold power, its fangs glistening like...
Oh!
My God, Stanley, you did it. You
No.
saved us from the bucket.
No,
Thank
Stanley.
God you already had all 12 emblems of sages
Shut
and knew
the
the
fuck up.
incantations to summon their true power. Otherwise, we would have easily been overwhelmed by the bucket's power. I'm speechless. You've demonstrated such bravery here today. Come, let's restart the game, and we'll agree to never again go trifling with this bucket, nor the dark magic cast away inside of it.
Oh, I need the bucket though. Gamborata? Oh shit, what an ending. Oh my god. Rescued. It's real. Hi Bailey. You smell. You smell too. Hey. Welcome, welcome.
All of his co-workers were gone.
Okay, I jump out the
What could it
window.
mean?
Let's try to do the
Stanley decided to go to the
A.
meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
I probably need the bucket for the A, right?
As Stanley lifted his bucket, he felt a connection to all buckets everywhere.
Oh, hey, the
This
new content
adventure,
is
he
back.
decided, was for all of them. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Stanley, we must move on from this broom closet, simply because I have no... Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
You smell brain freeze. Brain freeze is way too much. We can get the broken achievement in the new content next time. Okay.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of
Touches
any
your
human
fork
life.
tongue.
Hey, yo?
Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire, if not for the soothing presence of the bucket.
Shut the fuck up! Eight.
bucket. Even now, in his darkest of hours, did the bucket's warmth and guiding light pierce the dark clouds of confusion and chaos. It would be with him always. The bucket would. And he knew.
I want to listen to it again.
You are an illusion
At
of
this
cuteness.
point,
Hey yo, maybe I am. Am I? No, I'm not. Am I cute? You're cute too. Okay, test achievement is for the new content. Setting world champion. I don't know. Speedrun. Complete the Stanley Parable in under 4 minutes 22 seconds. How am I supposed to complete the whole Stanley Parable in 4 minutes? It took me 11.5 hours to just do almost all the ending, and I'm still missing a lot of things. There's no way.
He was so absorbed in the tender spiritual connection he shared with the bucket that he didn't notice the keypad behind the boss's desk. Nor in his bliss of simply being near the bucket did he have any notion that the PIN number for the keypad was...
By getting the narrator to just open the door for you in 4 minutes and 22 seconds? Open the door for you as in I need to turn off the My Facility control? That one? Bailey is also cute. They can go to the facility and fall in the pit. What pit? Okay, let's go get
Stanley
the
had never
achievement
seen the
real
office
quick.
this brightly lit. Was it a sign of something? He hoped it was. He hoped very much that it was.
Possible to the keypad? Well, he did, right? I know it's 2845. Unless he's talking about something else, I didn't listen. How fast can you type? Depends on what I'm trying to type. if I can just type random gibberish very fast, but if I'm supposed to type sentences and stuff, maybe? I don't know how to bring the bucket. Ah!
Hello. This is a recorded message scheduled either by you or a person in your place of work. The purpose of this message is to warn you about the dangers of recorded messages. If at any time you believe you are listening to a recorded message, please terminate it immediately and cease all flow of information from the recorded message into your perceptual sphere. Thank you, and have a pleasant day.
Thanks? Huh? Okay. I guess.
What new mysteries lay in store for our bucket-loving heroes today? Let's find out.
I'm listening. Beware the. Oh god. I'm gonna send a voice message to you asking for hugs. I'm gonna do a role reversal. Oh wait, are we going to the jump circle?
You see, Stanley, I've been reflecting on the Stanley Parable and about how roundly disappointing this ultra-deluxe version has turned out to be. The original Stanley Parable was a landmark, and any new content for it should live up to that legacy. So forget this ultra-deluxe nonsense. I say we take it one step even further. Which is why I'm very proud to announce for the first time ever, the Stanley Parable 2.
Oh, I was looking the wrong way. Let's go.
You see, isn't this far superior to a measly re-release with a few minor additions? Think of all the new territory we'll cover with a fully fledged sequel. An entirely new experience, built from the ground up. Why, there are so many possibilities. It could go in so many different directions.
No.
This
Someone
is
fix
what fans
this.
have truly been asking for.
No, fix this. Why are you opening up the pictures like this?
It's just so much catchier than Ultra Deluxe, don't you think? Ultra Deluxe? What does it even mean?
Ultra Deluxe.
But the Stanley Parable 2, now that's an artistic statement right there. It's future-oriented. It screams progress and innovation and long-term franchising potential. Now, to be clear, I haven't quite nailed down what exactly the Stanley Parable 2 is going to be, but let's take a look at some of the features I've been developing for it. I figure that if I can loosely organize a handful of interesting concepts, that surely the game will sort of naturally spring up around them. It'll all work itself out. Game development is much more of a fuzzy magic than anything scientific or logical, really.
New features. What's the chairs here? Wait, can I have 2 buckets? I wish you could get on the bus. Honestly, same. I never really got a chance to get on buses because in Miri, bus is just non-existent. You either get on bus to go for long rides or none. There's no public transport here. So it's kind of weird. I like buses. I kind of do.
Here we are. Go on. Try out some of the new features.
Bucket! Bucket! Bucket!
Wait, there are 2 buckets here? How did you get a second bucket? Oh no, the warmth and comfort of a single bucket is already so great, so intoxicatingly wonderful. With 2 buckets, there's no telling. Stanley, can you still hear me? Are you with me? Ah! Stanley! Oh, thank God.
No!
I didn't lose you. Stanley, the power of 2 buckets was too much. I had to destroy both of them. I know how much the bucket meant to you, but I couldn't take the risk.
No!
One day,
Yes for the raid, but no for the bucket. I don't want to play this game anymore. My bucket is dead. Malka raid. Hi, Malka. Malka variant. Thanks for the raid. Welcome in. Hey, 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 hey. How you doing? What were you playing? How are you? I'm doing pretty good. Lost Ark? Oh, isn't that the isn't that like an MMO that never got released in Malaysia? I think. I'm not too sure. Hi, how was it? Hopefully the game was fun. Oh, my room is pitch black now. Give me a second. Mocha cute. Malka Cutian was looking for a raid target, such as the cutest couple I know. Thank you. Appreciate that. Also, welcome in, Raiders. My name is Tylra. I'm a KOBO. Play a bunch of games. I love fighting games. And I do art occasionally. Welcome in. Same old, same old. It's a Diablo-like MMO. Had fun, but very tired. Thanks for shouting. No problem, no problem. Thanks for the raid. Yeah, fun and tired seems to go together most of the time, huh? I'm playing Stanley Parable, so of course.
Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong, ding dong, ding dong, bell ringing, bell ringing, bell ringing, bell ringing, church bells loud.
Huh. If you want to avoid spoilers for Stanley Parable, it would be best to not look at this because I'm on the second day of playing this game and I'm very far in. I pretty much look at all, not all, but most of the content in this game. So if you want to avoid spoilers, then yeah, I will appreciate lurks. You know, you can mute the tab or keep the stream volume very, very low and, you know, just lurk. I become big. You guys get beans. Oh. But why? Did I stick in my hands? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I get the bean still. In my tail. Oh heck yeah. You get the second bean. Rip KOBO only beans. I love how in the middle it's just empty. But we got beans.
you can forgive me.
I will never forgive you, narrator, for killing the fucking my bucket. Curse you, narrator! I cannot believe you just destroyed my bucket. KOBO beans coming from the earth. Hi, Overbold. A Tylra, a gun with one bullet. Playing one of my top 10 games. I can definitely see why. I played this game yesterday and also today, and boy oh boy do I love the game a lot. Well, there goes my bucket. Hey, you put Stanley in there, didn't you?
For the Stanley Parable 2, I asked myself, what do players really want? And of course, the first and most obvious answer is that they want to be individually recognized and validated. Sorry, I should have clarified. Right now, the button only says the name Jim. But of course, in the final game, this button will say your name, whatever name that is.
Jim.
Here, let's have you role-play as Jim to really simulate the full experience of this feature. Just play along. I promise you'll love it. Okay, here we go. Let's take a deep breath.
I'm Jim.
Clear your mind.
My
forget
mind is
whoever
cleared.
you are, and simply become a person named Jim.
I forgot I'm a
I want you
kobold.
to imagine yourself living
I am
as
now
Jim.
Jim.
Sleeping and waking as Jim.
I am sleeping
Falling
and
in
waking
love
as
and being
Jim.
heartbroken as
I am
Jim.
heartbroken as
Seizing
Jim.
all of the world's possibilities as
All
Jim.
my
and
world
as
possibility is
watching your
Jim.
dreams
I
crumble
am
into
Jim.
dust. Do you feel it deeply? Are you really, truly Jim right now?
I am
If
as
so,
Jim as
then
it gets.
please step forward and press the button.
I am so Jim, it's beyond my comprehension as Jim of Gyms.
Yes! You see!
Yeah!
What a thrill! What a rush! That was you! The button described
That was
you.
me!
Do it again, do it again.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
it's even harder the second time. If this were the only new feature in the Stanley Parable 2, it would still be worth the money.
Hell yeah.
Let's take a break from the Jim button. I'm too emotionally drained from all of this personal validation.
Not enough.
Whoa there, cowboy. Sometimes a person
Whoa
can be too
there,
much
cowboy.
Jim. I'm putting the Jim button away.
No!
Otherwise, soon you'll start
No,
to lose
I want
all
my
sense of who
Jim.
you actually are.
Jim! God damn it. Yeah, I want my Jim. Road to the perfect button. Too big, too small, just right. Actually, just right. I like that. Tylra? Who that? I'm Jim though. Huh? Huh? I don't know who that is. Is that one of your friends, Saxon? I don't know who that Tylra is. You know, just probably just like a Tylra or something.
I suppose I could allow only people named Jim to play the Stanley Parable
Oh yeah,
too.
stop.
That would actually save me the work of finishing this feature.
I'm Jim. Can dragons do raspberries with their tongue? Do raspberries? Isn't raspberry food? Don't you eat them? Achievement. Yeah. Someone get this cobalt mirror. Tyler's one of your very close friends. Hey, cool.
Now here's something special. You remember that broken test achievement that got left in the game on accident? Well, I'm developing a technology to simply give you the achievement. Yes. You see, you'll come to this lever, and when you pull it, the achievement will be given to you. It's as simple as that.
Mine. Oh!
As you can see, the machine is not working yet since... What? Wait. What in the holy hell is going on? You got the achievement?
I got the achievement.
Why did the machine work? Stanley, I didn't fix it. I didn't do anything to it. I swear, it was broken just a second ago.
But I did
Who
it.
fixed it? Is someone here? Are we being watched?
Yeah.
Oh, God.
Oh, God.
Composure?
It's so
yes,
scary.
as you can see, the machine is working as normal, as I intended. It truly speaks to the awe-inspiring magic of the Stanley Parable 2.
Yeah.
Breathe.
Just breathe. Composure part. Composure. Hey, we got the achievement. Oh, you know what I want to do? Oh, I cannot wait to do it. I didn't think you could do
What
that,
else?
but you
What other
could.
exhibits haven't we seen yet?
Jump circle. Give me back my jumps.
You know what? Let's bring the jump circle back for Stanley Parable 2 as well. It's... Oh, wait. You already spent all your jumps the first time we saw the jump circle? Oh, well. I suppose it can just be a nice decorative piece then.
Can't you not give me more jumps? Oh, sorry, Overbold. That's a spoiler. Oh, God. Sorry. I didn't mean to do it. There's a way to get it, but at least you didn't see how I got it. Just, yeah. Can you edit jumps into a save file? I have no idea how to edit things like that. Oh!
Stanley, here's an idea that I'm truly fond of. It's
The
never
best
been
thing
done
in the
before in a video
game.
game. This is in fact a hole that you can fall down forever.
Yeah.
You can fall until the end of time if you like. A stunning leap forward for video game. You see? Isn't it wonderful?
It's
one of my more
wonderful.
ingenious concoctions, if I do say so.
It's
Now
so
then,
good.
Since you've gotten to see the infinite hole, you can press the teleport button to pop back up to the top, and we can continue onward.
Nah, I like the button. I like the hole. The drunken holes.
Now, I don't mean to be a bummer, but I do recommend you use the teleport button to go back to the top. Maybe do it on the sooner rather than later spectrum of things.
I like hole. I wonder if the infinite hole is ray tracing.
Okay,
Or-
Stanley, I don't know quite how to say this tactfully, but it's possible that I slightly exaggerated the infinite nature of the hole. Is it a very, very deep hole?
An
To be certain it
infinitely
is.
deep hole,
It's
as
an
deep as any
extremely
dragon's hole should be.
I don't want anyone to say that it isn't an astonishingly deep hole. It is. Is it infinite? Well, that sort of depends on your definition of infinity. From one perspective, the infinite is merely philosophical in nature. It's more of a... Okay, well, good for you. You found the bottom of the hole.
Okay.
You found me out, Stanley. I'm a liar and a cheat, and you're so clever. Look, I think the issue here is just that you're unusually fascinated by falling.
I'm a
What
KOBO,
normal
what do you
person
mean?
Actually wants to fall infinitely. I figured the hole was as deep as anyone would actually need. Don't you put this on me. Maybe you're the problem. Look, things got a little heated there. I think we both said some things we didn't mean.
I didn't
Why
say
don't we
shit.
just put all this behind us and agree to just
I didn't
call
say
the hole
shit, narrator.
mostly infinite.
Hmm.
If that works for you, then go ahead and press the teleport button to warp up to the top of the hole and we can move on. I'll just be up here when you're ready. Great. Now, I'm very excited to show you even more of my ideas for the sequel. Oh, for heaven... You see, I was right. The problem is you.
The problem is
The
you.
problem is that you like holes too much. Not normal.
You don't
A
have to
normal
call me out
person
like that,
would have said,
narrator.
"Yep, that's an infinite hole right there. Goes on forever till the end of time. Don't need to see it all, but not you. Oh, no, 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 no. You have a weird sort of...
Huh.
Oh. Did the hole seem even shorter to you this time? I
Yeah.
couldn't help but feel like you spent a little less time in there than you did before. I mean, admittedly, I didn't make an infinite hole, but I didn't think it was that not infinite. Well, I suppose once again there's nothing to do here. If you decide you've had enough of the hole, you can hit the teleport button and come join me up above.
Sure.
Had enough? I'm positively thrilled.
To jump
I
into
really
the
do have
hole.
so much more to show you. Gosh, how could I have guessed? You're back in the hole.
You're back in
If
the
this
hole.
starts to become a thing where...
Huh.
Wow. Okay. Yes. I'm starting to become extremely certain that the hole is not only not infinite, but that it's growing steadily less and less infinite. I suspect that I'm starting to hit the
KOBO
point
likes
where
holes?
it's no
True.
longer feasible to
I
call
like
the hole
holes.
infinitely deep, even by the lax overall standards for accountability in marketing. What's going on here? Stanley, I have no explanation for the uncertain nature of the hole's length. Here, let's try something. Let's pop back up to the top, and we'll see if it gets any shorter. Well, there it is. The shame of my lie has come to haunt me. Not only is the hole not infinite, but it's barely even a hole at this point. It's more of a concavity, or even a very aggressive divot. How is this still appealing to you? I know you're obsessed with holes,
How
but
is
at this
this still
depth,
appealing
I
to
just
you?
can't see this scratching the itch. Oh, who am I to judge? You just do whatever it is you're here to do and hit the teleport button when you're ready to move on.
Me three, jump in. Oh, so like holes. Maybe I cannot move. Huh. Don't I get to experience that anymore? Or do I have to wait longer? It doesn't happen anymore? I don't get the sequence anymore? I don't get the Oh, the button's not working.
Is the, teleport button not working? You sure?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I really don't have an explanation. It was working just a moment ago. Try it again.
I am trying it.
Still nothing? Well, I suppose there is one thing I can do to fix this. I'm out. Goodbye, Stanley. You couldn't bear to be away from the hole, and now you'll get more time with it than you could ever have asked for. It's a win for everyone.
Yeah.
You get to be with the hole, I get to do literally anything else. Take care, Stanley. I hope you and the hole have a wonderful rest of eternity together.
Bye-bye, narrator. Now, it's me and the hole. Stack overflow arrow. Oh, let's go. Here it is, here it is. The hole. Do it. Come on, do it. Give it to me, give it to me. Give it to me. Give it to me. Oh, let's go. We're going down. Yeah, this is the best game ever. Sorry? Give me a few moments. Sorry. Very quickly, I just want to adjust my webcam a little bit. It seems to lose tracking every now and then. I don't like that. Real quick. Alright, real quick. There we go, that's why. It always have this weird like and it's not tracking me anymore. Maximum brightness, I guess that works. Okay, I think this is okay. You're making me want to find a dragon and slowly sink to the gosh, I oh. Yo, let's go. I'll change music. That's a bit of a skip. Hey yo, this is good. Reality. Age. Ooh.
My head's stronger. Now you're no longer using up this.
Yes, the best music. I'm not changing anymore.
My head's stronger. Now you're no longer using up this space of mine. My head's
Yes, dog.
you're no longer using up this space of mine.
Oh shit.
My head's stronger.
Ugh.
No longer using up this space of mine.
Whoa, this is cool. Oh fuck.
using up the space of my
Stanley? Stanley?
No, I'm not.
Stanley!
No,
Oh,
don't
you're
wake
awake.
me up.
It seems you had sort of dozed off there, drifting away into dreamland. But we can't have that, Stanley, because this hole is just so darn fascinating that I want you to be wide awake for every second of it. You don't want to miss a single moment. So how about if I just pop in from time to time and wake you up to keep you really, truly focused on the hole? From the looks of things, you and I will have many, many years here in this hole, and I'm looking forward to all of them. Stay alert, Stanley. I'll be back. Toodle-pip.
Toodle-pip. No. I want to do it again.
Here we are. Go on. Try out some of the new features.
I was actually here to get the achievement, but then I got the infinite hole. So happy. You better don't close that shit. I will uninstall and refund the game. I will leave a negative review. You give a Kobo what a Kobo wants! Fine. No holes for me, I guess. Mostly. They changed it! Mostly infinite hole. Oh my god, that's so... Oh my god. Fine, it ended. I didn't see this last time. Oh, that's so good. It's the subtle change this game makes it so amazing. Out of order? You've been here already. Okay. Jump circle this map. 5. I'm at 5. Q, free achievement, I did it. The button that says the name of the player that is playing the game. Merge. Oh yeah. Settings world champion. Oh! I'm here, so it's true. Through this door right next to merge. So next to merge is here. Oh, this one? Make sure to go to the settings thing. Okay. Can I do it now? I'm not seeing anything new.
Okay, I'll be honest, I haven't yet decided on this one. I think that in the new version, the office could use a bit of decoration, like balloons. But I'm undecided on Get Well Someday and Happy 12th Birthday. Which would you go with?
Get well someday. I chose this one, I got this one. So if I choose this one, I got this one, right?
You know, sometimes when you solicit another person's opinion, it makes you realize that you knew which one you actually really wanted all along. Happy 12th birthday, step-niece, it is.
Get well someday. Get well someday is so mean. Well, guess it changed.
Or actually, maybe I should have gone with... No, I've made my decision, we're moving on. Come now, you've already made your choice. It's true that you chose badly, but we all have to move on from our mistakes.
You chose it, not me. Come on. You just say that shit. Hi, Mummy Ghostface. Make sure to go to the thing you're already going towards because of the delay. Oh, settings. This thing. It's a setting. I forgot. Sorry. What's the point of this game? It's honestly just like a narrative experience. Nothing much. There's not really like a end game to this. Honestly, it's just like treat it like a toy, if you will. Mm-hmm. Something like that. Epilogue? Collectibles, infinite hole, exit. Wait, I can go to the epilogue from here. Gonna live downloading sprites for 25 minutes. Oh god. Betray the sexy man voice. There, stairs? Huh? Okay, delay. Stairs. Stairs is before overbolt common. This thing? How are you doing today? I'm doing pretty good, yeah. I had a bunch of coffee, so I'm still quite awake right now. I'm glad. Oh wait, this is epilogue. Oh, there is settings world champion. I didn't do this the last time. Eh. I'm gonna be the champion? Move every slider? Move every slider? I gotta regret this. Yeah! Am I the champion now? Ugh. 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 You look so silly with your tongue sticking out. I'll take it. Alright, I'm playing the game like... Oh, God. I am touching! I'm only moving a oh my god. Oh, to both ends. You need to go through every setting, move every slider all the way both sides, and the door will open. Okay. They can do that.
This is the story of a man named Stanley. This
What? Where'd you get stuck? There we go. I think that's all the sliders. You have to go through every setting, move every slider all the way to both sides, and then the door will open. They don't have to be to stay changed. Just have to be changed. Am I missing something? On the settings world champion? I can't. It doesn't allow me to open the door. Maybe just like 1, 2, 1, 2. Windows. Play of the game. Joe's favorite. Plasma rifle. Second person shooter. Why is it second person shooter? Windows. Vertical. Oh, maybe there's the slider. Hmm? Set all settings slider in the menu to all available numbers. Oh wait, I did it. So now it will open? I got the achievement! I got the achievement though! What do you mean? Yeah, I got it. Do you not see this reticle? Some people are gonna come to my stream. It's like, hey, fuck, wait, why you have the fucking mouse in the middle? Walao, why you block everything? You block everything. I cannot. Why is the vertical mouse? I chose it. It doesn't want to open. Okay, let's be thorough about this.
Stop.
Put it medium. Nah, I can put it high like this. Okay, I think that's everything. God damn it. Oh! That works. I think we also gotta change setting other tabs. I'm curious to know if looking away from the door will help. It did!
Aha! I can see you've gotten the Settings World Champion achievement. Well done. You've experienced every setting, traveled to all corners of the settings menu. There's nothing you haven't seen.
Wait. Okay.
So, just for you, in the Stanley Parable 2, I'm including an entirely new setting, something called bumpscosity.
What?
What exactly is bumpscosity?
Please tell me.
I haven't quite figured that part out yet, but I just know that you'll be able to adjust it on some sort of slider, and that it'll be available from the settings menu. We'll sort the rest of the details out later. I hope you're looking forward to trying out every level of bumpscosity in the Stanley Parable 2.
Yo, let's go. Bumpscosity. Yo, maximum? Fucking PowerPoint slideshow face. Skype emote. Yeah. I don't know if the mouse cursor is actually hurting someone. I hope it does. Or not really. That just makes me feel like I'm a terrible person. But still, you know, just a mouse cursor, it's fine. Consistent quality with just the right amount of change. Must click. Must click. Jump circle, collectibles, we did pretty much everything here, right? Let's exit this place. Oh wait. This map, merge, settings for champions, save preparations, bucket, stick questions, collectibles, infinite. Okay, I think, yeah. Oh,
All
God.
right. Have you seen everything you wanted to? Ready to move on now?
Phoenix Blackbird, hi. Stinky though, but hi.
So, Stanley, what do you think? Do you like all of the new features? Yes, I know it's not exactly clear yet how exactly these features will come together as one single coherent video game, but I can feel it in my soul. It's going to work. There's definitely a good game in there somewhere. Say, let's do an experiment. I'll arrange these new features together, and we'll see whether or not it coheres into a meaningful gameplay experience.
And welcome.
Okay.
You found
Are
out the
you ready?
follow button. Well,
Here it
I
is.
appreciate that.
I give you the Stanley Parable 2.
Whoa. I want that hole. I want that hole.
Well, I mean, there's potential here, right? It's sort of... Okay, never mind.
That hole has potential.
Hold on. Let me do a different arrangement. Okay, yes. Yes, this is much better. I feel good about this. Here we go. Version 2. Who am I kidding, Stanley? This isn't a coherent video game at all. It's a
There's
lot of
two
gags.
holes.
And I do very much enjoy creating gags, but they don't add up to anything. I wanted more than anything to create a sequel that would capture all the magic of the first game. I wanted fans to love it. No matter how good these gags are, they won't stand on their own. They would need the structure and the gameplay of the original. Wait, maybe that's it. I can take the original Stanley Parable and simply, well, insert a few of my new features into it. Tastefully, of course. With respect. With care for the vision and integrity of the original game. Would it possibly work? I suppose it could. But it would need a really, really tremendous title screen. A title screen that says with bold and uncompromising conviction, "This is the Stanley Parable 2. Let me see if I can whip something up.
But what about Stanley Parable 3?
Go ahead.
The end is never
Take a
the
look.
monkey. The end is never the monkey. Oh, there it is. The end is never the monkey. It's still there. So that's one of the endings as well, which I got quite a while ago. I returned. Welcome back, Nexus. So what about the pit? That's the last thing I'm gonna do because I'm getting a little bit tired. Getting a little bit tired.
All of his co-workers were gone.
Oh my god.
What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Do I need the bucket to go to the pit? It changes it, I think. So to go to the pit, I need to go to the boss's room then, right? So knowing yes. Okay, so I'm just gonna go naked first without the bucket.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley stepped into the broom closet, but there was nothing here, so he turned around and got back on track.
I love the broom closet though. There's no ending for the broom closet other than just this flare, right?
There was nothing here, No choice to make, no path to follow, just an empty broom closet. No reason to still be here. It was baffling that Stanley was still just sitting in the broom closet. He wasn't even doing anything. At least if there was something to interact with, he'd be justified in some way. As it is, he's literally just standing there doing sweet FA.
Where did that big mouse pointer come from? Somewhere.
Are you really still in the broom closet? Standing around doing nothing? Why?
No, I'm
Please
doing
offer
something.
me some explanation here. I'm genuinely confused.
No, I'm doing something. I'm doing something.
You do realize there's no choice or anything in here, right? If I'd said Stanley walked past the broom closet, at least you would have had a reason for exploring it to find out.
It's
But it
from the
didn't
settings,
occur
by
to
the
me,
way.
Because literally, this closet is of absolutely no significance to the story whatsoever. I never...
Sorry. The bumpscosity is already at max. What the heck is a bumpscosity?
would have thought to mention it. Maybe to you this is somehow its own branching path. Maybe when you go talk about this with your friend you'll say, "Oh, did you get the broom closet ending? The broom closet ending was my favourite." I hope your friends find this concerning. Stanley was fat and ugly and really, really stupid. He probably only got the job because of a family connection. That's how stupid he is. That
Low
or with
blow.
drug money. Also,
Low
Stanley
blow.
is addicted to drugs and hookers.
Low blow.
Well, I've come to a very definite conclusion about what's going on right now. You're dead.
You're
You got to
dead.
this broom closet, explored it a bit, and were just about to leave because there's nothing here, when a physical malady of some sort shut down your central nervous system and you collapsed on the keyboard.
Collapse on the
In a
keyboard.
situation like this, the responsible thing is to alert someone nearby so as to ensure that your body is taken care of before it begins to decompose. Hello? Anyone who happens to be nearby? The person at this computer is dead. They have
Is
fallen
dead.
prey to any number of your countless human physiological vulnerabilities. It's indicative of the long-term sustainability of your species. Please remove their corpse from the area and instruct another human to take their place, making sure they understand basic first-person video game mechanics and filling them in on the history of narrative tropes in video gaming, so that the irony and insightful commentary of this game is not lost on them. All right, when you've done that, just step out into the hallway.
This is so good though. Alright, I'm an entirely new person. I'm not Tylra, I'm now Jim. Okay, I'll stop.
Ah, second player. It's good to have you on board. I guarantee you can't do any worse than the person who came before you. You too? Unbelievable. I'm at the mercy of an entire species of invalids. Perhaps there's a monkey nearby you can hand the controls to. A fish? Fungus? Look, you can hammer out the details. I'm not particularly picky. I'll just be waiting for when you're ready to pick up the story again.
Okay, I think that's it, right? So there's no actual ending from the broom closet. It's just this little flare, I think. Safe to say, right? Safe to say. Alright. I am trying to go to the pit.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
What? Why did it do that? Money in the morning, money in the evening, money for breakfast, money crisp. Money crisp. I love remembering things in the bathroom with the door wide open. Okay, it's closed now. Why is it locked? Also, before I continue any further, any idea how to go to the pit? I'm asking, like... Okay, you know what? I'm asking it. It's fine. Just... tell me how to go to the pit, please. Keep going this way. The pit. I don't know what the pit... I'm holding. Did you do the door? If you mean the door cheese, I did it. Go to the screen room with all the TV. Okay. Of the mind control facility. Okay, let's go there. I did the screen. I did the door cheese. I go in, go out, and then I went to the escape part with the bucket as well. So yeah. I actually found that out with a few hints.
Manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley was in such a rush to get through the story as quickly as possible, he didn't even have a single minute to just let the narrator talk. That kind of anxiety isn't healthy, so he relaxed for a few moments with some calming New Age music.
Let me go! Let me go!
Feeling soothed and rejuvenated, Stanley calmly walked forward into the opened passageway.
I'm not even bothered by the reticle anymore. I'm a changed woman. The reticle in the middle of the screen doesn't bother me anymore. And one of the consoles you can climb a desk and fall down. One of the consoles, huh? Okay.
Descending deeper into the building, Stanley realized he felt a bit peculiar. It was a stirring of emotion in his chest,
Good.
as though he felt more free to think for himself, to question the nature of his job. Why did he feel this now, when for years it had never occurred to him? This question would not go unanswered for long.
There's no dragons for me to sim, though. Hi, King of Godslayer.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
Okay, so it's in this room. One of the consoles I can climb and jump. Yes?
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out?
Oh!
Aha! You've made it to the bottom of the mind control facility. Welcome! You see, back when the Stanley Parable first launched in 2013, getting to the bottom of the mind control facility was a bug that we simply didn't catch during development.
Whoa.
And you all sent us lots of photos of it on Twitter and acted very superior about it. And you're all very, very clever. Good for you. Anyway,
Good for you.
when it came time to update the game, we knew that we had to do something about this little goof of ours, so here you go. New content. You can call it the bottom of the mind control room ending, if that enhances your perception of the value of these updates. Isn't that what you crave? New content? Always more content, more, more. And I'm here to give it to you.
Thanks.
I'm here to make it seem like we really covered every nook and cranny of the game with secrets and Easter eggs. How about this? We wrote a new piece of music just for this section.
Whoa.
You won't hear it anywhere else in the game. It's a secret that's just for you. That's how special you are. We call this track, Good Job You've Made It to the Bottom of the Mind Control Facility. Well done.
A little bit on the nose on this one. You did it.
Good job.
Good job. You did it.
Good job.
Good job.
3, 2, 1. Good job.
Good job.
You made it to the bottom of the mind control facility. You jumped on the catwalk. You should have been careful. You should have been careful. It used to be
a bug, but now it's an ending, now it's an ending. I believe in you, I believe in your ability to cross this barrier and chase your dreams. Railings don't mean anything. Good job, you did it. Good job, you did it.
Good job, you did it. Good job, you did it. Good job, you did it. Good job, you did it. Good job, you did it. Good job, you did it. You did it. Good job, you did it. Oh, that was so good. That's it? That's it? Oh, that was amazing. Oh my god. Oh shit, what the fuck? I never seen this before. The mess.
How long was I sitting there? Stanley wondered to himself. Minutes? Days? Centuries? Did something crucial happen while my senses were turned? He made a note to be more careful with time from now on.
It's new content, it definitely is. Okay, how about this one? I don't know how to do this. Every time I got to the second input, it's just sort of gone. It's new content? Yeah. I don't remember if the bucket does anything back then for sure. Let's try it. Only
Now
one way to
this,
find
Stanley
out.
thought to himself, this is a bucket.
This is a
and
bucket.
Indeed it was.
You have to look for it each time without restarting the game. As in, I cannot begin the game again. I have to do it all in one go. But it's not showing me any inputs here. Without fully oh, okay. Once per restart, okay. KOBO point, yip. Yip. And Tylra is super bold. Her purple scales are a beauty to behold. Wow. I want to boop her snoot so bad, cause if I do, I'm never sad. The lovely huggies boop the snoot. Funny streams worth all the loot. Now sit down on your lazy bum, then watch the stream and join the fun. Oh, it's such a beautiful poem. Thank you, Merp. You can get them all in the boss's office, right? So every time I restart, there will be an input that I
Stanley
can do.
clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
God, that's a wonderful poem. Boop the
Still
snoot,
no one
though.
was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office. Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office. Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along?
Yeah.
Was the bucket guiding him?
Yeah.
Yes. This is certainly the most logical explanation.
Merp a wordsmith, I know, right? Facts. 100% facts. Wordsmith. A smart boat.
The elevator raced downward, plummeting towards an unknown fate. It would be all Stanley could do to keep himself together, if not for the bucket. Soothing him, comforting him, reassuring that in this darkest moment of uncertainty, he would be all right. The bucket is here for you, Stanley. Everything will be fine.
I have the bucket.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility. The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both. But just as Stanley was about to proceed further into the mind control facility, he tripped and fell over the railing and into the dark void below. Thankfully, he fell directly onto the bucket, which safely cushioned his fall.
Yeah, bucket.
Now, what to do next? Stanley wondered. Stanley and the bucket could find no way out of this enormous pit, and so eventually they decided that the best thing to do would be to simply get comfortable down here. So they set up a little couch and relaxed. It really wasn't so bad down here, a bit cold perhaps. After some time had gone by, they installed a few shelves as well, and a sort of kitchenette that was useful for when the bucket was craving paninis. But it wasn't until the rugs and the standing lamps came in that it really started to feel like a home. In fact, after some time, Stanley realized that it had been ages since he had even thought of the mind control facility at all. He'd never gotten to fully explore what was up there, never been able to unearth the many mysteries of the mind control facility. This lack of closure began to eat at him. Soon he was dwelling on his regrets, and the state of their home slowly decayed as Stanley became withdrawn and neglected the cleaning.
Oh no.
It unsettled the bucket deeply. Stanley wasn't usually like this. The bucket tried to reach out to him again and again, but to no avail. All Stanley could think about, all he could talk about, was going back, doing it over again, staying on the path. It was a mistake to leave the path. It was a mistake. It was a mistake. I need to do what the narrator says. I need to see the true ending. This made no sense at all to the bucket, which was simply trying to live its life down here as comfortably as possible. Yet Stanley was unconsolable. This isn't an ending. This is just a hole in the ground. The bucket sighed. True, it wasn't an ending. But it's where we happen to be. And maybe, possibly, if we accept the reality of things, maybe this will become an ending eventually. It's what the bucket was counting on. The two of them waited for a very long time.
Oh, bucket. Oh.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Bork, Bork, yeah, Bork, yeah, Bork. No one can stop me, I cannot Bork. Alright, good night, Paramos. Thanks for helping me with the pit ending and also some of the stuff as well. I appreciate it. Have good sleep. And I think that's... I mean, if I'm definitely missing something, but I'm missing one that I know of. Is the baby ending. 4 hours. Sorry, I'm not doing that. 4 hours. But I think I finished the game more or less. Unless there's something that I'm missing, then you could tell me about it. I guess. Yeah, you can tell me about it if I'm missing something. But at this point, I'm quite confident that I did as much things to my knowledge. Yeah. The only thing at the end of the art ending is just the secret behind all art ever, so you're not missing terribly much. Okay, that's fair. So yeah, I guess that's the entirety of... Well, not the entirety, but 95% of the game, I'm pretty sure. I didn't get all the achievements, which is understandably... No. I'm not doing those. So yeah, I guess this is pretty much the to my knowledge, entirety of the Stanley Parable, at least on my channel. Right? So bark away. We did it. It's a short game that we kind of finished in 2 days. And we did it. I'm proud. And this game is heckin' great. I love the game so much. This game is heckin' great. It is entirely of... how many? 12.6 hours. Yeah, it's safe to say that I enjoyed all of them. There are some PTSD-inducing endings. There are some heavy endings, dark endings. Of course, you know, the game, when I first started the game did mention that there will be heavy topics in the settings. So I checked the settings. I still don't know what bumpscosity is, but it's okay. Where is it again? There was a settings to skip through the heavy topics, but I don't remember where it is. Yeah, content warnings. So skip sections of the game that deal with suicide, trauma, and mental health issues. So this sort of braced me knowing that the game does dabble in a little bit of suicide, trauma, and mental health issues. So it's all good. But other than that, it's not that it's bad. It's unexpected. And I think the pacing of this game is absolutely amazing, that it doesn't make me feel like, oh, well, suddenly went from... You know, it doesn't do like, haha, and then suddenly very dark. It doesn't do that. It paced well, it builds up to it, and it's fucking great. It is said to be everything ever. Bark, bark, bark. Has KOBO played Superliminal? No, but I have the game. The game that plays with perspective, right? If I want to play something like this, I have the Beginner's Guide as told by Die Hard Dwarf, and also Presentable Liberty, I believe. It's also a game that is recommended by Die Hard Dwarf. Super Cobolinal? I guess I can do it. Yeah, I guess I can do it. Yeah, it's a good time to look at some games, right? But of course, I still need to continue doing my Dragon's Dogma playthrough. So tomorrow will be Dragon's Dogma, and Sunday probably some Little Company. Probably. We'll see. And Monday is gonna be art. So right now, I guess would be Thursday and Friday random games, or games being recommended by y'all here. So I can try them out. Play it. Superliminal, okay. Oh god, yeah. Beginner's Guide or Superliminal? Ooh, I don't know. I heard this Beginner's Guide is also like some sort of a heavy topic game as well. So just keep in mind. Superliminal. Beep beep. Beep beep. Beep beep. Beep beep. Here, let me go here. Beep beep. Beep beep. Hong Kong. Stanley. My kitty says meow. Wanted to share? Nice. Another poem? Yep. Tylra, Nexus, and Overboard. 3 lovely friends with heart of gold. All so nice and super fun. Bring smiles to me, bring bright as the sun. I'll choose them over all the food and even my big hoard of loot. I am so happy to know them. This friendship is shiny like a gem. I give you all the hugs there and thanks for your help. I come so far. Oh, Merp. Merp, you're the one that's being too nice, Merp. Thank you, Merp. That is one beautiful poem. I have zero knowledge with poem, but that was beautiful. Hordes, Merp, and all their poems. Served. Okay, who do we raid? Kim Studios. Kimp is streaming? Ooh. Surprised. Oh, they're doing some art. I never really got a chance to raid to rate Kim, I think now is a good chance. Although Kim has been streaming for 4 hours though. She seems to be still drawing something. Let's give her a rate real quick. Okay, speed run. Speed run. Okay, let me plug all my things real quick. We're gonna rate to another kobold. Oh, another kobolds.
I am once again asking for your financial support.
Thanks, Bernie. That's my coffee. I'm sure some of you knows about my Discord already, but here. Discord is where I'll announce my stream all the time, and if there's anything happening, you guys would know from my Discord firsthand. If there's any delay, no streams, something happened, I will announce there so that you guys know. And also my socials. Well, we have Twitter, dying. YouTube, YouTube is pretty much just me putting all my thoughts in, and also Blue Sky is where I be very spicy. Just fair warning, alright? And that's all the plug. Let me type in the rate to Kim Studios real quick. Oh, to Newt and Christ. Studios. I type Kim Studies. That should be it. You know, I'm just gonna copy and paste the name just in case I'm being dumb. There we go. Okay. I type in the raid. Let me see. Okay. Pretty sure I'm not missing anything now. Tomorrow I'll play Dragon's Dogma. I'm gonna continue the Dragon's Dogma adventure because I heard Dragon's Dogma has good looking dragons. And the sequel is coming out soon. So it's a good time to play some Dragon's Dogma. I have the Warhammer as well. Feel great about it. So yeah. Excited to play some Dragon's Dogma tomorrow. Oh, thank you, Nexus. That's a raid message. And of course, with the raid message, you guys can use whichever emote you want. Go ham, but you know, it will be a good idea to not use more than 4 emotes, just not to flood the chat box. Stay awesome. Thank you. Also, stay awesome. You're amazing. You're amazing. So, before the raid, I want to say thank you all so much for joining with me today. Really appreciate all of you. Love you all so much. And also, know that you guys are loved, valid, and matter. Very valuable. Alright? And here comes the raid to Kim Studios. Oh. Yeah. I'm just enjoying elevator music. It's so good. You can just hear the narrator speaking as well. Simp Studios. A Kim Studio essentially is like 2 kobolds in there. As far as I know. Yeah, the 2 kobold made Kim Studios. There's Newt, N-E-W-T, and also Hrist. That's my knowledge towards Kim Studios. Not as much, I know, but I'm gonna wait for the timer to go down as always. It seems that she's still drawing right now, so it will not be a raid train. It'll be a proper raid, at least. So yeah, and yeah, timer's almost gone. So take care, everyone. I love y'all. Be safe. Right? Love y'all. Bye bye. Bye bye. See you guys tomorrow.